Section 35 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Wednesday, 29. I rode to William Nelson's, and after dinner to Nathan Davies's. Thursday morning I was very weak, and have slow but almost continual fevers. I preached with great difficulty in the afternoon, and returned to William Nelson's. This night I felt a total change of mind. The weakness of my body and the cold and unsettled state of the weather made me, with the general advice of the preachers present, give up the cause. They also advised me to make the best of my way to Baltimore, and not to ride in the rain. It may be the Lord intends to lead me in a way I have not yet known. It is perhaps best that I should go with all expedient haste from conference to conference, only stopping at the towns and chief places on Sabbath days. Live or die, I must ride. After all the disappointments, perhaps every purpose is answered but one. I have sent Brother Kobler to take charge of Kentucky and Cumberland, by visiting the whole every quarter. Brother Bird I have stationed in the Holstein district. I have written a circumstantial letter to Brother Poythress and the Kentucky Conference. I have made a plan for the stationing of the preachers, at least those of any standing, and now I will make the best of my way to Baltimore. Perhaps there may be some special call for me there. I must, as the burden of meeting the conferences, ordaining and stationing the preachers resteth on me, save myself. I am peculiarly concerned for the cities. The prosperity of the work of God depends much on having proper men for any and every part of the work. Friday, 31. It being rainy, I rested. Saturday, April 1. The weather was clear and cold. We set off for Brother Baker's. My horse hath the honor of swimming Holstein River every time I visit this country. Sunday, 2. I felt better than I had done since I crossed the mountains. I preached on Acts 3:26, and was for pushing on again about 15 miles farther to Edward Cox's. We got lost and were an hour in the night. Monday, 3. We made a stretching ride of about 40 miles, and were another hour in the night, and came to Half Acres. I was properly outdone, and my fever returned and held me 30 hours. Tuesday, 4. I reached the Widow Russell's. I am scarce able to read, write, sing, or pray. Nevertheless, after I had rested, I preached in the evening. Virginia, Thursday, 6. We took our way up Walker's Valley. After riding about 8 miles, my weakness came on, and I was addressed by name and earnestly requested to stop and take refreshment and rest at Mr. McCarty's. Here we were richly provided for. The mother and daughter are most agreeable and kind. After commending ourselves and this affectionate family to God, we came to Benoni Banning's. As I was told, so I found this family, most attentively kind. We stopped here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. My fever never left me, as I thought, from Monday until Friday night. I am kept cheerful, but very weak. My diet is chiefly tea, potatoes, Indian meal gruel, and chicken broth. My reading is only the Bible. I cannot think much, and only write a few letters. I think of my charge, of the conferences, and the church, and of my dear parents, who will probably outlive me. I must be made perfect through sufferings. I rest in rainy weather, and have to ride from 80 to 120 miles in a week. The way we now go, we have sometimes to ride 30 miles to get to a house. From the 9th of April to the 27th of May, I have kept no journal. The notes of our travels and troubles taken by Jonathan Bird and Joshua Wells will tell a small part of my sorrows and sufferings. I have traveled about 600 miles with an inflammatory fever, and fixed pain in my breast. I cannot help expressing the distinguishing kindness of some families where I have been forced by weakness to stop, Captain Shannon on Walker's Creek, my friend Scarborough on the Sinks of Greenbrier, Colonel Moffat and Brother Young in Augusta. Neither can I forget Mr. Lee and Moore, the Harrisons at Rocktown, and Brother and Sister M. Williams, Sisters Phelps and Reed in Winchester, and my dear kind friend Dr. Tiffin. By a strange providence, I was cast upon Eli Dorsey on Linganore, who nursed me as if I had been his own father. Maryland. From the 27th of May until June 10, no journal. We rode nearly 40 miles from Linganore to Baltimore. I lodged at Brother Hawkins's retreat, about 1 mile from the city. I lounged away a week in visiting a little. Sunday, June 18. I was only able to speak about 15 minutes. I recover but slowly. The constant resort of the wealthy and poor visiting me made me much ashamed that they should look after such a worthless lump of misery and sin. June 25. I met the male members of the society Sabbath morning, as I had met the sisters and the official members in the preceding week. I obtained the liberty of the managers of the African Academy to congregate the fathers as well as to teach the children. We had nearly 500 colored people. Brother Willis preached on Acts 7:7, and I added a few words. In the afternoon I gave a short exhortation at Mr. Otterbine's church, on Howard's Hill. I am now waiting for the making of a sulky. Thomas Barber, from Birmingham, England, took a second likeness of me, at the desire of my mother, to send to England. I am trying to organize the African church. I made interest for the use of Mr. Otterbine's church for Sabbath, in the morning and evening for the white people. I have attempted to promote society meetings at Old Town and the west end of the city, either at the Dunkers Meeting House or Mr. Otterbine's church. My feelings or my fears premonish me this will be a sickly summer. I visit, dine, and ride out every day, but it is very hard work for me to eat, drink, talk, and do nothing. As I am not a man of the world, the most of the conversation about it is irksome to me. I am taken from house to house, and the brethren wish the pleasure of seeing me, and those who are acquainted with their families will come to see me also. Monday, July 3. I attempted to preach in Dr. Allison's church, and felt more assisted than I expected. Tuesday, 4. I was taken in a chariot to Perry Hall, in company with Sister Fonerden. I felt the effects of my exertions on the Sabbath, the want of rest, rising early, and riding to Mr. Gough's. In my mind, I felt almost as in old times. God hath not left this house. I felt great love to the family in praying for them in the family and in the closet. I had an open and free conversation with Mr. Gough about his soul. I conversed with the servants also, and had freedom in prayer, although I felt weakness of body. I wrote a few letters and read a little in the Bible. The weather is excessively warm. Saturday, 8. I cannot now, as heretofore, spend 10 hours out of 16 in reading the Bible, in English or Hebrew, or other books, or write letters from morning until night. My bow is weak, if not broken, but I have more time to speak to God and souls. Sabbath day I performed at Mr. Gough's alone. Wednesday, 12. I borrowed a servant at Mr. Gough's, and came on to Mr. Sheridan's house, northeast Cecil County. Here I borrowed another servant, and on Friday I rode to Wilmington, and stopped at Allen M. Lane's, now living there. Pennsylvania, Saturday, 15. Warm as it was, I reached Philadelphia, and Sabbath evening 16, I felt free to labor a little, feeble as I was, and enlarged on John 14:1. I have great reason to be thankful for my sulky. I should soon be silent without it. I wrote to Germantown to see aged Mother Steele and Sister Lusby, and found freedom, although I could hardly walk or talk, yet must needs speak to the women of the house about their souls. Dined at Brother Baker's retreat, and came back to the city very sick, and went to bed. New Jersey, Tuesday, 18. I came off to Burlington, and was much grieved to hear my appointments had been made, and not attended in consequence of my illness. Wednesday, 19. Dined at Crossweek's, at Brother Abbott's, once a traveling preacher, now a merchant. We came on to Father Hutchinson's. Here I was almost outdone with excessive heat. I stopped 4 days, but found it hard work to sit still. Monday, 24. We came to Brunswick, dined, prayed, and rejoiced to hear that God had kindled a living fire here, through the instrumentality of a brother from Elizabethtown. We came on to Elizabethtown, 40 miles. It was ample labor for man and horse. Here I was sick again. Tuesday, 25. I rode to Newark and dined with Mr. Ogden, a steady friend. After the rain, I came to New York. Here I spent a few painful days, being unable to visit or be visited. New York. On Monday I came to Shotwell's, very unwell, and the next day to Kingsbridge. Here I was compelled by affliction to spend 2 weeks. I then rode to New Rochelle and lodged at Mr. Sherwood's. Finding myself swelling in the face, bowels, and feet, I applied leaves of burdock, and then a plaster of mustard, which drew a desperate blister. I had such awful sore feet, I knew not but that they would mortify, and only after 2 weeks was I able to set them to the ground. I took cream of tartar and nitre daily, to cool and keep open the body. I also made use of the bark. Sunday, September 10. I began to walk once or twice across the room. Monday, 11. We began our route to Wilbraham. We had not ridden far over the rocks before I was taken very unwell. We stopped at Byram, at Father Banks's. I was soon put to bed with a very high fever, that held me through the night. I now began to conclude it was not the will of God I should proceed, and the brethren would not persuade me to go on. Brother Totten returned with me to Mother Sherwood's. I have had slight fevers, but expect to rest until about the 1st of October, which I hope, with riding a little every clear day, will restore me to health. Thursday, 14. I visited Nicholas Underhill's wife, who is near her trying hour. I hope it was good for me, for her, and for the family. I take a small portion of bark each day, and 1/3 of a common dose of cream of tartar and nitre, and hope I shall yet be raised up. My mind is stayed upon God, and I hope to be more holy, but I fear I shall never be able to ride and preach as I have done in former days, so as to be more useful. I have now much time to think of and review my whole life. The kindness of this Sherwood family is great. My dear Mamma, and Betsy Sherwood, and Jonathan and Bishop also. If I had not been at home here, what additional distress of mind would have attended me? My friends also were welcome to come and see me. Sabbath day, at the widow Sherwood's, I had the pleasure of hearing our brother Matthias make a pointed, profitable, and powerful discourse. It is now 8 weeks since I have preached. Awfully dumb Sabbaths. I have been most severely tried from various quarters. My fevers, my feet, and Satan would set in with my gloomy and nervous affections. Sometimes subject to the greatest effeminacy, to distress at the thought of a useless, idle life. But what brought the heavy pang into my heart, and the big tear to roll, that never rises without a cause, was the thought of leaving the connection without some proper men of their own election, to go in and out before them in my place, and to keep that order which I have been seeking these many years to establish. My aged parents were dear to me in their advanced age and dependent state. Like myself, they have spent what they had to spare for many years, nearly 40, in keeping open doors for the gospel and people of God. This burden hath been laid upon them. I am happy that I can now ride a little every clear day for my better health, and can eat and sleep better. I am left too much alone. I cannot sit in my room all day, making gloomy reflections on the past, present, and future life. Lord, help me, for I am poor and needy. The hand of God hath touched me, and I think Satan forts himself in my melancholy, unemployed, unsocial, and inactive hours. Sunday 17. I was strongly impressed in my mind months ago that this summer and fall would be marked with heavy afflictions. O Philadelphia, I have had very little faith for that city. I have often remarked the general contempt of the Sabbath, the constant noise of carriages. There is a perpetual disturbance of worshipping assemblies. It is true, one event cometh on the righteous and the wicked, but God will stand to his word. He hath punished, he will punish those that rob him. If report be true, the distress of the Philadelphians is great. 3/4 of the citizens are fled. Monday 18. I felt strength of faith and body, as if I should be raised up again. I rode for recreation 9 miles. The clouds are dispelled from my mind. Oh, that my future life may be holiness to the Lord, prudent and exemplary to many. I wished to speak to a poor African whom I saw in the field as I went out, and as I came along on my return, he was at a stone wall within 8 or 9 feet of me. Poor creature, he seemed struck at my counsel, and gave me thanks. Oh, it was going down into the Egypt of South Carolina after those poor souls of Africans I have lost my health, if not my life in the end. The will of the Lord be done. Wednesday 20. I rode about 14 miles. I met a messenger who came to desire my presence tomorrow at the funeral of our brother Van Ostrand. I have known him about 15 years, and had great confidence in the man. He hath labored as a local preacher, and 3 years as a traveling one. He had his seals, and I know one. Some will complain of his negligence in Elizabeth Circuit, but what could the man do? He gave his life, and perhaps caught the cause of his death by bad lodging and riding in cold weather. He told a friend he had settled his temporal and spiritual business. He then slept in peace. Brother Van Ostrand was a native of Long Island. He followed the fortune of King George in the Revolutionary War, but soon after peace he joined himself under King Jesus, and fought till he died in a good cause, as a Christian and a minister. I had some unpleasing symptoms, and am ready to conclude I shall linger into death, or at least never be restored to perfect health. My soul continually cries out, Thy will be done, O Lord. Thursday 21. I attended the funeral, and gave an exhortation. I have ridden 20 miles this day, with little rest and no food. Friday 22. I rode 8 or 10 miles. I was touched with the fever. Saturday 23. I slept well last night, but waked with a slight fever. I received a letter from Dr. Coke. As I thought, so it is. He is gone from Ireland to England, and will have work enough when he cometh there. The 3 grand divisions of that connection are alarming. It is a doubt if the doctor cometh to America until spring, if at all until the General Conference. I am more than ever convinced of the propriety of the attempts I have made to bring forward Episcopal men. First, from the uncertain state of my health. Secondly, from a regard to the union and good order of the American body, and the state of the European connection. I am sensibly assured the Americans ought to act as if they expected to lose me every day, and had no dependence upon Dr. Coke, taking prudent care not to place themselves at all under the controlling influence of British Methodists. I visited 3 families, talked and prayed in each, but was rather outdone. Sunday, 24. At Sherwood's Valley. I had greatly desired to speak to these people, and was much assisted so to do. My subject was 2 Corinthians 6:2. I considered by way of introduction what character of people they were who are to be the subjects of salvation: the lost, the enslaved, and those that cannot save themselves. First, Christ the author of this salvation, the meritorious, efficient, and moving cause. Secondly, the nature of this salvation, to reach all the misery and guilt of sinners, to save, redeem, and liberate. Thirdly, what bespeaks an accepted time and a day of salvation: to have God, Christ, the Spirit, ministers, means, and people that have religion say, "Behold, now is the day of salvation." I was able to speak fervently and regularly for an hour with great affection. I rejoiced to find that God had raised me up to call poor mourning souls to Christ, and to warn careless sinners. After 26 years, the gospel is established in this neighborhood, at a small distance from this house. I preached at Peter Bonnet's before the war, and after peace was restored, the blessing returned to his widow's house. 2 of his daughters are in fellowship with us. The widow Sherwood's was the substitute house, after the widow Bonnet went to live at New York. Now they are about building a church for the word and worship of God. I am happy to hear, by letters, of a revival of the work in several places in Virginia, as also in North and South Carolina. Monday, 25. The day was clear and very warm. I rode up to the plains and stopped at Elijah Crawford's. God hath honored this house. 2 young men are gone into the ministry out of it. I have ridden nearly 20 miles, and had it not been for the heat, I should have done well. Tuesday, 26. I wrote a letter to . He was under grief and trouble. This day Joshua Wells returned from Wilbraham Conference. Matters were conducted well. Wednesday, 27. The preachers came up, and Thursday, 28, we had a sermon and ordination of deacons. I was employed about 3 hours, and faint indeed. I rode 4 miles and lodged at Morgan's, Eastchester. This was an excessively warm day. Saturday, 30. We rode to New York, a very warm day. I found myself much injured, but was well nursed at the north side of the city. They have a touch of the fever here in George Street. Sabbath, October 1. We had much rain. Live or die, I preached at the Old and New Church on Isaiah 33:20 and Deuteronomy 28:9. I had some disagreeable things, and was but ill-fitted in body to bear them. Monday, 2. We rode about 27 miles to Hammond's. My fever rises every night. New Jersey, Tuesday, 3. We rode 30 miles to Joseph Hutchinson's. I lament most of all that I have not lived in a constant state of prayer. I have had most deep and sore temptations of many kinds, such as I could have hardly thought of in health. I must be tried so as by fire. By reason of the fever in Philadelphia, our conference is moved to Duck Creek, in the state of Delaware. Wednesday, 4. After the storm was over, we moved on as far as Crossweeks, and lodged at Father Lovell's. I was weak in body, but comfortable in mind. I visited 3 families, called at Hancock's, and saw my old friend of 26 years' membership. I came on to Burlington. Serious times still in Philadelphia. I was very unwell. I had an awful night. Friday, 6. We crossed Dunks's Ferry and came a rough, crooked way to Germantown. We had a meeting at Dr. Lusby's. Saturday, 7. We rode over the rocks, after crossing Schuylkill at a ferry, to Chester, and thence to Aaron Matson's. There is a new house and mill built since I was here, but there is room enough for Christ yet. We rode to Wilmington, where I preached on Psalm 46, 1-5. Delaware, Monday, 9. We came 38 miles to Duck Creek. Tuesday, 10. We began conference. I appointed the president elders to take my seat, and I sat alone, because the hand of the Lord was upon me. I was resolved to put out my strength to the last in preaching. My first subject was Isaiah 1, 26-28. My second was on Luke 17:12. My third, 2 Corinthians 13:11. Great times, preaching almost night and day. Some souls converted, and Christians were like a flame of fire. 11 persons were set apart for elders and 3 for deacons' orders. Friday, 13. We rose. I was much outdone, yet happy. We appointed a standing committee to inspect and direct the press. We read some passages of the notes on the discipline, and left the remnant to this committee. End of section 35. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 36 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Maryland, Monday, 16. We rode to Bohemia Ferry, 20 miles. Dr. Ridgely has sent me a plenty of Columbo magnesia, soluble tartar, and bark. I am much grieved that I do not converse more abundantly with God in my own heart and soul. We had great peace. I have not of late, if at any time in these parts, heard such an awful account of fever as we now hear rages in Baltimore City and Point. It is reported that our conference was first moved to Evans's meeting house. I spent the evening at Mr. Bassett's and lectured upon a chapter. Tuesday, 17, was a very warm day. We rode from Duck Creek to Northeast. They had managed the matter so as to appoint for me and Brother Lee to preach. I gave them a short sermon on Galatians 5:7. Ye did run well. Who did hinder you that ye should not obey the truth? I lodged at Mr. Sheridan's. Wednesday, 18. We came to Josiah Dallam's. Thursday, 19. Reached Mr. Goff's. I was comforted in seeing a few of my age who were my spiritual children. Friday, 20. After all the alarm, we came to Baltimore. A blessed rain settled the amazing dust and purified the air. Saturday, 21. I opened conference, and gave up the presidency to the presiding elders. Returned unwell. Very uncomfortable easterly winds and rainy weather. I mentioned in my speech to the conference the weakness of the episcopacy. The conference rose on Friday, 27. There was great peace, and all the preachers but myself satisfied with their stations. Sabbath day, 22. I preached at Dr. Allen's church the funeral sermon of Martha F. Ellison, a Methodist for about 27 years, a class leader, a woman of sense and piety. The subject was John 11, 24-27. We had a crowded house. Sunday, 29. I opened the new church in Light Street with reading 2 Chronicles 7:12, Psalm 132, Haggai 11, Mark 11. The elders read and prayed. My subject was Ephesians 2, 19-22, and at Old Town I preached on 2 Samuel 16:17. I had to preach the funeral sermon of Father Gatch on 1 Thessalonians 4, 13, 14. I observed the pleasing, cheering, and charming manner in which the apostle described the death of the righteous. Sleep, sleep in Jesus. A rest from labor, sorrow, affliction, and pain. Happy opening visions of God. Secondly, the hope the pious who are alive have for their pious dead who have had experience and long continuance in religion, and a comfortable dying in the Lord. Those who have no hope for themselves nor their dead, how awful their sorrow! I feel myself very weak. I dined at Mr. Rogers's. Tuesday, 31. I went to see the poor orphans, to weep with Sister Fonarden's children, and dear Nellie Owens, her daughter also. They had a Nellie Owens baptized for the dead brother and sister Reed, my dear nursing friends. My aged friends brought me their beneficence and tears. Wednesday, November 1. We came off and preached at the Widow Dorsey's on, "If in this life only we have hope in Christ, we are of all men most miserable." We had a solemn assembly. I made a few observations on the hope Christians have of Christ only in this life. If in this life only Christians could have hope in Christ, they would be most miserable. They are denied the sinful pleasures, profits, and honors of the world, subject to great afflictions and persecutions, often deprived of life in ages past. No mercy, no justice, no truth, no love. Lastly, that they could never be borne up under such principles and persecutions if it were not for the hope of future rewards. They which have no hope in this or the future world in Christ are of all men the most wretched and miserable. My horse is a little ungovernable, the weather warm, and myself unwell. Thursday, 2. I did not preach, but exhorted at Shadrach Turner's. Here are 5 children and a mother for Christ, and for usefulness. Friday, 3. We came to Georgetown. I felt very feeble in body, almost ready to faint before we reached Colonel Bell's. I was glad through my weakness to be excused from preaching. Brother Lee supplied the place. I visited John Long's family. I saw Mother Moore after more than 20 years. She is going on to glory. A son of Brother Long's was sick, and distressed about his soul, and resolved to seek redeeming grace. We must needs go and view the famous bridge. It is amazing to see the river so contracted that a stone could be pitched over where the bridge stands. This is 3 miles above Georgetown. From the bridge upwards there is a good road cut out of the rocks. The rain came on, and we were glad we could find Samuel Adams's, 3 miles from the bridge. Here we were happily sheltered from the weather, and comfortably accommodated. I sent for Brother Waters and his wife, and we improved the evening in the way Christians should, in prayer, singing, reading the Word, and exhortations. Virginia, Sunday, 5. We rode 10 miles to Alexandria, and had only time to reach town when the rain came on powerfully. I made a feeble discourse on Isaiah 33:20. I ordained Thomas Lyell deacon. Monday, 6. Came out of town late, and judged it best to call at William Bushley's. We had a storm of snow. My mind is dull, and my body languid. My only hope is Christ and grace. Tuesday, 7. We thought it good, as the weather was fine, to stand our course southward. We fed at Colchester, at the new bridge. We were told it cost $80,000. This is a great relief to hasty travelers. We dined on the road, in the woods, on what we brought with us. We got to Dumfries, where court was then sitting. We met several drunken men in the way. I have not seen such sights for many days. We slept at Captain Ward's. They expected us the evening before. I ordained Brother Hopkinson deacon. Wednesday 8. We came away at 8 o'clock, making 12 miles to Stafford Courthouse, breakfasted and fed, and then drove 25 miles to the Widow Bombrey's, where we arrived about 6 o'clock. The hills were very bad to climb, being much washed and broken. I was ready to be cast away or overset. My body is still weak, and my mind greatly affected. Thursday 9. I had gloomy feelings last night. Riding in the night was very injurious. I feel no evil, unless something like murmuring. When I am so unable to travel and yet go on, probably I do more than God or man requires of me. Let the will of the Lord be done. If I suffer or sin in this, He will pardon my weakness. Friday 10. We rested at the Widow Bombrey's. This mother in Israel treated us with every necessary mark of attention. I had an interview with Sister Forks and her daughter. I found them still walking in the narrow way. Saturday 11. We rode 10 miles to Port Royal, and then came on nearly 20 miles to the Widow Rouse's, in Essex, where we were kindly and comfortably entertained. We then hastened on to Lucy Cole's. He and his wife were gone to quarterly meeting 8 miles down the river, but a pious young sister and housekeeper made us comfortable. We had a storm of wind and rain. When it had blown over, we hasted to the meeting-house. I gave a short sermon on "No man speaking by the Spirit of God calleth Jesus accursed," and that "No man can say Jesus is Lord but by the Holy Ghost." What is to be understood by calling Jesus accursed? To put him wholly out of the question, to expel him from being anything in our salvation, and to say all the unkind things that the Jews said of him. We had to ride 5 miles to the Widow Humby's. Here all was kindness and love. We rejoiced to see our much esteemed brethren, Cole, M'Kendry, and Meade, and to hear of a great and gracious work of God. Monday 13. We rode to Pace's Chapel, where I preached on John 14:6, after which we had several exhortations and the sacrament. We lodged at Widow Campbell's. We have been fed by the widows more than Elijah. Tuesday 14. We rode to Shackelford's Chapel, and held meeting 3 hours. We had a large and solemn congregation. I preached, although very unwell, on 1 Corinthians 2:12. In the month of July last, the Lord visited this place in mercy, and it is judged 30 souls not only professed to be, but were really converted to God. In speaking today, I showed of whom and of what the apostles wrote. The things freely given them to know as apostles and Christians: redemption, salvation in all its degrees, conviction of sin, repentance for sin, faith, justification, regeneration, sanctification, the resurrection, and glorification. That these things are not communicated by the spirit of the world, but by the Spirit of God. We had a very warm day. We fasted 8 hours, and held meeting 3, and then rode nearly 24 miles, and lodged at . Wednesday 15 was a snowy day, and very cold. I rode 7 miles, cased and curtained up in the carriage. I kept house at Brother Bellamy's. It is 7 years since I was here. My mind enjoys peace, but my body is languid. I had a severe fever, and found it time to rest. A society of nearly 40 here is now increased to 100, and it is hoped that nearly 500 have joined this year in Gloucester Circuit. I preached at Bellamy's Chapel on Hebrews 3:12-13. It was an exceedingly cold day, but clear. We rode 10 miles to John Ellis's, where we were comforted with kindness, and blessed for one short night. We rose early to go on our way, and behold, who should meet us but Bishop Coke, with a borrowed horse, and a large white boy riding behind him on the same horse. We halted, and then agreed he should have Brother McKendry's horse. But up came John Ellis, and took the doctor home, and brought him in a carriage to quarterly meeting. We stood on our course, and by the time we came to Gloucester Ferry, it blew a storm of wind and rain. I had only to turn the chair back to the wind and sit wrapped up. After 2 hours, we crossed the river and rode in haste to John Ellis's, 7 miles. We drank, ate, prayed, and came on our way. The day, to one in my state, was very uncomfortable. We rode 32 miles this day, and stopped at our dear brother Taylor's, in James City. There are 2 very good meeting houses built here since I visited these parts, one in James City and the other in New Kent County. Saturday, 18. I delivered a feeble discourse on 1 Peter 2, 1-2. I observed on the malice, for some real or supposed injury done. Guile, to hide malice until an opportunity for revenge offers. Hypocrites, going beyond our attainments, professing what we do not practice, or not practicing what we profess. Envious at the excellencies or happiness of others. Evil speaking, all these arising from the bad state of the heart, chiefly pride and self-love. Babes, not giving them strong food or medicines. Babes, strangers to malice by want of understanding, and not having a capacity for guile. Strangers to hypocrisy, no ideas of envy, not having speech to speak evil. Dr. Coke preached on Luke 12:14. For where your treasure is, there your heart is also. We spent a night at the Widow Cowley's. Monday, 20. We rode 31 miles to Brother Mooring's. I had a thought never more to cross at Old Jamestown. But we had a remarkable time after we had embarked. Myself and Dr. Coke crossing in a skiff. The horses and carriage came in a large boat. My Bible, which was clothed and bound up in a handkerchief, was accidentally thrown into the river, but the black man snatched it up undamaged. The weather being damp, we rested. Tuesday, 21. I wrote a small epistle to the official members of Baltimore, and another to Philadelphia, as also a short pathetic letter to my parents. We have ridden little less than 400 miles in 20 days, and rested 1. We had very damp weather. Wednesday, 22, at Brother Bellamy's. Thursday, 23. I rode about 30 miles to Mr. Briggs's to see how the preachers would be accommodated, and where the conference would be held. Mr. Briggs was willing to take 8 or 10 of the preachers, and gave the conference the offer of his hall to sit in. Friday, 24. I visited my old friends, and wrote to Alexander Mather. My route, which I only guessed at, is now fixed by Norfolk, Portsmouth, Newbern, Kingston, Georgetown, and Charleston, between 500 and 600 miles in little more than a month. Sick or well, living or dead, my appointments go on. Saturday, 25. The conference began their sitting at Lane's Chapel. About 60 preachers were present. 9 or 10 had located, and 4 or 5 were added. Sabbath day, 2 hours were spent in speaking of the circuits, and for souls. Wednesday, 29. At noon the conference rose. The business was conducted with dispatch, and in much peace. I desired the advice of the conference concerning my health. The answer was, that I should rest until the session of the conference to be held in April, in Virginia. Thursday, 30. I traveled under much weakness of body to Stith Parham's, at the High Hill store. Friday, December 1. I collected the small remains of strength I had, to read and hear read my manuscript journal. It was written in such haste that it was very incorrect. I visited Robert Jones's family, and on Sunday 3 we had a family meeting. Brother M. Kendry preached on faith, hope, and charity. On faith to me, as I felt the need of its exercise. Monday 4. We stopped one night at Matthew Davis's, and the next at Ira Ellis's. Our time was taken up in journalizing. I came off 25 miles to Edward Drumgold's. Once or twice I felt on my way thither as if the blood would rise into my mouth. I resolved to give up traveling this winter. Dr. Sims bled me, and there appeared an inflammatory buff on the top. Oh, to rest, to be idle and dependent, is painful. But if this is to make me perfect, the will of the Lord be done. I sent my papers to Brother Lee, who proceeds to Charleston. Also my plan and directions how to station the preachers to Brother Jackson. I believed that my going to Charleston this season would end my life. Yet, could I be persuaded it was the will of the Lord, I would go and preach. I cannot bear the fatigue of riding 30 miles in a day. I am much pressed to make my will, lest I should be surprised by death. My mind is greatly calmed and centered in God. I have well considered all the solemnities of death. Saturday and Sunday, 9:10. We sat melancholy in the house, dumb Sabbaths. Dr. Sims read me Mr. Wesley's sermon upon the depth of the riches of the wisdom and of the knowledge of God. Monday 11. I was led to meditate on the same subject. By whom shall Jacob rise? 1. Jacob, the church. 2. Rise to spiritual glory. 3. By whom Jacob hath risen. 4. By whom the church shall rise. It is a prophetic character of the church. Jacob. See that man loved by his mother, hated by his brethren after the flesh, guarded against unlawful marriages, yet had 2 wives, representing the Jewish and Gentile state of the church. See his afflictions and persecutions, the danger of being extinct in his family, yet preserved, his children, his piety, his prayers. A type of Christ and his church. Jacob, rise. Rise. Increase in children, in faith, in love, in mercy, in justice, in truth, in zeal, in ministerial gifts, in faithful watchmen. By whom hath the church risen? By Abel, by Enoch, by Noah, by Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, by Moses and Aaron, Joshua, and the elders that outlived Joshua, by Joel, by Ruth, by Obadiah, servant of Ahab, by Micah, by Joash, by Jotham, Hezekiah, and his grandson Josiah, and all the prophets, by the great wrestling Jacob, by Jesus and his apostles, by faithful ministers in all ages, nations, and societies. We want knowledge to know, and time to mention their names. By whom shall Jacob rise? God will pour out his Spirit in the last days on ministers and people, old men and maidens, young men and children, ministers and members of his church, magistrates and masters, parents and guardians. He is small. See all the little flock, the holy seed, all the weaknesses, all the apostates and backsliders, all the want of justice, mercy, truth, and true religion. These shall be replaced with opposite characters and graces. All the vacancies of ministers and virtues shall be filled up, and more abundantly supplied in spiritual and heavenly glory, when all shall know the Lord, and be taught of the Lord, and all be righteous, and the knowledge of the Lord shall cover the earth, as the water doth all the deep places of the earth and seas. But by whom shall Jacob rise? I answer, by the wisdom, power, mercy, truth, love, and holiness of God, displayed in the glorious gospel. I am sure Jacob shall rise by the merit, righteousness, and intercession of Jesus Christ. I answer again, by the operations of the eternal Spirit of God, in its convincing, converting, and sanctifying influences, manifested by the calling and qualifying ministers for the work, that thousands of ministers may go forth, and millions of souls may be brought home by their instrumentality. Tuesday 12. Whilst taking a sober, contemplative ride for 3 hours, I conversed sweetly with God. My mind and body were refreshed with a clear and cold day. I read a few chapters in the Book of God. In the evening, Mr. James Green Martin came to receive deacon's orders. He brought letters of consolation from Richard Watcote and Jessie Lee. Also the wishes of my dear brethren and sisters that waited to see me. Wednesday 13th. I felt a little better. I rode out, but it was not as comfortable a day as yesterday. The smallest exercise or application to study is too great for me. The doctor pronounces my complaint to be debility. I have taken cider with nails put into it, and fever powders, and must take more of the barks. Thursday 14th. My mind is grieved with the old sore in Virginia, but I must bear it patiently. One of our sisters asked me if we would not rebaptize persons that desired it. This put me to thinking and revolving the subject in my mind. I considered that there was neither precept nor example in Holy Writ to justify our rebaptizing one who had been baptized in the name and form which Christ commanded in Matthew 28:19. Friday 15. Was my well day. I took some of the powders, had good nursing, and got rest. I only read the Bible and the form of discipline. I write, ride, and talk a little with the women, children, and Africans. My thoughts were led to meditate upon 1 Timothy 4:16. Take heed unto thyself, and unto the doctrine. Continue in them. For in doing this thou shalt both save thyself and them that hear thee. 1. Take heed to thyself. In religion, as in nature, self-preservation is one of the first laws. Take heed that thy experience in religion and doctrine be sound, that thou hast a good heart, and a good head, and a good life, and a good conversation, ministerial diligence and fidelity in every part of Christian and pastoral duty. Saved already by grace, thou shalt be preserved from all the snares set for thy feet, and not backslide as a Christian minister, but feel persevering, sanctifying, glorifying, and crowning grace. 2. Thou shalt save them that hear thee, from lukewarmness and backsliding, legality on the one hand, and making void the law through faith on the other, that they profess and possess, live and walk as it becometh the gospel of Christ. 3. Continue in them, in all the doctrines, ordinances, and duties of the gospel. The same gospel, the same ordinances, the same duties which are designed to complete the work in the souls of ministers as Christians, are as needful to continue the work of grace as to begin it. And not only continue, but to finish and bring on the headstone with shouting. End of section 36, recording by Brian Keenan. Section 37 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Saturday 16. I employed myself as much as my health would admit in reading the Bible and writing such observations thereon as were suggested to my mind. Sunday 17. I had to keep house. Oh, dumb day! I am better, yet it is not safe for me to go out such very cold weather. I read the Word of God for my comfort and preached. Monday 18. Very little done. I wrote to Dr. Coke advising against the British brethren going to law with the contentious party about their houses. Tuesday, 19. I am in a more comfortable state of body and mind, for which I feel thankful. I am taking the bark. Wednesday, 20. I felt much amended by the bark and rest. It appears to have been the Mount Moriah where Abraham essayed to offer up his Isaac, on which the temple of God was built upwards of 800 years thereafter, and before the offering of Christ, nearly or upon the same spot, 872. The types and prophecies are not small arguments for the truth of the Scriptures, for foreknowledge doth not belong to man. He cannot tell, only by probable conjectures, anything that will befall himself, unless revealed by the spirit of prophecy. The prophecy made by the man of God, 1 Kings 13, fulfilled by Josiah, 2 Kings 23. Between the prophecy and fulfillment, a probable space of time of about 350 years, completely accomplished in every punctilio, and the prophet's tomb and sleeping ashes taken notice of, the prophet's memory kept, who died a witness to what he said, to seal the truth, and his sleeping bones lying there on the spot. What man, untaught by God, who knoweth all things, could come and foretell such events which should so surely come to pass, without being taught and sent of God? Thursday, 21. Perhaps we may call this one of the coldest days of this winter. I slept under 2 double-milled blankets, beside coverlids and sheets, but could not keep warm. This is the 5th season of cold weather we have had in Virginia since the 1st of November. We have had snow, but this is gone in a day. This accepted, it is cold enough for the north. Strange life for me, to sit and burn myself by the fire, and to be nursed. I feel a small return of health. I have been reading David's Psalms in Hebrew, and the book of Genesis in the English Bible. I could not but admire the provision made for the heathen nations, civil and barbarous, by Abraham's second marriage, and by Ishmael and Esau's posterity. This attended to according to their names, as traced in the universal history, we should not wondering ask, where did this or that nation of people come from, either Indians or Africans? I cannot preach now, only to the family, and when a stranger cometh in. Friday, 22. I rose in the morning, in some fear lest I had or should say too much on slavery. I made choice of a verse, 1 Kings 22:16. And the king said unto him, How many times shall I adjure thee, that thou tell me nothing but that which is true in the name of the Lord, or Jehovah? I have found relief by taking barks, in strength, in feeling, in breath, and in my breast, and have a hope of being raised up once more. Saturday, 23. Extremely cold. I am closely confined in my room, but could neither read nor write. Sunday, 24. It is exceedingly cold still. The pain in my breast is returned. I fear it is immovably fixed more or less until death. Lord, thy will be done. Wearisome days are appointed for me. Brother Drumgold came in the evening of Christmas Day. I am cheered with company, and with Christ also. I feel as if the coming year would be marked with displays of divine power upon the souls of men to whoever may live to see it. Tuesday, 26. We had open weather and rain. I am so much better in health that confinement is as trying to me as hard labor. I hope, if it pleaseth my God, I shall have health to be of some service to mankind yet. Ah, what is life, and all this dull round, but for God and souls? Wednesday, 27. A falling of snow, very cold. I have taken the bark. This is the 9th day, and I am strengthened. But the wine in the smallest portions makes me feverish, and it is astringent. I feel need of great patience, prayer, and faith. Thursday, 28. We had hard frost and snow. I am thankful it is rest time with the poor blacks, or many might be frozen to death. Ungrateful man that I am, how am I favored above millions? Friday, 29. Extremely cold. Mrs. Selby desired to see me, bad riding as it was, through the snow and ice. I am mending. I prayed for health, and had faith to believe I should recover. I thought if God would spare me, I was willing to labor and suffer out my days. But the thought of being useless is most distressing to an active, benevolent mind. Saturday, 30. I felt weakness of body and dejection of mind, and sometimes I am brought to think of requesting, as Elijah and Jonah did, that I may die. I cannot pray in the family without injury. Wherefore should I request to live? O my God, thy will be done in all things. Mine in nothing, but as it pleaseth thee. Sunday, 31. We had a meeting at my lodging. Monday, January 1, 1798. Several local brethren were present. Drumgold, Lane, Moore, Smith, and Phillips. The brethren were lively in religion. I am now taking an extraordinary diet. Drink made of 1 quart of hard cider, 100 nails, a handful of black snake root, 1 handful of fennel seed, and 1 handful of wormwood, boiled from a quart to a pint, taking 1 wineglass full every morning for 9 or 10 days, using no butter or milk or meat. It will make the stomach very sick, and in a few days purge the patient well. I was better in my feelings than I have been since I have been taken ill. But I must flee conversation, grief, and care, with deep and close thinking and composition. I made a small meditation on being free from the ceremonial law. Polygamy, slavery, and such like were never commanded under this dispensation, but only tolerated, and accompanied by strict injunctions to prevent men from running to greater lengths in these practices, as may be seen in Exodus 21, Leviticus 25, Deuteronomy 24. Polygamy was allowed to prevent general whoredom. Servitude was regulated to prevent slavery and oppression, death, and loss of limbs. If any had asked the Lord on the subject of slavery, as on polygamy, he must have said, Moses, as a man, suffered this, a less evil, to prevent a greater. But it was not so from the beginning of the creation. It is the fall which hath done this, not a holy God. It is man's work, of 2 evils to choose the least. But God is not tempted of us to evil, neither tempteth he any man. Christians, of 2 evils should not choose or use either, if they would be like God. Tuesday, 2. Now I am brought to the 2nd day of the new year. The last hath been a year of great affliction. I may have traveled about 3,000 miles, and have been confined with affliction and weakness 6 months, adding the single days I have stopped, as well as weeks. In April last, I had very little expectation of living until this day. I am now under the exercise to desire life, that I may see the connection better organized, and be more personally useful. Wednesday, 3. This is a cloudy day. It is probably snowing north or west. I have a better appetite for food. My mind is greatly agitated at times, but patience shall have its perfect work. I pray, and sometimes I wind and pick a little cotton, and read and write about 1 hour in the day. But Christ is all. I cannot be inactive. The hardest work I have to do is to do nothing. Thursday, 4. A proper day for rain. Last evening I had a very high fever, but I am as usual today. I read my Bible, and selected those texts which struck my mind, that if ever I should preach again I may use. Joseph said, I fear God. Nehemiah said he could not oppress the people as other governors had done because of the fear of God. Fear of God, in seekers, in believers, and in those who are sanctified, and the motives to the fear of God. First, he is holy. Secondly, he is wise. Thirdly, he is just. Fourthly, he is powerful. If holy, he hath no sin. If wise, he knoweth when we sin. If he is just, he must punish sin, and he hath power to punish it. A man may be wise, but not all wise. A man may be just, but not infinite in justice. Thus man may be holy, but not holy as God. Man may be wanting in wisdom, in power, in holiness, and in justice. In some cases it may not be man's duty to punish, nor in his power. Not so with Jehovah. Who will not fear him according to his attributes, and according to his word of threatened vengeance? Friday 5. The rain is over, the clouds scattered and gone, and nature smileth again. I only mourn the oppression I cannot remove. Saturday 6. We have open and pleasant weather. It may be that many have overlooked the prophecies of Jacob in Genesis 49. We may look for the fulfillment nearly 1400 years after, in the coming of Christ, and about 1000 years after we shall see in Jeremiah and Daniel what Jacob further referred to. It appears that it was the wish of Jacob that his youngest but one, Joseph, should have the birthright, which Reuben, his firstborn, had lost by his unnatural incest in defiling his father's bed. Simeon and Levi. We cannot tell whether they had a blessing or a curse for their zeal against folly in Israel. They punished whoredom with cruel murder, and yet we see how Levi's zeal wrought in the case of Cosby, and the Lord confirmed the priesthood by special grant to him. Joseph's prophecy concerning the Israelites' exodus from Egypt was not fulfilled for upwards of 300 years thereafter. It seemeth that Jacob wished, but Jehovah willed not, that Joseph, and not Judah, should be the ruler, and from him should come the shepherd, the stone of Israel, the promised Messiah. See this 1 Chronicles 5. Sabbath 7. My mind is serene and happy. I was comforted in seeing one of the traveling preachers. The physic I have been taking operateth well. Oh, that I may not flatter or elate myself. I can only promise to be more faithful if I have more grace. Monday 8. I wrote a long letter to John Dickens upon the manner of expediting his books to the distant parts, viz., the journals, sermons, saints' rests, patterns, hymn books, and that the magazine should be our grand circulating medium. Only let us have more American Lives and Letters. Tuesday 9. The weather is temperate. My mind is much pained. Oh, to be dependent on slaveholders is in part to be a slave, and I was freeborn. I am brought to conclude that slavery will exist in Virginia, perhaps for ages. There is not a sufficient sense of religion nor of liberty to destroy it. Methodists, Baptists, Presbyterians, in the highest flights of rapturous piety, still maintain and defend it. I judge in after ages it will be so that poor men and free men will not live among slaveholders, but will go to new lands. They only who are concerned in and dependent on them will stay in old Virginia. Wednesday 10. I have some peace and some pain of heart. Thursday 11. My mind is exceedingly agitated on my peculiar situation. I feel each day like a day or a year to me, as it is well or ill employed. Ebenezer Academy is under poor regulations. And what is more than all, some gentlemen of Brunswick County had the confidence and want of propriety to wish to wrest it wholly out of our hands, after we had collected so much money to build it. Friday 12. My mind still in pain. I read a chapter each day, and take down those verses that appear to me the most select, and which I have never used before in preaching. They may be of use if ever I should serve the sanctuary again. I have read Kempis and Young. Saturday 13. I finished 3 feeble letters, to Nelson Reed, Henry Willis, and John Harper. I cannot read or write long together. I wind brooches of cotton for diversion and recreation. I will not be idle. The class met at my lodging, and I ventured to give a small exhortation and a prayer. Sunday 14. I am still confined. I must try emetic tartar, kill or cure. There is preaching at the chapel, a mile and a half distant, but the weather is such that I cannot go with safety. The inveteracy of my fever was such that on Monday 15 I was fully resolved to take 3 grains of tartar emetic, which operated powerfully and brought off a proper portion of bile. In this I hope for a cure. I must commend the old practice after all. No antibilious pill will answer as well in my case and many others. Tuesday 16. I read a letter and wrote a letter. Wednesday 17. I am weak in body, but some better. I read, wrote, and wrought in winding cotton, as I could not be idle and wholly inactive. Thursday 18. I went from the place where I had stayed 6 weeks, and had received every mark of affection, to Brother Drumgold's, 10 miles. I felt at home here also. Friday 19. My fever was light last night, but this day I am uncomfortable. Saturday 20. Very unwell. I am strangely brought down. Lord, let me suffer with patience. Thy will be done. I could not do anything at my books, but that I might not be wholly idle, I wound cotton brooches among the children. Sunday 21. I sat at home reading a little. Monday I am better. My fever is greatly broken. I can only write and meditate about an hour in a day. I must have some exercise, if it is only women's work. Tuesday 23. We had news from the Assembly that the American ambassadors were rejected at Paris. A report prevails that the French were about to invade England with 150,000 men. The British can raise 200,000 militia and 200,000 regulars. There may yet be most desperate times, worse than in Julius Caesar's day. My mind is in peace. We have winterly weather, more snow after much rain this day. Thank God I have where to lay my head, a little reading and winding of cotton that I may not be quite idle. Wednesday 24. Nothing of moment except a few thoughts for Ebenezer School. Thursday 25. I employed myself in winding cotton. I cannot think long, read, or write. Rebecca Drumgold reads for me out of Watts, Aline, and Baxter's works. I am much tried. The weather is so cold that I must keep in the house. Friday 26. Was a gloomy morning to me. Nothing but the thoughts of death agitated my mind. It oppresses my heart to think that I live upon others and am useless, and that I may die by inches. Sunday 28. A solitary day to me, neither preaching, reading, writing, nor conversing. Monday 29. I was employed in revising my journal. I am like Mr. Whitefield, who, being presented with one of his extempore sermons taken in shorthand, could not bear to see his own face. I doubt whether my journals yet remaining will appear until after my death. I could send them to England and get a price for them, but money is not my object. Tuesday 30. I was employed in explaining my manuscript, but am afraid of intense application. Wednesday 31. Still engaged in revising my journal. Thursday, February 1. I rode to Owens 7 miles and heard Brother Watcote on the end of the commandment. I had been kept back so long that I was constrained to spend about 40 minutes in glossing on the epistle to the angel of the church of Ephesus. I then commented on what law Paul must have alluded to in 1 Timothy 1:9. Monday 5. I took 4 grains of tartar emetic and had a large bitter return. Tuesday 6. My fever was very light last night. I received a most loving letter from the Charleston Conference. There is great peace and good prospects there. I hope to be able to move next week. I have well considered my journal. It is inelegant, yet it conveys much information of the state of religion and country. It is well suited to common readers. The wise need it not. I have a desire that my journals should be published, at least after my death, if not before. I make no doubt but others have labored. But in England, Scotland, and Ireland, and those kingdoms which have been civilized and improved 1,000 years, and which are under such improvements, no ministers could have suffered in those days, and in those countries, as in America, the most ancient parts of which have not been settled 200 years, some parts not 40, others not 30, 20, nor 10, and some not 5 years. I have frequently skimmed along the frontiers, for 400 and 500 miles, from Kentucky to Greenbrier, on the very edge of the wilderness, and thence along Tiger's Valley to Clarksburg on the Ohio. These places, if not the haunts of savage men, yet abound with wild beasts. I am only known by name to many of our people, and some of our local preachers, and unless the people were all together, they could not tell what I have had to cope with. I make no doubt the Methodists are, and will be, a numerous and wealthy people, and their preachers who follow us will not know our struggles but by comparing the present improved state of the country with what it was in our days, as exhibited in my journal and other records of that day. Wednesday 7. Rain and snow. I am a poor prisoner. Thursday 8. We made a visit to Matthew Myrick's and returned. Friday 9. It is very cold weather. I was glad to keep close occupied in reviewing my journal and writing a few letters. This is a sickly time. Sabbath 11. I did not preach. I cannot attend these meeting houses. They are only calculated for summer, or good health. I have hopes of being useful once more. My mind at times is under strong temptations. I cannot bear confinement. Mrs. Blank hath told some persons that she is convinced, by my means, that slavery is sinful. I would say, if so, move heaven with your prayers, and earth with your counsels and solicitations, and never rest till slavery is expelled from the plantation. Monday 12. I had appointed to meet the trustees of Ebenezer Academy, at Brother Holb's, on the north side of the Meharon. After some conversation, they willingly agreed to address the conference in behalf of Ebenezer Academy for an annual subscription, to make provision for a man at about £100 a year, who shall keep an English school under our rules, with the worship and the word of God. Tuesday 13. I rode to Brother Pelham's. Here I was at home. I spent my time with the women and children, in winding cotton and hearing them read. My soul was much blessed. Thursday 15. The weather is cool and changeable. By letters from the north, I find that the book interest is upon a good footing, the fund interest well secured, and great peace reigns amongst the preachers. Friday 16. There fell a heavy snow from 6 to 9 and 12 inches deep. I had to keep house. I had but little to say but what would call for weeping, lamentations, and woe. I was a little recreated by hearing Betsy and Nancy Pelham read Doddridge's sermons to young people. Saturday and Sabbath, 1718. Clear but cold, and much snow. When I get sick and dispirited, I think, was I not a bishop, and required by duty, and necessity, and conscience, to do the best I can, I would rather go into some line of business to get my own living, and not lounge about. I feel for those who have had to groan out a wretched life dependent on others, as Petticord, Gill, Tunnell, and others whose names I do not now recollect. But their names are written in the book of life, and their souls are in the glory of God. I reflected with pain that we had never reprinted in America the life, labors, travels, and sufferings of that great man of God, David Brainerd, of gracious memory. It would be a book well fitted for our poor, painful, and faithful missionaries. None but God and themselves know what they suffer, the minutes of which for 1 week might fill a volume written by an ingenious pen and feeling heart. The last week I spent in some pain of mind, patience, and prayer. It being meeting day at my lodgings, I gave an exhortation to the congregation, having 3 subjects in view. First, the excellency of the religion of Jesus. Secondly, the way to come at the knowledge of the hearts of men and women, namely, by their actions. Thirdly, to put no confidence in frames and feelings, whilst people are living in wilful sin, or the neglect of plain, known duty. End of section 37. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 38 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath Day 25. It is such cloudy weather, I cannot go out. I wind cotton, hear the children read, and teach them a little grammar. I have, by the help of a scribe, marked the states I have traveled through for these 20 years. But the movements are so quick, traveling night and day. It seems that the notes upon 200 or 300 miles are only like a parish and a day, on paper. The understanding reader that could judge the distance would see that I purpose to have the names of the people at whose houses I have preached, or the journal will appear utopian. March 4. I can only make a few weak observations. What little pen work I dare do has been in writing a letter to York. I shall only journalize a little, and never enter deeply into my other subjects. I scorn to be idle. The past week hath been spent in the cotton work with my fingers, and in hearing the children read, and instructing them in the English grammar. I have thought, if we do wrong, we rank among the vilest of the vile, as having been more favored than any others. Many other churches go upon the paths already trodden 200 or 300 years. We formed our own church, and claimed the power of a reform every 4 years. We can make more extensive observations, because our preachers in 6 or 7 years can go through the whole continent, and see the state of other churches in all parts of this new world. We of the traveling ministers, who have nothing to mind but the gospel and the church of God, may and ought to be very useful. Monday 5. I class among my weeping days. I have rested at the comfortable house of my dear friend Peter Pelham, from February 9 till March 9, on which day we rode through the heat to Hubland Saunders's, and on Saturday 10 to Ebenezer Meeting House, formerly Merritt's Chapel. I met a few local brethren. The house was open, and the day warm. I was soon outdone, and sunk into dejection. The pain returned in my breast, and a discharge of blood took place. Sunday 11. I sat alone at Brother Merritt's house. It was expected I should preach. But woe is me! to be cut off from the happy service of the sanctuary through weakness of body. O Lord, show me wherefore thou contendest with me. I was concerned to bring in better order among the local line of the ministry, by classing them together, and then, being thus classed, by making them take regular stations on Sabbath days. I also appointed them a leader, to meet once in 3 or 6 months, to discourse about their souls and families, and the congregation and society they attend. I am now alone with God the Lord, my only hope. In consequence of riding 25 miles, a bad road, and sitting about 3 hours in conference with the local brethren, in an open house, I am quite overcome. It shows that the mainspring in my system is broken or much weakened, so that every feeble attempt I make to do any small service to the church is very burdensome to myself, and will always give grief and disappointment to my friends, to my dearest and best brethren. Sunday 18. I have visited 4 families in Brunswick and 3 in Dinwiddie counties. On Saturday, I had a close conversation with some of our local ministry. We had great union. I was led to inquire of them the state of their own souls, and the standing of the societies and congregations they attended, and advised them to meet in a conference class once in 3 months, and deal faithfully with each other, and plan their work. We were happy to find 7 out of 10 were not in the spirit or practice of slavery. I have made out since Friday week to ride about 65 miles, and to meet as many of the local brethren as I could call together from Brunswick and Amelia counties. I have in general enjoyed peace of mind, and better health of body, than heretofore. I received a letter from the African Preacher and Society in Philadelphia, giving me an account of the revival of the work of God in the congregation of the Methodists in this city, amongst both white and black. Sunday 25. Since the last sacred day, I have visited 7 families. A friend of mine was inquisitive of my trade and apprenticeship, as Mr. Glendenning had reported. As he asked me so plainly, I told him that I counted it no reproach to have been taught to get my own living. My health is somewhat better. I am yet unable to read or write largely. I can pray and praise the Lord a little. I assisted Philip Sands to draw up an agreement for our officiary to sign against slavery. Thus we may know the real sentiments of our local preachers. It appears to me that we can never fully reform the people until we reform the preachers, and that hitherto, except purging the traveling connection, we have been working at the wrong end. But if it be lawful for local preachers to hold slaves, then it is lawful for traveling preachers also, and they may keep plantations and overseers upon their quarters. But this reproach of inconsistency must be rolled away. Some of our local preachers complain that they have not a seat in the general annual conference. We answer, if they will do the duty of a member of the yearly conference, they may have the seat and privilege of the traveling line. The traveling ministry may complain. We must go at a minute's warning to our circuits, far and near, and attend with the greatest strictness to our appointments and societies. The local preachers go where and when they please, can preach anywhere and nowhere. They can keep plantations and slaves, and have them bought or given by their parents. The local preachers can receive $50 or $100 per year for marriages. But we travelers, if we receive a few dollars for marriages, must return them at the conference, or be called refractory or disobedient. Let us not have the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ with respect of persons in ministers, any more than in members, in local preachers any more than traveling ones. I have done great things this week. I have ridden nearly 60 miles. I heard Brother Ira Ellis on the 2nd Epistle of John, verse 8. Look to yourselves, that ye lose not the things ye have wrought, but that ye receive a full reward. Great need there is, in this degenerate day and place, for ministers and people to look to themselves. Monday, April 2. I visited a local preacher and gave him a plain and patient talk upon slavery. Tuesday 3. I attended a sermon and sacrament at Brother Pelham's. Wednesday 4. Rode 15 miles to Brother Saunders's. Thursday 5. Attended a sermon and sacrament and gave a short exhortation on the purity of the communion. We rode 15 miles after meeting to Brother Drumgould's. Rested Friday. Saturday we rode 8 miles to Brother Owens's. Brother Watcote gave us an excellent discourse on "He shall feed his flock like a shepherd." We had 2 exhortations. Mine was feeble. We had a meeting with the local preachers. I returned to Brother Drumgould's the same day. I feel that a little application to thought and bodily exercise is too much for me. Saturday 7. I was once more privileged to sit in a serious assembly at Edward Drumgould's chapel. I also ascended the sacred stand after Brother Watcote had given us a very plain, valuable, and useful sermon, properly heard, upon Acts 14, 38-41. I venture to give a gloss upon Acts 2:40. Sabbath 8. The last week was memorable for a prodigious falling of rain from Monday to Saturday. I rode with great weakness to my dear brother Seward's, 17 miles, and on Saturday to Salem for conference. Sabbath we had an open time. Monday 9. We began conference and ended on Wednesday evening. We had 3 public days. The peace and union of the conference was apparently great. I was assisted to attend. Thursday 12. Rode 25 miles. The roads very deep and much broken. We stopped at Brother Pop's. I am but feeble still, and cannot stand labor as in past days. I have traveled since I left Brother Drumgould's 65 miles. Friday 13. We came the road to Harper's Bridge, over Nottoway River, 15 miles, to Brother Robinson's in Dinwiddie County. This being a byway, the path was smooth. I have entered upon a tour of 2,000 miles before I may probably see this part of the land again. Oh, can I perform such a toil? Weakness of body maketh me feel great heaviness of mind. I must think, speak, write, and preach a little, or I may as well give up my station. Saturday 14. We rode to Henry Reese's. We have proper March weather in April. Sabbath 15. I attempted a feeble discourse on 2 Peter 3:11. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought ye to be in all holy conversation and godliness? We had a large congregation. Our brethren Dyer, White, and Roper were ordained deacons. I appointed my dear aged and faithful brother Watcote to visit the 4 districts belonging to the Virginia Conference, and wrote my apology as not being able to ride on horseback as heretofore. Notwithstanding my bowels were afflicted and much affected, we left Brother Henry Reese's, and rode through dust and deep-cut roads 30 miles to Petersburg. I endeavored to commune with God, but I had great sinkings of heart. Monday 16. I preached at Petersburg very feebly on 2 Peter 3:17-18. Tuesday 17. There was a severe frost. We then rode to Richmond. I was very unwell. I went to the courthouse and made my apology for inability. Wednesday 18. Being so unwell and crowded with company, I found it best once more to try for Baltimore. We came only 40 miles to Lyons, in Caroline County. Thursday 19. We had a gentle ride to Todd's Tavern. Friday 20. We crossed the new bridge at Falmouth and came to Stafford Courthouse to dine, and thence to Ward's at night, 35 miles. Saturday, 21. We came to Colchester to dine, and to William Adams's at night, 30 miles. The roads were nearly as bad as in winter, and amazingly plowed up with frost and using. The prospects for small grain are bad. We met with a powerful storm, but my carriage kept me dry, and my cloak defended Brother George from damage. This has been a changeable day. Heat, wind, rain, and the vast fatigue of bad roads, deep gullies, heavy mire, roots, and hills bore hard upon me. I heard of Brother Waters's preaching at the Fall Church, a faithful funeral sermon. Maryland, Monday, 23. We reached Turner's and made a rapid ride to the city of Baltimore. I visited until the Sabbath, April 29. They would publish for me at Old Town Meeting House. I made an attempt on Psalm 132:9. Let thy priests be clothed with righteousness, and let thy saints shout for joy. I went to the point and heard a sermon on Speak Evil of No Man. I gave a short exhortation and came home much more comfortable than I expected. Our beautiful house is not ready yet. I tremble in imagination, lest it should have more temporal than spiritual glory. Wednesday, May 2. Our conference began. It was half-yearly, to bring on an equality by the change from fall to spring. We had to correct the many offenses given at many conferences to one particular man. I pleased myself with the idea that I was out of the quarrel. But no, I was deeper in than ever, and never was wounded in so deep a manner. It was as much as I could bear. I cannot stand such strokes. Sabbath 6. We opened the new house. Brothers Lee, Bruce, and Forrest preached. Monday and Tuesday I visited Brother Willis. Wednesday, 9. I attended the public fast. My subject was, So the Lord was entreated for the land. I observed, 1. That there were special times and seasons in which it becomes our duty, in a most special manner, to entreat the Lord for the church and the land. 2. Who they are who ought to be assembled. Every order, the elders and people at large. Sanctified, that is, set apart from labor and common service. The bride and bridegroom, the children, the infant offspring. 3. Who shall intercede? The priests, the ministers of the Lord. Again, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves. 4. The special seasons. Calamities threatened by God or man, feared or felt, such as sword, famine, or pestilence. 5. How we should entreat the Lord, with fasting, prayer, reading, and preaching the word of God, confessing our sins and sorrows, and acknowledging his mercies. The calamities of the church, idolatry, division, superstition, and backsliding. 6. The happy consequences of God's being entreated. He heareth and answereth, in temporal and spiritual and in eternal blessings. Sunday, 13. I had to go upon my watchtower. My subject in our temple was 1 Kings 9, 6-9. It was observed on the first head of the discourse, what the pious Israelites had professed, experienced, and practiced, namely, the knowledge, worship, ordinances, and service of the true and glorious Jehovah. They and their godly children had an experience of convicting, converting, and sanctifying grace through a promised Messiah, and had pardon of sin, and peace with God. Israelites indeed, enjoying the love of God, and walking in loving, living obedience to all the known commandments of God. Secondly, how they might partially return from following the Lord, and, again, how they might wholly depart from God. Thirdly, the dreadful consequences. In this discourse the parallel was drawn, and a close application made, to the rising generation. Some sentiments were expressed upon the burning of the former house, the probabilities of the latter house also being destroyed, unless defended by the Almighty. At the point, I spoke on the epistle to the angel of the church of Pergamos. I was thankful that my strength was so great. Our congregations were large and seriously attentive. Saturday, 19. We rode to Perry Hall, and continued there until the 26th of the same month. I was not employed. Brothers Bruce and Harper attending me, we read over my transcribed numbers of the journal. A situation so healthy and agreeable had a good influence upon my body and mind, and the kindness and company of the elders of this house were charming and cheering. Wednesday, 23. We rode about 20 miles to Deer Creek. I was pleased to find here Mother Waters, aged 90, her son Henry, 60, and Brother Billy Waters and his wife from Virginia. But oh, how many are dead! And some have fled to the woods, and some gone back to the world. The society is all gone that we had formed here more than 20 years back. A most serious aspect in sight. The fly hath eaten up the grain of the fields. My vegetable diet hath its salutary influence upon my system, much more so than medicine. Could I rest this summer, there would be hope of my health. But I must move and live upon mercy, providence, and grace. Poor Deer Creek! The preachers have left the place for want of hearers, but I had many, and an opening on Romans 8:26. I saw a few who had followed the Lord more than 20 years ago. They have halted, but I trust they will set out anew. I felt life and some enlargement upon it. It was a comfortable day. Monday, 28. I rested on account of rain. Tuesday, 29. We came to Northeast. Wednesday we were at Hersey's. Thursday we came to Wilmington, Delaware. Friday, June 1. I preached on Luke 21, 34 through 36. Saturday we rode to Philadelphia. Pennsylvania, Sunday. I enlarged on Galatians 2:20. It was observed that Christ crucified was the grand subject. Next, in continuance, the being crucified with Christ. Secondly, I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me, in communicated grace and life, as ministers and Christians, to live by faith, as well as to be saved by faith. Loved me is the feeling experience of gracious souls. I received the probable news of the near approach to, or death of, my father. I wrote several letters, and feel abundantly better in my body. Our conference began on Tuesday, and we were closely confined until Saturday. Sabbath 10. I preached on Matthew 24, 45 through 47. We had close work, but good tempers abounded, and just measures were pursued. I made an attempt to ride to Germantown, but returned, and it was well I did, for I had no sooner discharged the fragments of the conference business, and the stationing of the preachers, than the affairs of the society came in sight respecting the city. I have my difficulties with the government of the preachers, but I have some trouble with the city societies. They wish to have the connection drafted, and some of the most acceptable preachers to serve them. I made all haste to leave the city, but not until I had met the trustees of the church. Monday 11 was not an agreeable morning. We had some rain. I had a meeting with the trustees. It was granted we should raise a fund, by subscription, to finish the meeting house in 4th Street. New Jersey. I then came on to Burlington, where preaching being appointed for me, I ventured out at 8 o'clock in the evening, that my commission might not totally expire in this place. My subject was Psalm 37:3. I had an opening on the text, and some consolation in my own mind. Tuesday 12. We came to Crosswicks. There were very few at 4 o'clock. As it was thought it would be most agreeable for me to preach, I made choice of Psalm 27, 6, 7. My state of mind was serene. Universal nature is beautiful at this season. I feel the want of a fervent, constant, holy flame, such as has been found in the hearts of martyred saints and favored souls. Wednesday 13. We came to Hutchinson's, and on Thursday to Brunswick, where I bore my feeble testimony and drew up a subscription for the purchase of a house for divine worship. On Friday we came to Elizabethtown, and on Saturday 16th to New York. Here I received the serious confirmation of the death of my father, aged 84 or 85. New York, Sunday 17. I preached in the new church on Ecclesiastes 1:1. At the old church in John Street, my text was 1 Peter 4:10, as good stewards of the manifold grace of God. I now feel myself an orphan with respect to my father. Wounded memory recalls to mind what took place when I parted with him, nearly 27 years next September, from a man that seldom, if ever, I saw weep. But when I came to America, overwhelmed with tears, with grief, he cried out, "I shall never see him again." Thus by prophecy, or by providence, he hath spoken what is fulfilled. For about 39 years, my father hath had the gospel preached in his house. The particulars of his death are not yet come to hand. I employed the remaining part of this week in visiting, reading, writing, attending preaching, and love feast. Brothers Lee and Wells were officiating ministers, myself a hearer. Sunday 24. I preached in John Street Church from Job 17:9. The righteous also shall hold on his way, and he that hath clean hands shall be stronger and stronger. After tracing the origin of the land of Uz, as to be seen in the genealogy of Nahor, his son Huz, taking H as a prefix in Hebrew, as an article the Uz. In the genealogy of Esau, we find Job's friends as princes and pious philosophers. This is the presumption. Jobab, the father of Job, or Job-ab, i.e., father of grief, according to the Hebrew word. It was observed, from whom these words came, and under what great afflictions. 1. The difficulties and doubts of the righteous as being against their holding on their way. 2. Their privileges and promises. 3. Clean hands, clean hearts, by renouncing oppression of all kinds, civil, sacred, and domestic, every act of injustice, all bribery, all sinful practices. These shall add strength to strength. We may see this exemplified in the Old and New Testament saints. At the Bowery Church, I preached on the Epistle to the Angel or Bishop of Smyrna. On Monday, I met the married sisters in the Old Church. Tuesday 26. I heard Brother Nichols preach in the New Church. I read a little, write a few letters, and visit daily. Life appears to be but poorly spent with me. I met the married women in the New Church. Sunday, July 1. At the Old Church, I preached from Philippians 3:18-20. At the North Church, in the afternoon, on 1 Corinthians 9:2. I was much heated and rather hurried in preaching. The weather is excessively warm. The children are dying, and probably so will the parents, unless God send rain. I live wholly upon vegetables, and wear flannel. Mr. O'Kelly hath now published to the world what he hath been telling to his disciples for years. Mr. Hammett was moderate, Glendenning not very severe, but James hath turned the butt end of his whip, and is unanswerably abusive. The Lord judge between us, and he certainly will in that day of days. End of section 38, recording by Brian Keenan. Section 39 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Wednesday 4. This day we had sermons in all the churches of the Methodists. I had a meeting with the officiary at the Bowery Church in the afternoon, and gave them a sermon upon 1 Peter 5:2. Sunday I preached at Brooklyn on 1 Peter 4:17, and in the afternoon at the Old Church on Revelations 3:1-5. Monday 9. We came to Berrien's at Kingsbridge, and on Tuesday to my home at the Widow Sherwood's. We have a very neatly built house here, but I was so ill that Jesse Lee and Joshua Wells had to fill my place. Mr. Phillips of Birmingham writes thus of my father. He kept his room 6 weeks previous to his death. The first month of the time he ate nothing but a little biscuit, and the last fortnight he took nothing but a little spirits and water. He died very happy. My subject at Brooklyn was, "The time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God." In temptation, persecution, discipline, heresy, and schism, the general judgment will begin at the house of God. What shall the end be of them that hear, but will not obey the gospel of God? They shall be judged by the gospel as having, by their disobedience, forfeited every blessing, and as having brought upon themselves every curse the gospel threatens. They are as completely damned by this disobedience as the obedient souls are everlastingly saved by the grace of God. Wednesday 11. We had to keep indoors on account of rain, and could not attend at White Plains. Thursday 12. We were at our kind brother Banks's, upon the banks of Byram River, near the line between Connecticut and the state of New York. My congregation was large and seriously attentive. My subject was Luke 19:10. Friday 13. We rode over the rocks and hills to Stamford. We had a comfortable rain that cooled the air. I find I cannot preach often. I must spare myself or destroy myself. Connecticut, Saturday 14. We rode to Joseph Hall's, Poconoke, and made it 28 or 30 miles. Sunday 15. I attended the congregation at Wheeler's and feebly administered the word from Acts 4:12. I had a desire to hear Brother Jocelyn in the afternoon, but he addressed me, after his reading, singing, and prayer, desiring me to preach. My subject was Philippians 2:12-13. I applied the text to believers, seekers, and sinners. Monday 16. I rode 16 miles to New Haven. Tuesday 17. We took our departure from New Haven and came through North Brantford to Durham, 20 miles. The day was gloomy and excessively warm at times. We crossed the rocks and hills to Haddam and rode after sunset for 9 or 10 miles, a most desperate road. This put my strength, courage, and skill to trial, with all my patience, and every spring, and every part of the frame of my carriage. But we came safe to Father Wilcox's, where we had many tokens of love shown us, to make rest comfortable. Wednesday 18, it rained. Thursday 19. At 4 o'clock, Brother Lee gave a warm, encouraging sermon from 1 Corinthians 15:58. At the new meeting house, properly West Haddam, where the Methodists are upon free principles, I added a few words, and then began our march to New London. We crossed Connecticut River at Chapman's Ferry. We came on without touching the ground sometimes, as the carriage would frequently jump from rock to rock. After riding about 32 miles, we reached New London at 8 o'clock. James O'Kelly hath told a tale of me which I think it my duty to tell better. He writes, Francis ordered the preachers to entitle him bishop, in directing their letters. The secret and truth of the matter was this: the preachers having had great difficulties about the appellation of the Reverend or Mr., that is, to call a man by one of the divine appellations, supposing M.R. to be an abbreviation of Master, call no man master upon earth, it was talked over in the yearly conference, for then we had no general conference established. So we concluded that it would be by far the best to give each man his official title, as deacon, elder, and bishop. To this the majority agreed. James O'Kelly giveth all the good, the bad, and middling of all the order of our church to me. What can be the cause of all this ill treatment which I receive from him? Was it because I could not settle him for life in the South District of Virginia? Is this his gratitude? He was in this district for 10 years, part of the time in the very best circuits in the district, and then in the district as presiding elder. And there was no peace with James, until Dr. Coke took the matter out of my hands, after we had agreed to hold a general conference to settle the dispute. And behold, when the general conference, by a majority, which he called for, went against him, he treated the general conference with as much contempt almost as he had treated me. Only I am the grand butt of all his spleen. Sunday 22. I made a feeble attempt at the courthouse on 2 Peter 3, 17, 18. I was greatly assisted in mind and body. In the afternoon I preached on Matthew 8, 36 through 38. At the foundation of the new meeting house, the frame of which was raised on Monday, Brother Lee preached. I was pleased by moving along on a good road, but through an exceedingly warm day, 15 miles to Norwich. The loss of rest last evening made the heat of this day more burdensome to my poor body. There is a growth of religion in this circuit, but it is plowing among rocks and stone walls in a twofold sense. The society came together, and after myself and Elder Lee had exhorted, we had a speaking and living time among the brethren and sisters. Tuesday 24. We rode through heat and over rocks 12 miles to Brother Lyon's, at Canterbury. This made me feel like Jonah. I was much outdone, having slept but little for 2 nights. But I was compensated for all in finding the life of religion amongst this people. Brother Lyon is the son of a godly father, who was a Baptist minister. He was imprisoned for truth and religious liberty. The aged man lived until we came. His wife is yet living and loving God. The father was awakened by Mr. Whitefield's ministry. The son is a man of piety and property. Rhode Island, Wednesday, 25. We passed Plainfield and Sterling, and came to Coventry, in the state of Rhode Island. They have established turnpikes upon the way to Providence, and greatly reformed the road. But I had to turn out to search for my friends, and the souls of my charge. We computed it 25 miles to General Lippelt's. Such work as I had is not easily told. We came in about 8 o'clock. Thursday at General Lippelt's, I preached on 1 John 1, 7, 8. I rested on Friday and Saturday, and on Sabbath day my subject was Hebrews 2, 2. Monday rode 22 miles through heat to Warren. We lodged at Father Martin Luther's. Here John Hills, from Lewistown, Delaware, liveth, but he is no Methodist. Who would have thought this once? Mr. Wilson's book was read to me by Brother Lee, particularly those parts in which he finds fault with the Methodists. It appears to be the language of 2 or 3 men. Who they are I know not. But be they who they may, they are mild without merit, and in some things are very simple, if not silly, about our drinking water. But why, Mr. Age of Reason, whoever you are, will you find fault with the question, have you always a Bible about you? Poor divinity, and yet poorer spite. Tuesday 31. We came upon Rhode Island. stopped at Matthew Cook's, dined, and then came to our little meeting house and had a good season on Hebrews 10:38-39. This island is most beautiful in its situation and cultivation. The neat stone square walls, level fields of grass, corn, and barley, sloping to the water, are very pleasing to the eye. Saltwater prospects are most delightful. Upon the summits of the island you may see from water to water. Here fruit trees, fish, and shellfish abound. The Friends' meeting house is large, and the settlement extensive. And if the Baptists, Moravians, Episcopalians, Friends, and Methodists have any religion, there must be some good people here. Rhode Island is by far the most beautiful island I have seen. I have been very low and weak and feverish of late. I can hardly write, think, read, preach, ride, or talk to purpose. It is a little trying to be with people who are healthy, active, and talkative, when you cannot bear a cheerful part with them. Thursday, August 2. I returned to the northeast end of the island, where we have a small meeting house, and some gracious souls. Brother Lee preached last evening at Newport. As I was unwell, I gave my services to Brother Hall's family, where I was entertained with every mark of affection. May they, their own and adopted children, be numbered with the saints. I came away in weakness of body, but strength of soul, to the house at the ferry which we came to when we first entered upon the island. Friday 3. We preached at Bristol. My subject was Luke 18:7. It was to me a serious, comfortable time. What but the mighty power of God and the unceasing cries of His people can help us here? Saturday 4. We came through Warren, Swansea, Somerset, Dighton, and Taunton, 32 miles. The day was excessively warm. And oh, rocks, hills, and stones! I was greatly outdone. No price can pay. There is no purchase for this day's hire but souls. We frequently spend $1 per day to feed ourselves and horses. I never received, as I recollect, any personal beneficence, no, not a farthing, in New England, and perhaps never shall, unless I should be totally out of cash. Massachusetts, Sunday 5. I was very unwell in my viscera. I attempted to preach on Romans 10:1-3. I am under deep dejection of mind at times, and distressed above measure with the people. They appear to have so little genuine religion. We hear of a serious mortal fever prevailing in Boston. It is what I have feared would be the visitation of this capital town as in other cities. Here also are theaters, sinners, blind priests, and backsliding, formal people, and multitudes who are gospel-hardened. We came to Easton. Here we have a new house built. I felt exceedingly weak after riding 10 miles. The evening was very warm. I, however, gave them a discourse on 2 Timothy 2:19, and passed the night in some bodily distress. Tuesday 7. I rode 22 miles through heat and hunger to Boston. Here I spent one night, very unwell in body, and with pains and pleasures of mind, upon account of the preachers and people. Wednesday 8. I was advised to retire a few days to Waltham. There is affliction in Boston, the malignant fever. But who can tell the sick that are in the second or third house from his own, in a town or city where it is needful to observe secrecy, lest people should be frightened away from their homes, or the country people from bringing food? How many may be buried in the night, without any tolling of bells or funeral solemnity, thrown into a coarse coffin, or a tar sheet? Oh, a solitary house, and social family, a comfortable table, pure air, and good water, are blessings at Waltham. There is a rumor of the bloodshedding in Ireland. Oh, the trade and plague of war! I pity the old world. I fear for the new. Shall we be altogether unpunished? My calculation is that we have ridden 330 miles since our departure from New York. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. At Walton. I ventured to ride 4 miles and preach 2 sermons, the first on Acts 2, 17, 18, and the second from Romans 10, 1 through 3. I was much enlarged and had clear views, and saw and felt for the people. Monday, 13. We began our march to Lynn, in weakness of body and distress of mind. I gave a discourse late in the evening on Hebrews 4, 9, and that night I slept but little. On Tuesday we began our journey for the province of Maine. We passed through Danvers, Salem, Beverly, thence to Hamilton, where we were kindly entertained by some aged people, dined and hasted along through Ipswich, and thence to Newburyport. Here I passed in sight of the old prophet, dear Whitefield's tomb, under the Presbyterian meeting house. His sermons established me in the doctrines of the gospel more than anything I ever heard or had read at that time, so that I was remarkably prepared to meet reproach and persecution. We crossed Merrimack River and bridge, and came in late to Mr. Merrill's, where we were kindly entertained. Here we were let into the secret of a negotiation with a congregation by Mr. Elias Hull, one of our wonder workers. I told you so. Farewell. New Hampshire, Wednesday, 15. We entered properly into New Hampshire. We passed Hampton Falls, where the people and priests were about installing a minister into the deceased Dr. Langdon's congregation. We had a dripping morning. We, however, set out and rode about 20 miles to Portsmouth. There is a fever somewhat malignant and mortal here. This is a well-fortified town against the Methodists. Mr. Hutchinson and daughter received us with great Christian politeness. Being exceedingly outdone with heat and labor, I was easily persuaded to tarry until morning. We crossed Piscataqua River, at the town of Portsmouth, in a flat-bottomed boat. I am so weak that the smallest shock shakes me. At Portsmouth there is a strong tide, and this morning we had a heavy fog, so that we could scarcely see the tops of the houses on the other side of the river. We came through Old York, Father Moody's parish, of whom many tales are told, one of which is worth telling to posterity. It is, that the only salary he received was the prayers of his people. We came on to Wells, and were kindly entertained at Mr. Maxwell's. I was restless through the night, and sleepy and sick through the next day, yet we rode 40 miles to Major Ilsley's, near Portland. District of Maine, Friday, 17. We passed New Stroudwater, named probably after the old one in Gloucestershire, in Old England. We have ridden since Monday morning about 140 miles, the roads tolerable, the weather extremely warm, and we are amongst strangers. Saturday, 18. We rode 5 miles to Presumscot River, and stopped at Father Baker's. Sabbath day I preached in the barn on "Now is the accepted time, and now is the day of salvation." Mother Baker was sick, but had a sure confidence in God. Here we have the frame of a good meeting-house erected upon a beautiful spot. Monday, 20. We rode to Gray and were kindly entertained at Mr. Ramsdell's. I preached to a few in a schoolhouse on Matthew 24, 12, 13. The case with these people, if their love was ever warm. Tuesday, 21. We came through Gloucester to the Widow Rose. We sat under a shade by the roadside and read Blank's acknowledgment of his fall in an address to the conference. So candid and apparently contrite never did I hear. My subject at Rose was Acts 2:21. The people appeared careless and unfeeling. In the evening there came up a very heavy gust of rain, lightning, and thunder, and I feared for ourselves. Next morning a dead ox was found about 100 yards from our horses in the same field, and the presumption was he was killed by lightning, as there appeared to be one particular shock directed to that place. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. My soul was much engaged in prayer. Wednesday, 22. We rode through the woods to Ameriscoggin River, thence to Lewistown, where our appointment for preaching had been made at 2 o'clock, and another at 4 o'clock. No one attending at 2 o'clock, we came on to Monmouth. Thursday, 23. I was at home at Brother Fogg's. He and his wife are pious souls. Such with an increase may they live and die. I had taken cold in crossing the mountain, which was rocky and uneven. I preached in the open meeting house to a congregation of people that heard and felt the word. My subject was Ephesians 6:13-18. I was raised a small degree above my feeble self, and so were some of my hearers. We rode that evening to Hopkins's in Winthrop, where meeting was appointed in the Congregational House. As the day was damp, and myself sick, I declined, and Brother Lee preached, and the people said it was a good time. I found Father Bishop, at whose house we stayed. His son and wife exceedingly kind. We breakfasted at our brother Prescott's. This part of the District of Maine is settled with people from the south of Massachusetts and some from New Hampshire. Saturday, 25. We had to beat through the woods between Winthrop and Redfield, which are as bad as the Allegheny Mountain, and the shades of death. We have now laid by our carriage and saddle to wait until Wednesday next for conference. The first of the kind ever held in these parts, and it will probably draw the people from far and near. Wednesday, 29. 10 of us sat in conference. Great was our union and freedom of speech with each other. Thursday, 30, was our great day. It was computed that from 1,000 to 1,800 souls attended public preaching and ordination. The unfinished temporary state of the gallery was such that the plank and other parts would crack and break. We had one alarm while ordaining, owing to the people's wish to gratify their curiosity, but no person was killed or wounded. My subject was 2 Corinthians 4:1-2. It was observed, this ministry, by way of eminence distinguished from the law, the ministry of the Spirit and power, and the word and letter of the gospel. Secondly, the apostolical manner of using the ministry, renouncing the hidden things of dishonesty, not walking in craftiness, nor handling the word of God deceitfully, not seeking either worldly honor, ease, or profit, but by manifestation of the truth commending ourselves to every man's conscience in the sight of God, to sinners of all characters, to seekers, believers, men of tender and scrupulous consciences. Thirdly, the temptations, labors, and sufferings the faithful ministers have to meet with in the discharge of their duties. Fourthly, the support they shall have by the mercy and power of God, and fruit of their labors. Fifthly, we faint not. A person that fainteth loseth all action, is pale and dispirited. It is a near resemblance of death, and sometimes terminates in death. Unhappy the man who is dead and useless in the ministry. Weary of being shut up in one house for some days, I came in the afternoon through the dreadful swamp to Squire Prescott's at Winthrop. I found a congregational priest there. Early in the morning I came to Monmouth to breakfast, dined at Lewistown, and lodged at the Widow Rose. The next day, Saturday, I came to Gray to dinner, thence to Falmouth, and lodged at Major Ilsley's. I came chiefly alone. I experienced much bodily weakness. My trials are great. The roads are bad, and I fear the families are little bettered by anything I could say or do for them. Sunday, September 2. I am surprisingly supported, and am gaining strength, notwithstanding the heat of the sun and most desperate roads and rocks. We have come nearly 60 miles in 2 days. I had it confirmed that the ox was killed by lightning, which was found dead within 100 yards of our horses. I went to Portland unexpectedly upon the Sabbath day. I preached in the widow Binton's back room to about 25 persons, chiefly women. My subject was 2 Peter 2:9. In the afternoon I preached to about double the number on Philippians 3:8. I returned Sabbath evening to my very kind friend's house, Major Ilsley's. Monday 3. We came off in haste and rode 35 miles to Wells. We lodged with Deacon Clark, a most complete house of entertainment. Tuesday. We rode 47 miles to Salisbury, near Newburyport. New Hampshire. I passed Hampton and Hampton Falls. At the latter, Mr. Whitefield preached his last sermon, and probably caught the cause of his death. I came over Piscataqua Bridge, a most admirable piece of architecture. It is double, and the toll gate and tavern stand upon the island. We dined at Greenland and had great attention paid us. The fever is breaking out again in Portsmouth, and it is awful in Philadelphia. It seemeth as if the Lord would humble or destroy that city, by stroke after stroke, until they acknowledge God. Very serious appearances of this fever are now in New York. End of section 39. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 40 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Thursday 6. Came from Captain Pataki's to Lynn, where I preached on Friday from Galatians 5:6-8. Massachusetts, Saturday. We came off with a design to call at Boston. The heat was excessive, and the sun met me in the face, so that I was almost ready to faint in the carriage. I changed my mind, and concluded to come on to Waltham, and spend another Sabbath. I missed my way a little, but came in about 7 o'clock, riding since 2 o'clock 20 miles. Sunday 9. I attended the chapel in the morning. My subject was 1 Peter 2:9-10, and in the afternoon at 5 o'clock, from the 11th and 12th verses of the same chapter. Many attended. Monday and Tuesday. We continued at Waltham. Wednesday 12. We came on to Weston, where I preached in the new house, a well-designed building, on 1 Corinthians 15:58. Thursday 13. We rode 20 miles, the way stony and dusty, to Mr. Nichols at Westboro. Here 5 preachers came together. With hard sighs I attempted to preach, and was most remarkably assisted upon Titus 2:11-12. Friday 14. We rode 41 miles over very uneven roads. My horse ran away with me, but did me no hurt. We lodged at Mr. Hubbard's at Broomfield. I was surprised to see the meeting and dwelling houses they have built in this place, and the reforms they have made in the roads, since I came up through this part of the state 7 years ago. Saturday 15. We came once more to Silas Bliss's at Wilbraham. We have ridden 90 miles in 2 days, and I would rather have ridden 200 in the low-level lands of the south of this continent. Sabbath day. I attended at Wilbraham. My subject was 1 Peter 2:1-4. Monday 17. We came to Springfield to dine, and then rode on, through excessive heat and bad roads, 16 miles today. Tuesday 18. We came up to Granville, 16 miles. It was well that I had help over the rocks and mountains. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We sat in conference. About 50 preachers of different descriptions present. 10 were admitted on probation. We had many weighty and deliberate conversations on interesting subjects, in much plainness and moderation. 6 of us lodged amongst Deacon Lloyd's kind congregational people. Connecticut, Saturday, 22. We began our flight to the White Plains, across the hills and along most dreadful roads for a carriage. We came to Keenan, about 36 miles, and lodged by the falls of Housatonic River. Its source is in some ponds and springs north and southwest of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and running through the heart of Connecticut, empties into Long Island Sound at Stratford. It is the second in magnitude to that which gives a name to the state. New York, Sabbath day, 23. We came on, 12 in company, to Dover, in the state of New York. I should have stopped at Sharon Meeting House had we not expected a meeting at 4 o'clock in Dover. We made this Sabbath day's journey 25 miles. The weather was very warm, and we had nothing to eat from 7 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My subject was Hebrews 12, 12 through 14. Monday, 24. We came through Dutchess County, near the line of the 2 states, and down the waters of Croton River. We lodged at Webb's, near New Salem. We reached the plains in about 36 miles, and came in about sundown. Most awful times in Philadelphia and New York. Citizens flying before the fever as if it were the sword. I now wait the providence of God to know which way to go. Wednesday, 26. Came to my former lodging, where I lay sick last year. It is still like a home. Thursday, 27. We attempted to cross North River at Woolsey's Ferry, but the wind blew too strong. We visited a kind family and returned to the widow Sherwood's. We have spent a day and ridden 16 miles, and are now where we began. Friday we rode 20 miles and crossed at Bull's Ferry, 6 miles above New York. We were about 2 hours and a half in getting over, after which we rode 18 miles to Elizabethtown. New Jersey, Saturday, 29. We rode on to Brunswick, 20 miles, dined and then hasted to Milford, 22 miles. Here we spent the Sabbath day. I preached in the Hutchinsonian Chapel. My text was Matthew 5, 8. Now we meet the tidings of doleful distress from poor Philadelphia. 90 dying in a day. Surely God will plead with us. Monday I rested. Tuesday, October 2. I stopped and dined, talked, and prayed with the Lovell family at Crosswicks, and came that night to Hewlett Hancock's, who is a kind and gracious man. Wednesday, 3. Called upon James Sterling. This morning the certainty of the death of John Dickens was made known to me. He was in person and affection another Thomas White to me for years past. I feared death would divide us soon. I cannot write his biography here. We came to Germantown, and Thursday 25 miles to Daniel Meredith's, where we tarried for a night. Next day we reached Thompson's Mill, upon Great Elk. Within a mile of this place, while going over a desperate piece of road, my carriage turned bottom upwards. I was under, and thrown down a descent of 5 or 6 feet. I thought at first I was unhurt, but upon examination I found my ankle was skinned and a rib bone bruised. Oh, the heat, the fall, the toil, the hunger of the day. Maryland. On Saturday we rode 6 miles to northeast. My bruised side pained me much. My spirits were sad. Dark clouds impend over Methodism here. Sabbath day 7. I preached in the Northeast Church on Hebrews 12, 15 through 17. The substance of my sermon was 1. A caution against failing to obtain the repenting, converting, persevering, sanctifying grace of God. 2. How some bad principles, persons, and practices were like wormwood, gall, and poison to society. 3. How small the gain, and how great the loss of peace. 4. That some might apostatize beyond the possibility of being restored, and weep hopeless and unavailing tears. I enforced the caution, looking diligently to avoid the greatest evil and danger on the one hand, and to secure the greatest good, grace, and glory on the other. Monday we rode to the Buck, and dined with the daughter of Sarah Dallins. We then came on to Perry Hall. In consequence of the drought, this place does not appear a universal green, as formerly. Tuesday 9. We came to Baltimore. Here they have little to boast of but health and trade. The outward building of a society house is going on. I had John Dickens's son with me. We sketched out a few traits of his father's life. For piety, probity, profitable preaching, holy living, Christian education of his children, secret closet prayer, I doubt whether his superior is to be found either in Europe or America. Friday 12. I had an appointment in the new church at 10 o'clock. I endeavored to suit my subject to the season, and to the time of affliction in our towns and cities. It was 2 Chronicles 7, 13, 14. Virginia, Saturday 13. We rode 32 miles to Turner's. Here, man and beast beginning to fail, I rested on Sabbath day. We had a long ride to Fairfax Chapel, where we came in about 12 o'clock. In consequence of my affliction of body and mind, I was but poorly prepared to preach. However, I attempted a gloss on 1 Peter 2, 1 through 3. Here I saw and conversed with my old friend William Waters. Monday 15. We came to Alexandria. I preached in the evening on Colossians 3:15. Tuesday 16. Brother Lee and John Harper accompanied me. We came through excessive heat and dust, 30 miles, to Ward's. Wednesday 17. I came to the widow Connors, who keeps a decent boarding house. We rode this day about 40 miles, having nothing to eat but a little bread and cheese. On Thursday, 12 miles to the widow Collins, where we breakfasted between 11 and 12 o'clock, and in our usual manner prayed, and addressed the family about their souls, and then rode on 10 miles to Brother Lyons. Whilst others leave us, and say much evil of us, these people in Caroline County keep closely to us. I felt very unwell, occasioned, I suppose, by riding so late and early through the excessive heat, dust, and dews. Friday 19. We came through the dust, 35 miles, to Richmond. Here I heard of the death of John Norman Jones, who departed in joy and peace in Charleston. This is the second preacher we have lost in about 1 year in that city. Likewise of Hickson and Brush in New York, McGee and Dickens in Philadelphia, and Francis Spry in Baltimore. McGee, William Doherty, J. Brush, Stephen Davis, John Reagan, James King, and John Dickens died of the malignant fever. Saturday 20. I rested in Richmond. I here must record my thanks to my ancient and firm friend Philip Rogers for the loan of a horse, when mine was fully worn down, and unable to stand my long and rapid rides. Sabbath 21. I preached in the courthouse, at the east end of the city, on 1 John 1, 6, 7, and in the afternoon on Romans 10, 13 through 16. On Monday 22, I preached at Manchester, on Hebrews 8, 10, 11. And on Tuesday rode to Petersburg by 3 o'clock, and preached on Hebrews 3, 16. I spent the evening with, and slept at Joseph Harding's. It was a renewal of our former friendship. I spent Wednesday at Wood Tucker's, in as sweet affection as in ancient times. I exhorted his children to come to Christ. Thursday 25. In company with my never-failing friend, as far as man can be so, Richard Watcote, I came to Roper's. My horse was taken sick, which detained me a night. On Friday at Henry Reese's, my subject was Matthew 6, 16. I had the pleasure of seeing 7 preachers present. On Saturday 27, we had what was much wanted, rain. Sunday 28. I rode 16 miles and preached at Mays's Chapel, lodging at Peter Robinson's. Here I left my carriage and sick horse with Brother Mansfield. Monday at Trotter's. Tuesday I met the local brethren. In speaking of our own souls, and the work of God upon others, we were quickened. Wednesday 31. At Pop's Chapel, I preached on Ephesians 5, 25 through 27. Brothers Lee and Harper exhorted. The meeting continued until 3 o'clock. It was a cold day, but a warm meeting. 2 or 3 souls professed to find the Lord in his pardoning grace. Thursday, November 1. It rained. On Friday we rode to Benjamin Johnson's. Here we talked over ancient and present times, and of our feelings. The work reviveth in this society, and it is as we wish it to be, and should be. The young people are coming to Christ, and will fill up the places of their parents, who must shortly go to glory. In the evening we came to Brother Meredith's. God hath blessed his little son, but we found the father sick. Saturday 3. Rode to Brother Soward's, near Roanoke River, where we designed to keep the Sabbath. I felt the want of a cloak or the carriage. Sunday 4. I have peace in my soul, but feel uncomfortable in my body. Monday 5. This was a great day. Many preachers, traveling and local, were present. My subject was Ephesians 4, 11, 12. We had a melting time. Brother Dromgould and myself wept. His wife and others praised the Lord. North Carolina, Tuesday 6. We crossed the Roanoke at Mosley's Ferry and stopped at M. Lane's. Here God is working amongst the people. We came on Wednesday by riding 2 hours in the night through the woods to Harris's, where I preached on Thursday 8th, from 2 Peter 1, 4. On Friday we rode to Colonel Edmund Taylor's. Sabbath day at Banks Church, I preached on Hebrews 6, 11, 12, and administered the supper of the Lord, and ordained John Whitefield deacon. The church was so very open that we could not be outwardly comfortable. We tried to remedy it in some measure by closing up some of the windows with blankets. I lodged at Nathan Norris's, one of my sons in Christ, now a father of children, and a very useful preacher. Monday 13. We rode 20 miles to Charles Cannon's, and on Tuesday 25 miles to Snipes. Wednesday we forded Howe River, and came through a curious path, for a carriage, to the new meeting house on Hickory Mountain. We dined with Mr. Reeves, an ancient friend of mine, and thence proceeded on to Brother M. Masters, a local preacher. We have ridden this day 30 miles. Thursday 15. We rode from the upper branches of Rocky River 20 miles to Pleasant Garden. When I came to the meeting house, I had little strength of mind or body. We lodged at Daniel Sherwood's. My aged brethren and sisters from Maryland and Delaware rejoiced to see me, a poor feeble man as I was. They had seen me in better times. Friday, 16. We rode to Mr. Bell's on Deep River, thence 30 miles to Woods upon Blank River. This day was very warm, and we had exceedingly uncomfortable roads. Going at this rate is very trying, but it will make death welcome and eternal rest desirable. Saturday and Sunday at quarterly meeting, my subject was Acts 3:26. We rode down 12 miles to D. West's, and were benighted, which ill suited me. As we had to travel an unknown road to Henry Ledbetter's, I wished to continue on our journey, and not stop at Hancock. But the people thought and said otherwise, so I stopped, and Brother Lee preached. After which I gave a discourse on Acts 2:39, and came off in haste. D. West escorted me down to the ferry, where we called in vain for the flat. D. West went over, and it was with difficulty that he persuaded the ferryman to come with the boat and take me. It being dark, and the wind blowing very strong and cold, we had hard work in crossing. I told the company so in the morning, but stay I must and preach, or be accounted proud. At Henry Ledbetter's I preached on Hebrews 10:23-24, and at John Randall's 2 Corinthians 6:1. Brother Jackson had secured for me riding and preaching enough as far as Camden. Thursday, 22. We recrossed the P.D. River at Sea's Ferry, and made it about 18 miles to Masks, where I preached on Hebrews 4:1. On Friday at Bethel, on 2 Corinthians 6:11. Saturday and Sunday at quarterly meeting at Jesse's, a colored man, meeting house, near Webb's Ferry. My subject on Saturday was Acts 2:17-18, and on Sabbath day 2 Timothy 4:1-2. We then rode 7 miles to Isaac Jackson's. Monday rode. Tuesday, 27. Preached and rode 22 miles to Mr. Blakeney's, on Thompson's Creek. Wednesday rode to Horton's, and preached on Genesis 23:19. At Cruell's meeting house on Thursday on blank, and at Granny's quarter on 2 Corinthians 12:9, and on Friday we came into Camden. Brother Lee had gone along on Brother Blanton's district. South Carolina. We have ridden since Brother Jackson hath had the command of us nearly 150 miles, from Montgomery in North Carolina to Camden in South Carolina. If I attempt my appointments that Brother Lee has gone upon, I must ride 150 miles next week to Washington, in Georgia. I have made little or no observation on the way, I have been so unwell. The people are remarkably kind in this country. I preached in Camden on 1 Kings 8:35-36. Here we have a beautiful meeting house. It was a time of very severe drought, but I hope this place will yet be visited in mercy. Monday we rode to Brother James Rembart's, and on Tuesday I preached there on Hebrews 6:18. Here we seated ourselves for writing until Saturday 10. On Sabbath day my subject was Acts 4:20. Monday we rode to Brother Bradford's, and on Tuesday to Jack Creek. The changes of weather and lodging affect me much. I called and preached at Robert Bowman's. On Friday we came to Monk's Corner, and on Saturday to Charleston. Fasting and riding through the heavy sands caused me to feel unwell. I received a cooling breeze in a letter from the north. For the first time I opened my mouth upon Psalm 66:13-14. We have peace and good prospects in Charleston. Very large congregations attend the ministration of the word. Brother Harper opened his mission upon "Thy word have I hid in my heart, that I might not sin against thee." In the evening I spoke upon our Lord's lamentation over Jerusalem. On Christmas Day I preached from Luke 2:14, and at the New Church on Haggai 2:7. January 1, 1799. Our yearly conference assembled at Charleston. We kept our seats for 4 days, 30 preachers present. We had great harmony and good humor. I gave a short discourse addressed to the conference from Hebrews 13:17. 1. Your guides, consequently governors. These how needful in the night, if there be ignorance in the traveler, and danger in the way, deep pits, wild beasts, or bad men. If it be in the morning, or noonday, how natural it is to follow a guide. How necessity and fear, upon the part of the traveler, will make him obedient. 2. People are to be led into essential truth, duty, and experience. 3. Ministers are to watch for their souls as they that must give an account. The general and special accountability to God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit, to the ministry, and to the church, and to all men. They must give an account for the loss of the Christian traveler, if that loss be a consequence of neglect in the guide. The joy faithful ministers have in the prosperity, spirituality, and happiness of the church. Their grief or groaning, when so far from gaining other souls, they lose some already partially gained. How much the interest of souls is concerned in the prosperity of the ministry. Pray for us, the great duty of the flock. The argument. We have a good conscience, that this being the case, their prayers might be answered. Live honestly, do our duty faithfully, and take what is allowed us as wages, paying our just debts to souls. I ordained 3 elders and 7 deacons. The generosity of the people in Charleston was great. After keeping our ministry and their horses, they gave us nearly $100 for the benefit of those preachers who are in want. Sabbath Day 6. Very cold, sleet in the streets, and dangerous walking. We had a solemn sacramental season, and a goodly number of Ethiopians stretched out their hands to the Lord. Saturday 12. My time has been chiefly taken up in composing and selecting from Cave's Lives of the Fathers, showing the primitive episcopacy. We are laid up for winter, when it is like summer. I hope to labor upon the Lord's Day in the churches, so called. Sabbath Day 20. I preached at Bethel. My subject was Mark 11:17. And he taught, saying unto them, Is it not written, My house shall be called of all nations the house of prayer? But ye have made it a den of thieves. At the old church my subject was 2 Peter 1:16. A group of sinners gathered around the door, and when I took the pulpit they went off with a shout. I felt what was coming. In the evening there was a proper uproar, like old times. I employed the last week in reading, writing, visiting, and attending feasts of charity, one with the White Society and the other with the Africans. Sabbath Day 27. I preached in the morning at Bethel from Hebrews 13:20-21. 1. It was a prayer. As he, Paul, had asked their prayers, he gave them his. 2. The God of peace, the gracious relation of the Hebrews as reconciled to God. 3. Brought again from the dead. When it might be thought, all was lost when Jesus was dead. Again he had brought the Hebrews from a state of death in trespasses and sins. 4. This was more than bringing the apostle to them, although he might be given to them of God to their prayers. 5. Great shepherd of the sheep, all the sheep, Jews and Gentiles. The shepherd of the shepherds, doing really what they, under-shepherds, do instrumentally. He seeketh, keepeth, feedeth, and watcheth his ordained flock against those who would steal or kill them, and alienate them from Jesus, or the true fold, and faithful pastors. 6. Through the blood of the everlasting covenant. See Exodus 24:3. Moses said, "Behold the blood of the covenant, when he sprinkled the people. It is this that meriteth, sealeth, and sanctifieth." 7. Make you perfect in every good work, as to the quantity and quality of good works. And lastly, pleasing to God, in gracious affections, purity of intention, and uniformity of conduct, and all by the merit and intercession of Jesus Christ. In the afternoon, I preached in Cumberland Street Meeting House on Deuteronomy 4:9. Wednesday 30. Once more, through divine assistance, we left Charleston and came 12 miles to Brother Jackson's, where we rested one day. End of section 40. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 41 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sunday, February 3. By riding until 10 o'clock in the night, we came 50 miles to Mr. Boone's. On Saturday, I rode alone to Georgetown. We have made it nearly 80 miles from Charleston to this place. I preached on Galatians 5:24-26. First, they that are Christ's in a special spiritual sense, his sheep, redeemed, sought, and saved, his children, bearing his image. Secondly, how they are to be distinguished. They crucify the flesh with the passions and desires thereof, the sinful love of the world, with the sinful fear and joy also. Thirdly, let us walk in the Spirit, as an evidence that we live in the Spirit. Fourthly, let us not be desirous of vainglory, in forms, ordinances, or any outward appearances of men and things. Fifthly, let us not by such mean measures provoke one another, or envy one another. In the afternoon I preached on Isaiah 66:5. Monday 4. Was an uncomfortable day, so we did not ride. Tuesday 5. We crossed Black River at Gadsby's Ferry. The bridge over one of the natural canals was broken. We had presence of mind to loose the long reins of the bridle. Brother Lee put the horse through the ford, and I met him on the other side and guided him out safe. This day we made it nearly 40 miles to Rogers's, near Kingston. Wednesday 6. We rode in a cold day, 30 miles, to dear Brother Hawkins's, upon Little River, crossing Wakamen at Star Bluff. North Carolina, Thursday 9. I preached at the meeting house from Luke 4:18-19, and came the same evening to Father William Gows's, where I preached on Friday 10 upon Romans 5:1-5. We had a living season here. I paid a visit to the sea, and saw the breakers, awfully tremendous sight and sound. But how curious to see the seagull take the clams out of the sand, and bear them up into the air, and drop them down to break them, and then eat the flesh. This I saw demonstrated. And if they fail once in breaking the shell, they will take it up again, and bear it higher, and cast it down upon a hard spot of ground, until they effect their purpose. We are now in Bladen Circuit, Brunswick County, North Carolina. I have traveled nearly 400 miles in the southern states, and spent 3 months therein. We rested on Saturday 9, and on Sunday 10 we attended at Shallot Church. My subject was Acts 14:22. I showed, first, that the souls of the disciples must be confirmed in doctrine, experience, practice, and discipline of the gospel of Christ in the Church of God. It was observed how plainly these were taught in the oracles of God. I offered some arguments in favor of revelation, to induce a continuance in the substance and exercise of faith through life, through much tribulation entering the eternal kingdom of glory, An object so great is not to be gained without great trials from every enemy, in doing and suffering the whole will of God. The day was so excessively cold, and the house so open, that I was chilled through my whole system. After meeting, we rode on to Lockwood's Folly. Here are several young converts. Monday, 11. We came by Town Creek, where I stopped 14 years ago. But what a change since then! Stephen Daniel and his wife are no more, but their dear children are coming to Christ, to fill up their parents' places. Sister Daniel was an excellent woman. It seems as though Old Brunswick in North Carolina would be a Methodist county, and that most of the rulers would believe in Christ. Tuesday, 12. I preached at Sullivan's on Town Creek, from Galatians 6:9. The house was crowded with people. There were many children to baptize, but my spirits were sunk, and I had no heart to speak. Wednesday, 13. We came on to Wilmington. Here I was in low spirits still. This town has suffered by 2 dreadful fires, but the people are rebuilding swiftly. I was so afflicted in body that Brother Lee had to preach 2 sermons in the church. The people were very attentive. Thursday, 14. We rode 20 miles to Nixon's, where I preached a little to a little flock, as there was only a half-day's notice. Through this day I have been amazingly dejected, although I am abundantly more happy in constitution and feeling than formerly. Friday, 15. At Stone Bay. No preaching by the Methodists at this place. We lodged at friend Johnson's. On my last visit I preached here. We made it 27 miles. Saturday, 16. We rode 18 miles to Lot Ballard's. Here we were at home. It was an excessively cold day. At noon it changed to hail, and terminated in rain. I housed myself, and Brother Lee went to the New River Chapel to preach to the people. Sunday, 17. Cold as the day was, and unwell as I felt myself, I could not be absent from the house of God. My subject was Acts 3:19. The slaves were not permitted to come into the house. We rode to William Bryan's at Bryantown, upon Cedar Creek, and on Monday we held a meeting at Colonel Bryan's, the father of William. Tuesday, 19. We were at Trenton Courthouse, and on Wednesday at Lee's Chapel. My subject here was Micah 6:6-8. I endeavor to show, first, that it is still the voice of many. Wherewith shall I come before the Lord, to enjoy his favor and presence, and bow myself before the high God? That is, worship him acceptably, as though they would give all they have in the world. No sacrifice should be too great. But men are often great in promise, but defective in performance. They promise much and do little. He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, that is, true religion, the blessed effects and fruits of it. Do justly and walk humbly with thy God. See Deuteronomy 10:12, Hosea 12:6. First, do justly according to human laws, and the claims and rights of men with men, as it respects continents, kingdoms, or families. Second, do justice as it concerns the laws of God, as the second table is a claim of justice to obey parents, and not to take men's lives nor their wives, to bear a true witness. Third, do justly according to the commandment of Christ, Matthew 7:12. Love mercy, as it extends to the souls and bodies of men. This requires more than to do justly to them. Walk humbly with thy God. Feel thy total poverty and universal dependence upon God for all things, spiritual and temporal. We lodged at Mrs. Knight's, the mother of our dear deceased brother Ahares, once a traveling preacher amongst us. Thursday, 21. We came to Newbern, originally settled by Germans, and called after Old Berne in Switzerland. For 16 miles of this road we had heavy rain, but I was well cased up, notwithstanding which I took cold. We have traveled from Charleston 330 miles in this our retrograde journey, which we have made longer by frequently turning out of our way. Saturday, 23. My subjects at Newbern were 1 Peter 2:11-12, Hebrews 7:25, 1 Timothy 4:8. We had very uncomfortable weather. We made some spiritual and temporal regulations, in hopes that matters would work much better in future. Monday, 25. It was cold to purpose, and we had 24 miles to ride to William Cox's, on Neuse, near the mouth of Contentney. Here my text was 1 John 4:16-17. We hence in a manner fled through the counties of Craven, Lenoir, Glasgow, and Edgecombe. Tuesday, 26. I did not attend at the Rainbow Meeting House in consequence of my illness, the effect of my riding in the cold the day before. Wednesday, 27. I was comforted in administering the sacrament, after which, as the day was damp, I left Brother Lee to finish, and rode along 16 miles to Seth Spates, a deeply distressed man for the loss of his dear wife, who lately departed this life. Thursday, 28. We rode 34 miles to Brother Toole's. The rain poured down upon us on our way, and we had to feed under a pine tree. Friday, March 1. We made out to ride 10 miles to Mr. Hodges, near Sawson's Bridge, upon Fishing Creek, where we were kindly and comfortably entertained. Saturday, 2. We came to Brother Bradford's quarterly meeting. I was glad, after riding 16 miles through the damp and severe cold, to sit by the fire. Sabbath day 3. I preached a little on 2 Corinthians 4:16-18. Monday, 4. The generally excessive rains having made the Roanoke impassable at the nearest ferry, we had to ride a circuitous route through Halifax, which made it about 30 miles to Richard Whittaker's in Northampton. We had a bad swamp to cross, but I kept out of the water. It was well for me my carriage did not upset in the water, which it was very near doing. To travel 30 miles in such a cold day without fire, and no food, except a bit of biscuit, is serious. We were received gladly by our waiting brethren, Watcote, Wanner, and Lambeth. I am of opinion that we have left 500 miles on the other side of the Roanoke, in all the ground we have ridden over from Charleston in South to Halifax in North Carolina. I went to Rehoboth, a new meeting house, and preached on 2 Corinthians 2:14. Wednesday, 6. The cold and frost was very severe, and it was with great difficulty we made our way through the swamp from Richard Whittaker's. We rode to St. John's Chapel, where Brother Lee preached upon Romans 5:5. The house being open, I was most severely chilled, and unfit for any public service. We lodged at Williford Horton's. Thursday, 7. We rode to Winton Courthouse, where I preached on Hebrews 3:7. 2/3 of my congregation were women. Perhaps there will be more men when I go there again. Friday, 8. We rode to Knotty Pine. Saturday, 9. I preached at Knotty Pine Chapel on Genesis 24:17-19. I was elaborate upon personal and family piety. Here I saw Sister Baker. She standeth fast in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made her free, and I hope and believe God will save her children. Our souls were mutually blessed. Sabbath day 10. At Gates Courthouse, many serious people attended. My subject was Hebrews 7:26. I administered the sacrament and had a solemn, feeling season. Monday, 11. We rode to Constance Chapel, on one of the branches of Bennett's Creek. The main creek affords a landing at Gates Courthouse and communicates, after a few miles, with Chowan River. I was made very comfortable in soul and body at Isaac Hunter's, and had a happy meeting with the poor Africans at night. Tuesday, 12. The coolness of the weather increases. We rode 30 miles to George Sutton's in Perkymons County. Wednesday, 13. It both snowed and rained. We had a meeting at a house near Mag's Head Chapel, where I preached a short sermon from 1 Peter 4:18. We lodged at J.W.'s, a comfortable house, after a very uncomfortable snowy day. Thursday, 14. At Nixonton, I declined preaching and made an exhortation, after Brother Lee had given them a long sermon. It is probably 8 years since I came through this circuit, which caused this people to exert themselves in coming out, so that we had a very large congregation. We have ridden, since we came across Roanoke, 143 miles to John Russell's. We have moved rapidly through Gates, Chowan, Perkymons, and Pasquotank counties. As we pass, we have lovely levels, fine white cedar on the rivers, creeks, and swamps, for between 600 or 700 miles. From the lowlands in Georgia to Blackwater in Virginia, it is fine lumber land, but unhealthy in some places. Friday, 15. It began to rain heavily, but ceased about 12 o'clock. We then rode to a schoolhouse, where many attended. My subject was 1 Peter 5:10. I had the company of several preachers. I then rode on 8 miles to Brother Probry's. It was good for me to be there. Saturday, 16. I felt greatly depressed in spirit, owing no doubt in some measure to the changeable state of the weather. We crossed the Pasquotank at Sawyer's Ferry. Here we were told that we had but 7 miles to ride, but we wandered until we made it 12. We learned that one of the widow Sawyer's daughters was lately committed to the dust. At the gate of the yard we found the mother in tears. As I was not able in body or mind to preach, I gave an exhortation, and after we had dined, we rode 10 miles to Samuel Simmons's across the North River swamps, which afford as low and as good land as any part of the beach lands of Cumberland or Kentucky. We swiftly passed through Camden and Currituck counties. Sunday, 17. I made a feeble effort to preach at Williams's chapel on James 1:24-25. Our congregation was large. I returned and left Brother Lee to finish. We lodged at Brother Brunnell's. On Monday we had a violent storm of wind and snow, which lasted until 10 o'clock, and we had a bitter ride of 19 or 20 miles to James Wilson's at Hickory Ground in Virginia. I was exceedingly chilled on the way, the snow being from 6 to 7 inches deep, and it blew a heavy cold wind. Virginia, Tuesday, 19. I preached at Brother Wilson's from 1 Corinthians 15:58. I sent my carriage for James Morris, formerly with us, afterward an Episcopal minister, and now near death. He expressed great consolation in God, and love to me. He hath a pious wife, who is the mother of 9 children. We lodged with John Hodge, who joined the Methodists in early life. I was pleased to find that the elderly Methodists had put their children to trades to learn to work for themselves. I am in hopes the parents will not leave them their slaves, but manumit them, by will at least. Wednesday, 20. At Cuthrall's, near the Great Bridge, and near Manning's, where we preached before the Revolutionary War. On Thursday we rode through the rain to Norfolk, where I preached on Friday from Galatians 2:20. I am crucified with Christ. Christ crucified, and Paul crucified after the likeness of Christ, and for Jesus, crucified to the world in afflictions, hopes, and desires. I live. I have had a spiritual birth, and live a spiritual life of faith, love, and holiness. Yet not I, as the author of my own birth or life. Christ liveth in me, by his Spirit, and the life I now live is by faith of the Son of God, faith of and faith in Christ, who hath loved me, and given himself for me. That is, I know and feel my personal and real interest in and union with him. We had a comfortable sacramental season in Norfolk on Easter Day, and at Portsmouth I spoke on James 5:20. Brother Lee preached on Romans 2:14, 1 Corinthians 9:19-22, 1 Timothy 4:16. Monday 25. We rode 18 miles to George Walker's in Princess Anne County, where I, with great labor, preached on Luke 24:46-48. We calculate that we have ridden 818 miles since we left Charleston. Tuesday 26. We came to quarterly meeting at Dawley's Meeting House. The day was cloudy, and myself also. As there were 4 preachers to attend, I stayed at home. On Wednesday there was a most awful storm of rain and wind, which caused us to keep within doors. Thursday 28. I rode 7 miles to Nymore's Meeting House, where I preached on Hebrews 2:1. The day was excessively cold, and the house too. After preaching, I rode 19 miles, having no refreshment for man or horse until we came to James Dawley's, within 2 miles of Norfolk, about 7 o'clock at night. On Friday we came into town, and attended quarterly meeting on Saturday and Sunday. My subject on Saturday was Psalm 127:1, and on Sabbath day, James 1:24-25. I had a painful night after preaching on Saturday, having a small ulcer formed in my breast. At Suffolk I was addressed by 2 granddaughters of my dear aged friend Benjamin Weldon of James City. I dined with Mr. Whitlock, and after the rain was over, rode to William Powell's, 40 miles from Portsmouth. Thursday, April 4. I must needs preach at Wells's, the Schism House. The great were there. My subject was 2 Timothy 2:19. We then rode to William Blunt's. On Friday we were at Moody's, and on Saturday we came to the house of the widow of Henry Davies. On Sunday I preached at Lane's Chapel from 2 Timothy 2:15, but it was the dividing of blood from my lungs. On the way I ordained 2 local deacons. Monday 8. We rode 30 miles to Jones's Chapel. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, conference sat in great peace and love. As the house was cold, and I was very unwell, I could not attend. I had about 2 pounds of blood drawn from me. Friday 12. We rode to Father Nathaniel Lee's, and on Saturday 13 to Frederick Bonner's, where I rested, a solemn Sabbath. Monday 15. By 10 o'clock we came to Petersburg, and then rode on and crossed James River at Woodson's Ferry. We lodged at Kesey's, having ridden 32 miles. Tuesday 16. We came to Philip Davis's, 20 miles, near Putney, New Kent. I feel low in body, but serene in soul. The brethren in Virginia, in conference, gave it me in charge not to preach until the Baltimore conference. I was willing to obey, feeling myself utterly unable. The houses that we preach and lodge in this severe weather, are very open. My breast is inflamed, and I have a discharge of blood. Wednesday 17. I rested at Brother Davis's, and on Thursday 18 rode to Benjamin Pace's in King and Queen County. These are gracious and kind souls. God is still working in this place. They have 100 members in society. Friday 19. We rode 20 miles to our dear brother Cole's in Essex County. We rested on Saturday. Sunday 21. Attended a meeting at Shepherd's, and then rode to the widow Cox's. Monday 22. We crossed the Rappahannock at Layton's Ferry, and came to the widow Baumbry's in King George County. We have ridden upwards of 60 miles in 2 days, through excessively cold weather for the season. Tuesday 23. We rode 35 miles to Ward's, near Dumfries. Wednesday 24. This is the great day of election, and there is no small stir in Virginia about federal and anti-federal men. We rode 30 miles to William Adams's. I was much chilled and very weary. Thursday 25. The General Fast Day. I attended at Fairfax Chapel. Philip Bruce gave a discourse upon those words of our Lord, and then shall they fast in those days. As I was unable to preach, I gave an exhortation from the subject. I find that very small rest, when joined with comfortable accommodation, gives me great strength of body. By this means I might be restored, but I must keep moving. I was caught in a heavy thunderstorm, from which I took cold, and had a high fever and headache. I rested on Friday at William Waters's. Saturday rode to Alexandria. Monday and Tuesday rode to Baltimore. Maryland, Wednesday, May 1. We opened our conference, which sat 4 days. We had preaching morning and evening. I gave a short exhortation before the sacrament. Monday 6. We rode out to Greenwood, Mr. Rogers's country seat, who told me that when I was past labor, there was his house as my own. We asked for new wine, but find the old is better. The fermentation is done. Tuesday 7. We rode to Gunpowder Neck. I only exhorted a little, then went on to the Bayside. Wednesday 8. The wind was high. I declined, but Brother Lee waited, and crossed in an hour. I rode round and lodged at Josiah Dallam's. But dear Sally, his wife, is gone. I walked to her grave. Thursday 9. I had a disagreeable passage across the Susquehanna. At this ferry, recently, 3 poor blacks have been drowned. I cannot omit relating a circumstance which took place when I was here last. A very large Negro man, an old ferryman, to whom I talked very faithfully, was drowned. I remember to have told him that if he did not take heed and repent, he might be drowned and damned. The former is certain. The latter is to be feared, as it is reported the Negroes were intoxicated. Dr. William Dallam escaped, and what is remarkable, the boat that saved his life was made of wood taken from his father's plantation. Thursday evening I came to Back Creek, well wearied. Friday 10. We rode to Chestertown, went to meeting, and I exhorted a little. End of section 41. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 42 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Saturday 11. At Churchill Church, Brother Lee preached, and I exhorted. We dined at Mr. Cossey's, and rode in the evening to Brother Chair's. Whit Sunday 12. At Centerville, after Brother Lee had preached, I feebly exhorted upon "Grieve not the Holy Spirit of God." We administered the supper of the Lord. I was weary at the end. I lodged at Thomas Wright's. Monday, 13. At Tuckahoe, a multitude attended. My services were very small. Tuesday, 14. At Easton, a crowd of people attended. Here I could say but very little. We crossed Dover Ferry and rode to William Fraser's in Caroline County, and on Wednesday, 15, held meeting in his dwelling house. Thursday, 16. At Henry Ennels's, I could only gloss upon those gracious words, "Casting all your care upon him, for he careth for you." Friday, 17. I attended Cambridge Quarterly Meeting, which was held in a barn. I commented a little upon "We have not followed cunningly devised fables." Having had but little rest for 2 or 3 nights past, I retired with Bartholomew Ennels, and went on the way to Vienna to visit Somerset. I rejoiced that Dr. Edward White was standing firm in the grace of God, and that the Lord had blessed the souls of his children. Saturday, 18. It rained plentifully until 10 o'clock. We crossed at Vienna. It was very bad ferrying. The wind being against the tide, it raised high swells in the river. I came that evening to Thomas Garretson's. We had a very serious congregation at Quantico Chapel. I had taken cold and was very unfit to speak at all. We came to Salisbury, where we rested on Monday. Brother Lee preached 3 times. Here I got bled. Tuesday, 21. We came to Annamessex. My horse began to sweat, swell, and tremble, and died upon the road. Brother Levin Moore was with me. We put his horse in the sulky, and both of us rode to Samuel Smith's. Wednesday, 22. I borrowed a horse of Samuel Smith, and crossed Pocomoke, and rode to Littleton Long's, where I gave an exhortation to a few people. It was a very extraordinary legacy of a living friend that put $45 into my hands. Had I not bought a coat, I might have had $50 in my pocket. It would have been a wonder for me to have as much money by me. But 100 or more might be needful to purchase another horse. Thursday, 23. We rode to Downing's, where I gave a short exhortation, and on Friday, 24, we came to John Purnall's. He is gone to his long home. Here I gave up my borrowed horse, and the only alternative was to put Brother Hardesty's horse in the sulky, and wedge ourselves with all our baggage together. We rode by Frederick Connor's, and made it nearly 30 miles, through excessive heat, to the Widow Bowen's. Delaware, Sabbath 26. I preached at the chapel, and rode home with Brother Leicester, living in the north end of Worcester County. This day we enter the state of Delaware. I have had great dejection of mind, and awful calculations of what may be and what may never be. I have now groaned along 300 miles from Baltimore. Monday, 27. After preaching at Johnson's, we rode to the Sound, and lodged at Arthur Williams's, an aged Methodist preacher. I passed the night in great affliction. Tuesday, 28. We came on to Dagsboro just as the stage was about to set off for Milford. I paid the fare, and sent Brother Hardesty along. I called upon William Johnston, a gracious soul. We then came into Milford about 8 o'clock, after riding 43 miles. Here I rested a day. Thursday, 30. I must needs ride 20 miles back to Lewis, principally to see the people. Friday, 31. Returned back to Milford. I had taken cold. I ordained 3 deacons and exhorted a little. Saturday, June 1, was a very cold day. We rode to Dover. The crowds of people were painful to me. I ordained 2 deacons. Was confined in meeting 4 hours, and attempted to preach, but could not. Sabbath Day 2. After meeting, I rode to Duck Creek Crossroads, and called at Dr. Cook's to see Thomas White's children. Dr. Anderson, Dr. Ridgely, and Dr. Needham considered my case. They advised a total suspension from preaching, fearing a consumption or a dropsy in the breast. Monday 3. I ordained 1 person at the Crossroads, and another at Dickinson's meeting house. I dined with Mr. Moore near the Appoquinimink Bridge, and then rode on to Wilmington. We have made 40 miles this day. What with labor and fevers, my rest is greatly interrupted. Pennsylvania, Thursday 6. We held our conference in Philadelphia. I retired each night to the Eagle Works, upon Schuylkill, at Henry Foxhall's solitary social retreat. The conference was large, and the business very important. Ezekiel Cooper was confirmed in his appointment by me as our agent in the book concern. New Jersey, Wednesday 12. After the rising of the conference, I rode to Burlington, and then on Thursday 13 to Milford, on Friday to Mr. Drake's, near Amboy, and on Saturday to New York. New York, Sabbath Day 16. I gave a short exhortation in the John Street Church, likewise in the North River House. It is an unseasonable day for religion. It is time the conference should come. May Almighty God bless and own their labors to the people. Wednesday 19. We opened our conference for New York and all the New England states. The conference was crowded with work. Consequently, I had but little rest, and what added to my pain was Brother Bostic's lying sick in the next room. Heat and haste. Sunday 23. We had a charitable day at all the houses, and collected nearly $300, but the deficiencies of the preachers were almost $1,000. I attempted to preach a little on Philippians 4:19, and gave an exhortation at the Bowery Church. I met the society at the old church at night. The excessive heat made us wish and haste to leave town. Monday 24. Was exceedingly warm. We rode to Sherwood's, but did not get there in time to meet our appointment. Tuesday 25. We came to the Plains. Wednesday 26. We rode about 30 miles, and came in about 10 o'clock at night to Governor Van Cortlandt's, whose wife is a Shunammite indeed. Thursday 27. We toiled through the rain over Peekskill Mountains to Richard Jackson's, where we lodged, about 8 miles from Poughkeepsie. In the night I was taken with a violent pain in my knee. We have traveled over rough roads, and through great heat, since we left New York, about 100 miles. Feverish and full of pain as I was, I attended meeting and gave an exhortation. Saturday 29. I rode through heat 25 miles to Rhinebeck. The pain in my knee subsided. On Sabbath day I preached at the school church upon Grace be with all them that love our Lord Jesus Christ. Brother Lee gave a sermon on the fruits of the Spirit. Monday, July 1. I rested. My health is somewhat better. I must confess I never felt so great a resolution to resign the general superintendency as I do now, and if matters do not work more to my mind, it is highly probable I shall. My prayers and counsel will be turned this way until next General Conference. Tuesday 2. I visited Mr. Sand's family, and on Wednesday breakfasted with Mrs. Montgomery at her beautiful retreat. Dined at Mrs. Livingston's on the Manor, an aged, respectable mother of many children. The house, the garden, the river view, all might afford much painting for the pen of a Hervey. Brother Garretson and his agreeable wife attended us. Thursday 4. We rode 20 miles to what is called Hudson City, a mere blank. Friday 5. Excessively warm. We stopped at Kinderhook and at Miller's time enough to hide from a heavy gust. We then came on to Albany. We have ridden 35 miles this day. I received a healing letter from T.M., but matters will not easily be done away with me. If it were 1 or 2 only that were concerned, it would be but little. But it is hundreds, yea, thousands of traveling and local preachers and official men, and thousands of people also. Saturday 6. I was awakened at 12 o'clock exceedingly sick, and totally disabled for public service. I was not able to sit up until 6 o'clock in the evening. I rode 2 miles out of the city to Mr. Marks's. Monday 8. Rode to Cayman's Landing, and then to the Stone Chapel. Here we have the good news of souls converted at prayer meeting. Rode in the rain and damp 6 miles to Brother Blodgett's, upon Hockotuck, in Albany County and Circuit. Here also I found the labors of Anning Owens had been blessed in the awakening of some young women. Our congregation was large. I gave an exhortation and a prayer in much weakness of body. We rode back the same evening a few miles to Father Waldron's. Wednesday 10. I rose at 5 o'clock, very unwell, but must needs ride in the heat and dust, over hills and rocks, 35 miles, and came to Crawford's and Dillon's about 4 o'clock. Weary as I was, I could not feel satisfied without prayer and exhortation. We have ridden in 3 days upwards of 60 miles, and held a meeting each day. Thursday 11. We rode 9 miles to Cockburn's in Ulster County. Here I gave a small exhortation to a small congregation. It was a day of small things, but it may not be so always. Friday 12. I rode 15 miles to Hurley and stopped at Cornelius Cole's. No appointments had been made, but we called a meeting in the evening. I rested on Saturday 13 at Marbletown. Sabbath day 14. I was very unwell, and the day was very warm. I made an attempt to preach on Matthew 25, 34 through 46. A marble-hearted congregation as well as Marbletown, and probably will remain so whilst the love of the world predominates. Family prayer, class meetings, and prayer meetings are neglected. Brother Lee preached at Hurley in the evening, and I gave a closing exhortation. Monday 15. We rode through dust and heat, without refreshment, 25 miles to Dego's. Here the people of the house seemed all soul. We could not leave the place until we had called a meeting. Tuesday 16. We rode 15 miles to Samuel Fowler's and dined. We then rode on to meet my appointment at Mr. Ellison's. Wednesday 17. Jesse Lee gave an awakening discourse from 1 Corinthians 15:58. Thursday 18. We rode over hills and rocks, through heat and with hunger, 28 miles, without stopping until we came to Lizier's, near the Jersey line, Orange County. We have traveled and toiled nearly 400 miles through this state. Weary as I was, I must needs ride 5 miles farther to Nicholas Simonson's, where I was comfortably entertained. New Jersey, Friday, 19. We came on to Sussex Courthouse. Dined and pushed on to Father Freeman's. No appointments. At night I was taken with great distress in my bowels, which held me 2 nights and a day. Saturday, 20. I rode in great pain and heat, hungry and sick, 25 miles, to Mr. M'Culloch's. How welcome a good house, kind friends, and a cold day! What is the cause of my affliction? Is it the water, or the weather, or my bilious habit? I am at a loss to know. Sabbath day, 21. At Colonel M'Culloch's. Having been so unwell for some days past, it was enough for me to exhort a little after Jesse Lee had given them 2 sermons. I was visited in the evening by John Hannah, an aged, social, Presbyterian minister. Monday, 22. I rose to ride to James Bryan's, Bucks County, Laycock Township, Pennsylvania. We followed Miscanico Creek to the mouth. We had traced the head branches of it already. It is a most beautiful, useful stream, running through a rich vale into Delaware River, at Hunt's Ferry. The weather is warm and the roads uneven. We had a journey of about 30 miles. We have traveled about 65 miles through Jersey, and about 500 in a month. Pennsylvania, Wednesday, 24. We rose at 3 o'clock in the morning, and began our journey at 5, over ridges and rocks, 28 miles to Pottsgrove. We did not eat until we came to Coventry. 36 miles is the amount of this day's journey. Oh, heat, drought, and dust! Thursday, 25. We had a most dreadful time over the mountains to the Forest Chapel. Here we found the people much engaged in religion. This was a balm for every sore. We dined at Kerbury's and lodged at Abraham Lewis's. Friday, 26. We rode 20 miles to New Holland, and had a sample of bad roads for a sulky. Here some souls have been brought to Christ. I was exceedingly spent for want of sleep and rest. After 5 o'clock, we rode with Elder Ware towards Strasburg. Night came on and left me 2 miles from the place in the woods, in darkling shades, a new cut road, and stumpy path. We came in about 9 o'clock, having ridden 12 miles. Thank the Lord for whole bones. Sabbath day, 28. There was preaching in Thomas Ware's orchard in Strasburg. We had the respectables of the town, and a large assembly. This place contains, I judge, between 60 and 70 dwelling houses. Monday, 29. I visited Jacob Boehm's. God hath begun to bless the children of this family. The parents have followed us nearly the space of 20 years. Tuesday, 30. We had a serious earthquake at 5 o'clock. The earth is growing old. It groans and trembles, which is the necessary consequence of palsied eld. I visited John Miller's. Thence we rode 6 miles to Martin Boehm's. Wednesday, 31. We had a comfortable meeting at Boehm's Church. Here lieth the dust of William Jessup and Michael R. Wilson. I feebly attempted a discourse upon Hebrews 6:12. In the evening we rode to Abraham Cage's, near the mouth of Pagan Creek. Thursday, August 1. After a suspension of rain in some parts, for 2, 4, 6, and 8 weeks, we had a gracious, moderate rain. On Friday, the rain continued quickening, and thus saving the latter fruits of the earth. I rode to Mrs. Elizabeth Wright's. We crossed Canastoga at the mouth of Little Canastoga. We had a very uneven path. Mrs. Wright's family are blessed. All the children profess religion. Father and daughter have died in the Lord. Our friends followed us from Pequot. Martin Boehm is all upon wings and springs, since the Lord hath blessed his grandchildren. His son Henry is greatly led out in public exercises. Saturday, 3. We rode to Columbia, formerly called Wright Ferry. The excessive warmth of the sun in crossing the water made me sick. We stopped at Drinnan's. Here we met Seely Bunn. He had very late notice of our coming on Sabbath day. Seely Bunn preached in Little York, and Jesse Lee in the evening. I gave a short exhortation. 20 miles made our Saturday's ride. Monday, 5. We set off for Maryland. I rode 13 miles, and had my horse fed and shod. We continued on and dined at Littlestown, 25 miles, well spent with heat, hunger, and thirst. We then rode on 10 miles to Taneytown. The inhabitants here and hereabouts are chiefly Germans and Romans. We crossed the Maryland line and lodged at Bentley's. Next morning we rode on to Jeremiah Browning's, 17 miles, before we breakfasted. Maryland. It may suffice to say my mind hath been kept in great peace. But I have been greatly afflicted and dejected with pain and labor. We have visited 6 districts since the sitting of the Baltimore Conference, and in 4 out of 6 there is a happy revival of religion. On the Eastern Shore, in Jersey, Albany, and Pennsylvania, and we hear a rumor of a revival in the Northern District of Virginia. We attempted a meeting at Louis Browning's, at his mill near Woodsbury. In the evening we rode to Liberty, and lodged at Daniel Dorsey's. Oh, heat, heat! We have ridden 12 miles this day. Thursday, 8. We held a meeting in the woods near Liberty. The houses were not large enough for our congregation. I visited Eli Dorsey, and saw the children of my dear nurse, Sarah Dorsey, and the place where her dust is deposited until the resurrection. Oh, once lovely features of body and mind, but above all her triumphant death. Friday, 9. I came 8 miles to Edward Owings's, where I received every mark of affection I could desire. Saturday, 10. We rode to Stephen Shermerdine's. It was well we had a short ride of 4 miles, the weather being so excessively warm. Here we were treated kindly. Sabbath day, 11. We had a meeting at Fredericktown. I exhorted a little at every one of the above places. We rode over the Catoctin Mountain to Samuel Phillips's, to see his dear wife, who was very low. The people came together, and John Potts gave them a sermon. It was but little I could give them. Monday, 12. We rode to Joseph Howard's, upon Carroll's Manor, where we had a comfortable meeting. Virginia, Tuesday, 13. We crossed the Potomac at Nolan's Ferry. The river was so low that those on horseback forded it. I came over with the carriage in the flat. I think of nothing less than the resignation of my office of superintendent at the General Conference. Wednesday, 14. We had a full meeting at Leesburg. Many of the brethren and sisters from societies in the country attended. It was the time of court. A company of soldiers collecting attended in good order. Thursday, 15. We rode 28 miles to Charlestown. We had a very rocky, uneven road. We stopped at Keys Ferry and were kindly entertained. Friday at 11 o'clock, we held a meeting in Charlestown, and then rode on 18 miles to Millborough. Saturday 17. We had a comfortable rain, after which we rode on 4 miles to Winchester. Sabbath day we held meeting, and were about 5 hours in love feast, preaching, sacrament, and exhortation. I rode home with John B. Tilden, 7 miles from town. Monday 19. We rode to Stevensburg. Here we held meeting. Tuesday and Wednesday, 2021, it rained. We could not be more welcome at any place, or more richly accommodated, than we were at Elijah Phelps's. Thursday 22. We rode 15 miles to Lewistown, where we dined, and then rode on to Pinnell's. Oh, the rocks, ridges, and gutters we had to cross at Chester's Gap! I would prefer riding 200 miles upon the lowlands than 70 to Henry Fry's, in Madison. Friday 23. We rode 20 miles and dined. We passed Culpeper Courthouse, and came within 4 miles of Henry Fry's, and stopped at a tavern, after riding in great heat and haste. I was sick. From hard labor, want of rest, and want of coffee, my stomach and bowels were greatly agitated. I need much faith and good water. Saturday 24. We landed at the mansion, upon the banks of Robertson. Henry Fry may console himself with the last words of David, 2 Samuel 23, 1-7. I obtained an extract from Whitby on the episcopacy of the early ages of the Christian Church. Sunday 25. We preached at the Springs to about 100 attentive people. I took a bad cold and was very unwell. Monday 26. We rode between 30 and 40 miles to John Lasley's. End of section 42. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 43 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Tuesday 27. We had a crowded audience at the chapel, likewise at MG's on Wednesday, on which day I rode 20 miles and lodged at Richard Ferguson's. Thursday, at a new house in the woods, I preached on Psalm 84:8, and on Friday 30 I rode 18 miles to Hezekiah Arnold's. Saturday 31 and Sunday September 1. I attended quarterly meeting at Devonport's Meeting House, and we had large congregations each day. There was a shouting among the people. I attempted to preach upon Hosea 14:4. After meeting, I was invited to spend a night at Colonel Fountain's. Monday 2. At Beaver Creek Meeting House, we had a lively time. I have traveled since I came into Virginia, through Loudoun, Berkeley, Frederick, Shenandoah, Culpeper, Madison, Orange, Louisa, and Hanover counties. Wednesday 4. We came to Richmond. Since Friday week we have traveled 200 miles, to which we may add the labor of our meetings, in common 3 hours long, and sometimes longer. James O. Kelly hath sent out another pamphlet, and propounded terms of union himself, for the Presbyterians, Baptists, and Methodists. The Presbyterians must give up their confession of faith. The Baptists, if they open a more charitable door, adult dipping. The Methodists must give up the episcopacy and form of discipline, renounce the articles of their religion, and the doctrine of the Trinity. I ask in turn, what will James give up? His Unitarian errors? Did he think the Protestant Episcopalians beneath his notice? I am now more fully satisfied than ever that his book is not worthy of an answer. Sunday 8. I left my retreat at John Ellis's. A most agreeable, social, solitary situation, within 2 miles of Richmond. I would have preached within the walls of our new house at Richmond, but the excessive rain we have had of late prevented. I was closed up in an upper room. My subject at Manchester was 2 Timothy 2:19. Monday 9. We rode 12 miles to Falling Creek Church, where I spoke from Romans 5:12. There is some small stir about religion here. Tuesday 10. We rode 12 miles to Godfrey's, an aged man that stood alone when Mr. O'Kelly made a rent in the society. God hath blessed our labors here. Several souls, with his own children, are now brought to God. My subject here was 1 John 1:6-7. Wednesday 11. At Maxey's, my foundation was Matthew 6:6. I observed, first, what things we are directed to pray for. Secondly, the rules to be attended to in prayer, the precepts and example of Christ and the saints. Thirdly, the promise, your Father that seeth in secret shall reward you openly. I put a blister upon my breast. Brother Watcoat preached at Charity Chapel, where we administered the sacrament. We went home with John Hobson, and were treated with every mark of kindness we could desire. On Friday I preached at Smith's Church, dined at Robert Smith's, and then rode on, in a very warm and dry day, 26 miles, to Daniel Garrett's, and came in a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. I have stretched along through Chesterfield, Powhatan, Cumberland, Buckingham, into Prince Edward County, and this whilst enduring a raw and running blister upon my breast, excessive heat, and with very little rest by night or by day. I would not live always. Weary world, when will it end? Saturday 14. At Lackland's meeting house, I preached on 2 Peter 2:17-18, and on Sabbath day on Psalm 102:11-14. I felt some special assistance. I lodged at Mother Lackland's. The weather was very close and warm. On Monday we had a curious ride about the hills of Appomattox River, to Robert Martin's, 8 miles. Tuesday 17. We rode 20 miles to Mount Pleasant. I put a blister in the morning to my breast, but I must go to meeting and preach. Why? Because the Presbyterian minister and some of his flock came to hear me. My subject was Zechariah 12:10. Thursday 19. We rode 12 miles to William Spencer's, and had a comfortable meeting in his schoolhouse. He keeps a Christian school. Friday 20. We came 15 miles to John Spencer's, near Charlotte Courthouse. We have felt great spiritual affection and fellowship in our meetings this week. Richard Watcoat attended us through the district, with a very sore leg, and myself had a sore breast inside and out. Saturday 21. I rested at my hospitable home, that hath been so these 20 years, in Colonel Bedford's day, and now in John Spencer's. These people have not turned me out of doors, by separation, defamation, or reproach. They have made no such return for my love and labors, although some have done it. I could not be quite idle. I read over one number of my journal, and wrote a few letters. Sabbath day 22. I had thoughts of staying at home, as there were no less than 8 preachers at the quarterly meeting at Tapley's. However, I concluded to go. I gave an exhortation, and returned the same evening. Our meeting was held in a dead place. Yet we had a lively time. Monday, 23. I crossed Stanton River and rode into Halifax County. We made it 30 miles to Hawkins Landrums. Tuesday we had a large congregation and an affecting time upon the banks of Bannister River. Here I saw only 2 persons that I was acquainted with 20 years ago. They were Brother Baker and his wife. I lodged at Robert Chappell's. Wednesday, 25. We rode to Armistead Shelton's, in Pittsylvania, 20 miles. We stopped to dine, pray, and feed our horses at Clement M. Daniels. The roads were much broken in some places, and it was as much as we could perform to reach Shelton's by sunset. My mind is calm, my body in better health. Thursday, 26. A congregation of from 3 to 500 attended divine worship. Religion declines in this society. We advised close class meetings, weekday prayer meetings, with fasting or abstinence. On Friday we rode 12 miles to Carter's, where a large company attended. My subject was, "What shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God?" Saturday, 28. We had to travel a most uneven path up Sandy River to George Adams, 20 miles. Sunday, 29. I attended at Watson's Meeting House, and preached from Zephaniah 3, 12, 13. I was much assisted, and much wearied by the time I had baptized several children. I visited our brethren, Trahan and Church, from Maryland, who have been Methodists for 25 years, and still not weary in well-doing. North Carolina. We crossed Dan River at Perkins Ferry, entering North Carolina, and came to John Harris's in Rockingham County. Pious souls from Dorset in Maryland. By resting at times in this solitary country life, I have my health better, whilst I am, in some degree, free from the knowledge and care of the church at large. On Tuesday at Smith's Meeting House, I gave a short discourse on Hebrews 3, 12, 13. We dined at Martin's, and then came on to Father Lowe's. We have ridden but 8 miles this day. At Lowe's Meeting House, a large congregation attended. I spoke upon Isaiah 40:1. The heat was very painful. I suppose we congregate from 3 to 6,000 souls weekly. Thus, if no more, I can say that my traveling hath brought thousands to hear the gospel, who probably would not otherwise have heard it. Thursday, October 3. We rode 12 miles to Covey's in Guilford County. I thought it best to decline preaching for a few days. Friday, 4. We rode 12 miles to Mrs. Campbell's, upon the South Fork of Haw River. We had to work our way through the woods. Saturday and Sunday I attended quarterly meeting at Bethel, upon Bellews Creek, where I ordained 5 deacons, and preached from 1 Timothy 6, 11, 12. We had a gracious time. We have ridden only 20 miles in 2 days. I lodged at M. Daniels. Monday, 7. We rode through Stokes County and attended meeting at Love's Church, which has glass windows and a yard fenced in. After Jesse Lee, I added a few words on Hebrews 2:1. We then came up to William Jean's, near the Moravian Old Town. We have ridden nearly 20 miles this day. Sitting in meeting so many hours among such a multitude of people, and frequently with a blister on my breast, with the difficulties of driving along broken paths, caused me to be variously tried and comforted. Tuesday, 8. We held meeting and had a multitude of Germans present. I improved a little upon 2 Corinthians 5, 13, 14. Wednesday, 9. We rode through Salem. Here they have lately built a very grand church. The day was cloudy. The rain began to fall upon us about a mile from Captain Markland's, on Muddy Creek, where we came after riding 17 miles. Thursday 10. Close housed. About 12 souls attended, notwithstanding it rained powerfully, to whom I lectured on Hebrews 12, 1-4. I had an interview with Samuel Kenmish, the Moravian minister, and visited him. Friday 11. At M. Knight's. A very uncomfortable day. Thence we rode on to Hardy Jones's, 15 miles. Saturday 12. I said but little at the Academical Schoolhouse, now a house for God. I went to see Charles Clayton and wife, who were sick. Sabbath day 13. Rode 13 miles to Whitaker's Church, where I gave a short sermon on Casting All Your Care Upon Him, for He Careth for You. I was both sick and tired. Monday 14. We came to Shadrach Dials, from Delaware, near Choptank, who in his younger days attended my ministry to advantage. I feel, in general, great weakness of body, but great confidence in God, and constant and near access by prayer. We are now upon Cedar and Dutchman's Creeks, in Rowan County. Tuesday 15. It rained and we rested. On Wednesday we came 12 miles to Beale's Chapel, where, after Jesse Lee had discoursed upon the word of the Lord as a fire and a hammer, I added a few words on Take heed how ye hear, whom ye hear, what doctrine ye hear. Hear in faith, with prayer, with application, upon all the truths of God. We dined and then hasted on 8 miles to Prather's, in Iredell County. Directly after crossing Hunting Creek, a little circumstance took place, which, if it had happened in the creek, might have been attended with some disagreeable consequences. It was caused by one of the hooks of the swingle tree giving way. At Basil Prather's chapel, I gave my thoughts upon ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. I fear this will be the case with many souls. Thursday 17. We came up the ridges, between Rocky and Hunting Creeks, 8 miles, to John Templeton's, over a path no sulky ever went before. My testimony was founded upon James 4, 2, 3. Friday 18. We had a very uneasy ride of 15 miles, on the borders of Surrey County, over to Dr. Brown's, in Wilkes County. I feel my mind in great peace and resignation, both as it respects the Church of God and my own soul. The Presbyterians here are much more friendly with the Methodists now than formerly. I dare not say it is policy. It may be piety. Saturday 19. We rode through a damp and, in the end, a rainy day, 20 miles to George Gordon's, near Wilkes Courthouse. We crossed and recrossed the Yadkin River. Sunday 20. This is my American birthday. I have now passed 28 years upon this continent. Do I wish to live them over again? By no means. I doubt if I could mend it in my weakness and old age. I could not come up to what I have done. I should be dispirited at what would be presented before me. Monday 21. We came 8 miles to William Tribble's. We had an open time at a barren place, and I felt divine aid in a short improvement on Galatians 2, 19, 20. Tuesday 22. We had a serious, laborious ride of 30 miles to William White's, Esquire, upon Johns River, Burke County. In this route we had to cross the Yadkin 10 times, elk and buffalo each twice. 20 miles of the path were good, 10 miles uneven, with short hills, stumps, sidling banks, and deep ruts. I have renewed my acquaintance with these rivers. They afford valuable levels, with rising hills and high mountains on each side. The prospect is elegantly variegated. Here are grand heights, and there Indian corn adorns the vales. The water flows admirably clear, murmuring through the rocks, and in the rich lands, gently gliding deep and silent between its verdant banks. And to all this may be added pure air. Wednesday and Thursday, 23-24. Our quarterly meeting was held at William White's, Esquire, and Grand Patriarch of this settlement, whose family of children, grandchildren, etc., are numerous, and extensively established here. Jesse Lee sermonized each day. My discourse the first day was 1 Timothy 4:12-16. Let no man despise thy youth. 1. That Timothy should be exemplary to believers, in his words, which formed his conversation, at all times, and upon all subjects. He that offendeth not with his tongue is a perfect man, in charity, love, and beneficence, in spirit, the spirit of his mind and temper, purity of heart and intention, in faith, justifying, persevering faith, confidence in the sure promises and prophecies of God's word, attendance to reading, the word of God in the church, in families, in the closet, exhortation, as a gift of God, in which some excel, doctrine, the grand doctrines of the gospel, man's original rectitude, his fall, the atonement, repentance, justification, sanctification, the resurrection, the last judgment, and final rewards and punishments. The gift that is in thee by prophecy. It is probable some person, seeing the piety and simplicity of Timothy, had been moved by the Holy Ghost to prophesy that he would be a faithful minister of Christ. The laying on of the hands of the presbytery. The eldership. Here the apostle mentioneth the eldership. And in the first chapter of the second epistle, 6th verse, the laying on or putting on of his own hands upon Timothy. That Timothy and Titus were apostles, and exercised episcopal powers, is plain. They were instructed concerning bishops, elders, and deacons, what characters they should be. Titus was left in Crete, and directed to ordain elders in every city. Meditate upon these things. Ministers should be men of much meditation and prayer, men of contemplative minds, and ready to give up their mental and bodily powers wholly to the work of the Lord, that thy profiting may appear to all men, in all things belonging to thy ministerial and Christian calling. The second day of the quarterly meeting I exhorted. Friday, 25. We had to cross and recross the Johns River and man it over the hills. I came to Connolly's, 25 miles, and dined about 5 o'clock. I saw a natural curiosity in the mountains. An old trunk of a poplar had fallen, and 4 limbs of it had taken root at proper distances from each other, and had grown to be large trees, from 50 to 60 feet high, and 18 inches in diameter. Saturday, 26. I stayed at the house, to read, write, and plan a little. I tremble and faint under my burden, having to ride about 6,000 miles annually, to preach from 300 to 500 sermons a year, to write and read so many letters, and read many more. All this and more, besides the stationing of 300 preachers, reading many hundred pages, and spending many hours in conversation by day and by night, with preachers and people of various characters, among whom are many distressing cases. Sunday, 27. The morning was damp and cloudy, yet I must needs go to the quarterly meeting, which was held in a very open house. My improvement was the first epistle of John 3:18-22. The meeting lasted 5 hours. Monday, 28. We rode about 40 miles, and fed upon the path. We came to Daniel Asbury's in Lincoln County. I crossed once more at the Horse Ford, where I was formerly in danger of being drowned. At that time the river was high, myself weak, the horse I rode low and young, and we went in at an improper place upon the rocks, and amongst the falls of the river. Daniel Asbury, an experienced guide, conducted me across this time, but not without some difficulty. His horse stumbled and wet his feet, and my head began to swim before we got through, and my carriage to pitch over the large stones and small rocks. I think I bid a final adieu to this ford. If I must try this route again, I am inclined to go by Morgantown, the capital of Burke County. The winter approacheth. We must hasten south. Tuesday, 29. In the morning I rested. In the evening I walked out and preached, that the people might both see and hear me. My subject was 1 Thessalonians 2, 11, 12. Wednesday, 30. We rode to Williams's chapel, where Jesse Lee preached. I added a few words. We then hastened to the Widow Featherston's on Dutchman's Creek. We have ridden 30 miles this day over very uneven roads. We soon called a meeting after our arrival. Thursday, 31. We crossed the South Branch of Catawba, and soon after passed the line between North and South Carolinas into York County. In consequence of our wandering out of our way in the Hickory Barrens, we made it 30 miles to Alexander Hills, where we held a meeting. God hath blessed the son and daughter of our host, which is better to him than thousands of gold. South Carolina, Friday, November 1. We had a strange route of 20 miles to Josiah Smith's, on Broad River, Union County. Here we held a meeting. Saturday, 2. We came to Wode's Ferry upon Broad, at the mouth of Pacolet River, near a small town called Pinckneyville. Thence to Spray's over Tiger and Hendricks Bridge on the Enoree. We were benighted among the woods. The wagons and waters had made such deep ruts and gullies that I almost despaired of getting onward, until I thought of the expedient of leaving the carriage and mounting the horse's back, by which means I was better able to guide him. We came into Colonel Benjamin Herndon's about 7 o'clock, where we met brothers Blanton, Black, Norman, and Smith. On Sabbath day I commented upon Romans 2:16. According to my enumeration, I have traveled 160 miles in 4 days. Monday 4 I rested. Tuesday 5. I rode 8 miles to Odell's Chapel, Lawrence County. It was a damp day, and we had an open house. I lodged at Henry Davies's, a native of Anne Arundel County, Maryland. Wednesday 6. We came to Zoar Chapel, a new unfinished building. The morning was rainy, yet 2 or 3 dozen people attended. We lodged at William Holland's. Thursday 7. We rode 16 miles in haste to attend the funeral of Nehemiah Franks, an aged man, who, we hope, died in the Lord. Jesse Lee preached the funeral sermon. After which I made an improvement upon Joseph's prophecy, Genesis 40:24. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and God will surely visit you. I made some observations on his typical and gracious character, his early piety, his persecution from his brethren, his scenes of adversity, imprisonment, exposure to death, and slavery, his piety in prosperity and worldly honor, an example for us, how God visited the Israelites, and how he hath visited the people of America. Saturday and Sunday. Quarterly meeting at Bramblets. I made a discourse upon Titus 2:3. We had a good season. I only gave an exhortation on the Sabbath. We are now at the Widow Bramblett's, 10 miles from the Widow Frank's. Benjamin Blanton came up with us sick. His famous horse died of the staggers. He reported $260, and he had received from the connection in 4 years $250. If we do not benefit the people, we have but little of their money. Such is the ecclesiastical revenue of all our order. Monday, 11. We rode, sick, weary, and hungry, through a most barren country. Jesse Lee stopped to preach at Colonel Wolfe's. I rode on to the Tumbling Shoals Ford, upon Reedy River, thence on to William Powell's, upon the banks of fair Saluda. I came in as usual, sick indeed, after riding 30 miles, jolting over the roots, stumps, holes, and gullies. End of section 43. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 44 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Tuesday, 12. Rode 5 miles to King's Chapel. There were 6 traveling preachers present. The house was very open, and the 2 sermons and love feast held 3 hours. I was chilled exceedingly. My subject was Ephesians 5, 1-3. Wednesday, 13. We rode westward 16 miles, to Warwick Bristow's, where we held meeting, and then rode to Barry's Ford. Thence to Thomas Terry's, a Yorkshire Methodist, whom I married 7 years ago to Anne W. Dowell, his present good wife, from a Methodist stock on the mother's side in Ireland. Thursday, 14. We rode 10 miles to the Golden Grove, at Cox's Meeting House. My subject was 1 John 2:20. It is agreed that this is the best society we have in South Carolina. The land here is rich. We lodged at Deacon Terrence. On Friday we crossed Saluda at Wilson's Ferry, and rode 15 miles to Thomas Willingham's, upon the Indian lands. Saturday, 16. We rode 10 miles to Nash's Meeting House, in Pendleton County, where I glossed upon Colossians 1:27-28. I was much affected with the faces and manners of this people. Mr. James Nash is not, nor any of his family, in fellowship with us, but are our most kind friends. We were used in the very best manner, and this was more abundantly acceptable. Friends in need are friends indeed. We had to preach in an open house. It was a summer's day. We had a love feast and sacrament. My subject was 2 Peter 2:9. The congregation was very large. Georgia, Monday, 18. We rode 26 miles into the state of Georgia, crossed Rocky River, properly so called, likewise the Savannah at the Cherokee Ford. It was wide, deep, and there were large rocks in it, and I had no guide. However, we came safe to William Tate's in Elbert County. Little did I think I should ever visit Georgia again, much less the frontiers of it. It was a rainy day, but I was kept dry in the Felicity. Not so with brothers Lee and Blanton. Tuesday, 19. We attended at Tate's Chapel in the Forks. It was a cold day. I gave a short exhortation on Revelation 21:7. I passed a night with Charles Tate, formerly of Cokesbury, and was made exceedingly welcome and comfortable. Wednesday, 20. Rode 20 miles to Coldwater, in a cold day, and held meeting in a cold meeting house, but we had a warm-hearted people. I gave a brief sermon upon Ephesians 5:8. Walk as children of light. We lodged at and were comfortably entertained by Ralph Banks. Thursday, 21. We rode 16 miles, sometimes through the naked woods, to Redwines, where we had an unexpected congregation in the solitary woods. I held forth on, "The Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which was lost." The house was open, but the people were simple-hearted and very kind. Friday, 22. We came 16 miles to Carroll's Meeting House, a new log cabin in the woods. Some of the people of the congregation are from the east and west parts of Maryland. I felt that the Lord was with them. We have the kitchen, house, and chamber all in one, and no closet but the woods. Saturday, 23. At Park's new cabin chapel, after riding 18 miles, I exhorted. We lodged at Stephen Westbrook's. Sabbath day. Still at Park's chapel. I preached upon 2 Corinthians 6:1. I doubt if there were ever twice as many crowded in so small a house. Some stood upon the benches, and others upon the floor. Public and private meeting held 5 hours. We afterward had to ride 10 or 12 miles to lodge at George Christian's. We traveled through Elbert, but mostly in Franklin County. We have crossed about 13 branches of Broad River. 3 of them, which rise near the head branches of Oconee, are large. The land is not very fertile, except what lieth upon the watercourses. Monday, 25. We were detained by rain in the morning, but set off at 9 o'clock, and came in at 1:30, after riding 12 miles to Charles Wakefield's, in Oglethorpe County, so called after the first governor of the state or province. Benjamin Blanton could go no farther, but went to bed with a high fever. I desired Jesse Lee to attend the appointments over the Oconee. We had the appearance of the beginning of winter, and were in a cold cabin, but with kind people. Tuesday, 26. We came 6 miles to Cornelius M. Carty's. Here we had to drop anchor again. Brother Blanton could go no farther this day, and as there were 3 of us in company, and one who was well able to do the work, I felt it my duty to do as I would be done by, and have been done by, that is, to stay and take care of the sick man. Wednesday, 27. After Brother Blanton had been very ill, and in bed most of his time, I housed him in my carriage, and we proceeded down the Oconee, 12 miles, to Burrell Pope's, after a heavy siege through the woods, from one plantation to another, on Brother Blanton's stiff-jointed horse, that I would only ride to save souls, or the health of a brother. Our accommodations compensated for all. I admire the soft soil of Georgia, and it is pleasant to see the people plowing on the last of November, as if it were the month of April. The weather was very cold on Thursday and Friday. Saturday I rode 7 miles up to Hudson's Ford, at the mouth of Trail Creek, to have a sight of Oconee River. Jesse Lee visited the forks of the river, and formed a circuit for one preacher. The land upon the river is good. I returned to Henry Pope's. Sabbath day, December 1. The weather still continues cold. At the new meeting house, my subject was Hebrews 3:12-14. There appears to be more wealth than religion here. Monday, 2. We rode 12 miles, in a very damp day, to the widow Stewart's. We had a large congregation for the day and place. The widow's house stands upon a line between Greene and Oglethorpe counties. Tuesday, 3. At Greensboro, in a large meeting house built by and for the Presbyterians, we held meeting. We lodged at William Upton's. We have traveled in 2 days about 32 miles. The badness of the weather and my constant uneasiness have injured me much. I have spoken very little in public. I drag along exceedingly heavy. It is serious work to be driving through the back settlements and having open meeting and dwelling houses in the winter season. Wednesday 4. At Burke's meeting house, Jesse Lee preached, and I exhorted upon the importance of the ministry, and ordained Brother Watts a local deacon. We lodged at John Crutchfield's, where we had a gracious family meeting. Thursday 5. We moved along in a cloudy, damp, cold day, 14 miles to Little Britain, a log pen, open at the top, bottom, and sides. A few people attended. My subject was Matthew 7:8. Friday 6. We rode 15 miles, through a heavy rain, to Hill's Meeting House, upon Long Creek, where 6 or 7 preachers, with a few people, attended. My subject was Hebrews 10:32. Hope Hull, Josias Randall, S. Cowles, and William Partridge came a long way to see me. We had a family meeting at Mother Hill's. It is about 20 years since I first visited this house. Saturday and Sabbath Day, 7/8. We held our quarterly meeting at Mark's meeting house. I had dreaded this appointment. I had some pain and some pleasure. The state of religion is low here. Hope Hull preached on Saturday upon Jeremiah 10:8. We had some signs to show that life had not entirely departed in the love feast and sacrament. Benjamin Blanton preached Sabbath Day from Isaiah 28:8, and I gave a gloss upon Joshua 14:8. Nevertheless, my brethren that went up with me made the heart of the people melt, but I wholly followed the Lord my God. In the introduction, peculiar attention was paid to the dealings of God with Israel from the beginning to the end. The influence pious characters had in the case before us, 2 prevailing against 10. That the well-being of future generations required that a decided tone to the morals, manners, and religious opinions should be given by the first settlers of the country. The weight of the discourse was opened in 2 divisions. First, what God had done for many Christians. Secondly, their unfaithfulness and complaints, like the Israelites, and their bad influence upon the camp of Israel, as at the present day. Monday 9. We rode 20 miles to Hope Hull's, near Washington, in Wilkes County. Tuesday 10 we rested, and on Wednesday 11 I gave a discourse at Coke's Chapel upon Galatians 6:9. The rain began as we closed the meeting. I dined at D. Meriwether's, and rode home with Thomas Grant that evening, and was detained on Thursday and Friday in consequence of a rain. We have had an exceedingly heavy rain. The Little River was impassable, but I was kindly and comfortably provided for. I lament the state of religion in these new settlements. New lands, new officers, and new objects occupy the minds of the people. I invented a continental general plan of movement through the eastern and western states, not much short of 7,000 miles. Saturday 14. I made an attempt to reach Phillips's Bridge, but was soon stopped by a creek. Thence we went to a mill dam, full of holes and rolling stones. I did not choose to risk the overturning of the carriage into the mill pond or the creek. So I returned to D. Meriwether's, and appointed a meeting at Coke's Chapel, and upon the Sabbath day gave them a long, weighty talk upon 1 Corinthians 7:29. Monday 16. We had to take the rain and mud upon the Augusta Road. The wagons had been detained by high water. Men and wagons were very heavily loaded with rum. We rode 24 miles, and were kindly entertained at William Shield's. Tuesday 17. Rode 10 miles to James Allen's, and behold, Neither the man nor his wife was at home. The day was far spent, and it was raining, so we stopped. Wednesday, 18. Before we could get ready to move, it began to rain powerfully. We came down the Augusta road, gouged up by wagons in a most dreadful manner, in consequence of which we were 5 hours in going 12 miles to Thomas Haynes, upon Uchee. I had great intestine war, having eat but little. But here we have all things comfortable. I doubt whether we shall be able to cross Savannah River in 5 days from this time, the former freshet being increased by latter rains. Thursday and Friday we rested. Saturday, 21. We rode to Mgees to attend an appointment, but the rain prevented the people from coming. Sabbath day, 22. We came into Augusta town. I went in the morning to hear a sermon, and in the afternoon I gave one upon Hebrews 2:1. We have preached several years in this town, but with little success. We want a house of our own here. On Monday, 23, the waters were much assuaged. Augusta town is greatly improved in houses since I was here last. The boat trade from Savannah is very considerable. After waiting an hour on the banks of the river, we crossed, and came in about sunset, after riding 22 miles to Cooper's, in the Pines. South Carolina, Tuesday, 24. We came 23 miles to Chester's, the best entertainment we could find. It was but for a night. Christmas Day, 25. We rode 23 miles to a Pole meeting house, near Trotty's, thence 10 miles to Jacob Barr's. Here I was once more at home. Thursday, 26. We rode down Edisto River, which was much swelled by the late rains. I dined at Murray's. We then proceeded up the stream to Mr. Hall's. We have ridden 25 miles this day. Friday, 27. We crossed at Four Holes Bridge, which was scarcely passable, the water being deep, and spread out upon the low land nearly 3/4 of a mile. I came accidentally to my appointment at the Cypress Chapel. My text was 1 Timothy 2:5. For there is one God, and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. 1. The great disproportion there is between a holy God and fallen mankind. 2. The absolute indispensable necessity of a mediator in nature and office. Saturday, 28. I never knew worse roads. I needed one to hold on one side of my carriage to prevent my being overset in the mud. Sabbath day I preached in the old church, upon Psalm 118, 24-25. On Monday and Tuesday we had a little rest. Wednesday, January 1, 1800. We began our conference in Charleston, 23 members present. I had select meetings with the preachers each evening, who gave an account of the dealings of God with their own souls, and of the circuits they supplied the past year. Saturday, 4. After determining by a large majority that our next meeting together, by divine permission, should be in Camden, the conference rose. Slow moved the Northern Post on the eve of New Year's Day, and brought the heart-distressing information of the death of Washington, who departed this life December 14, 1799. Washington, the calm, intrepid chief, the disinterested friend, first father, and temporal savior of his country under divine protection and direction. A universal cloud sat upon the faces of the citizens of Charleston. The pulpits clothed in black, the bells muffled, the paraded soldiery. A public oration decreed to be delivered on Friday, 14th of this month. a marble statue to be placed in some proper situation. These were the expressions of sorrow, and these the marks of respect paid by his feeling fellow citizens to the memory of this great man. I am disposed to lose sight of all but Washington. Matchless man. At all times he acknowledged the providence of God, and never was he ashamed of his Redeemer. We believe he died not fearing death. In his will he ordered the manumission of his slaves, a true son of liberty in all points. Sunday 5. After the burden of care was thrown off, I again resumed the pulpit. And in order the better to suit my subject to meet the conference, the new year, ordination of elders and deacons, and the general's death, I made choice of Isaiah 61:2, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all that mourn. 1. The acceptable year of the Lord. 2. The day of vengeance of our God. 3. To comfort all that mourn. The congregation was large, decent, and solemn. The ordination was attended with unction from above, and the sacrament with tenderness of heart. At the new church, before the ordination of deacons, Jesse Lee discoursed upon "The harvest truly is great," etc. After encountering many difficulties, I was able to settle the plan of stations and to take in 2 new circuits. Monday 6. The main body of the preachers left the city. I desired Jesse Lee, as my assistant, to take my horse and his own and visit between this and the 7th of February, Crusawachi, Savannah, and St. Mary's, a ride of about 400 miles, and to take John Garvin to his station. The time has been when this journey would have been my delight, but now I must lounge in Charleston. Sunday 12. We have had a week of snow, which made the ways extremely miry. I attended the church in Cumberland Street. My subject was 1 Peter 1:17-19. I did not enter, as I wished, into the marrow of the subject. Monday 13. Benjamin Blanton left me to attend his charge of preachers, circuits, and to promote the sale of our books, within the limits of the Charleston Conference. I have kept no journal from Sabbath to Sabbath. I have been employed in reading and answering letters to different and distant parts of the continent. Sunday 19. My subject was 1 Peter 1:6-7. I have been very unwell since Friday, but as I only attempt to labor upon Sabbath days, I could not stand back from duty. I was greatly assisted in the morning, but much outdone in the afternoon, in body and mind. At intervals, Nicholas Snethen read to me those excellent sermons of Mr. James Sorin, a French Protestant minister at The Hague. They are long, elaborate, learned, doctrinal, practical, historical, and explanatory. No journal until Friday 24. I have been unwell in my bowels. C. Patton sent me a decoction of bark, rhubarb, and nutmeg, which helps me much. This week I employed in answering my correspondence in the District of Maine, States of Massachusetts, New York, Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. On Thursday night departed this life Edward Rutledge, Governor of South Carolina. He was one of the tried patriots of 1775 and 1776. The Africans gave him a good character for his humanity. On Saturday 25, his dust is to be committed to dust. I have said ye are gods, but ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Sunday 26. I was under some weakness of body and mind. I attended at the old church, and preached on Romans 12:9-11. January 30th we had another snow. February 3rd. I have kept no journal for some days. Sabbath was a cloudy day, with rain. My sacramental subject was Revelations 1, 5, 6. I have had a distressing cold in my head, notwithstanding which I have read much in books, letters, and lives. Wednesday 5. I began to relax my mind from writing long letters. I dined with Jessie Vaughn, and afterward visited Mr. Warnack's family at the orphan house. There is no institution in America equal to this. 200 or 300 orphans are taught, fed, and clothed, and then put apprentices to good trades. Friday 7. Jessie Lee and George Doherty came to town. The former hath been a route of about 600 miles, and my poor Gray hath suffered for it. Sunday 9. I gave my last charge at Cumberland Street Church, from Romans 12, 14 through 18. Monday 10. I left the city of Charleston. The day was cold and the roads bad. We came through Broughton Swamp. In the evening my carriage got set fast. The second draught, the hook upon the swingle tree, gave way, and I had to take to the mud to fix the traces. At 8:30 we came to Monk's Corner. Tuesday 11. It snowed. I was distressed for a wagoner whose horses ran away at the sight of my carriage, and whirled the wagon among the stumps and trees. Happily no considerable injury was suffered. We lodged at the Widow Turk's, near Nelson's Ferry, an extremely cold night. Wednesday 12. We wrought our passage over and through the river and swamp, and as long as we kept the public road it was all swamp. We at length came to Gibson's Chapel, where I preached upon James 1:25. We dined at Bowman's, and in the evening held meeting at Mr. Gales's. Thursday 13 was a very cold day. It terminated in rain. No meeting at Bradford's. Friday 14. We came to Rembert's, where at 3:00 I spoke upon Hebrews 3:3 to a few people. Brother Snethan also gave them a discourse. Saturday 15. We came to Camden. The weather is still cold. We stopped to feed at Navy's. We have ridden, since Monday last, 130 miles, and my horse would not have been so outdone in 200 or 300 miles upon good roads. My soul hath been kept in patience, and much prayer. My body is in great weakness, undergoing disagreeable changes with the weather and my constitutional maladies. Sunday 16. At Camden I preached upon 1 Corinthians 6, 19, 20. We administered the Lord's Supper. The day was cold for this climate, and but few people attended. Monday 17. We rode 20 miles to Horton's, and on Tuesday 18 held meeting there. Wednesday 19. We rode 40 miles through the sands, and roads made bad by snow and frost. We were traveling as late as 8:00 in the evening, groping in the dark until a boy guided us along by the blaze of pine wood to Brother Shaw's peaceable dwelling. He was gone to his circuit, but his gracious wife and children were at home. Thursday 20. At Jackson's meeting house we had some gracious feelings. After an absence of 10 years, I called once more at friend Pace's. End of section 44. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 45 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday 21. We attended a meeting at Anson Courthouse. we had no small congregation at Mr. Cash's new house. I was kindly entertained at his father's when in Virginia and Tennessee, and now by him. They offered us money, food, lodging, or whatever we wanted. At Threadgill's meeting house, N. Snethan preached. We then hasted to Mr. Atkins. We were compelled to wade Rocky River. The water came into my carriage box. Sunday, 23. At Randall's Church, in Montgomery County, North Carolina, I gave a discourse after Brother Snethan, upon 1 Samuel 12:23. Monday, 24, we came to Ledbetter's. North Carolina, Tuesday, 25. Crossed PD at Tyndallsville, and landed at Andersonboro without any difficulties. But when we came to Williamsford, across the river, it was impassable. We then changed our course and took the Ridge Road, which was open to the Montgomery line. Thence we had to guess our way until we came to Edward Harris's, where we fed, dined, and prayed with the woman and children, and then came on we knew not where. As the sun began to decline, we thought it time to look out. To our surprise, we saw a Friends' meeting house, as we judged by its form. I then concluded we could not reach Deep River, and we stopped at John Henley's. We had all we wanted but prayer. Wednesday, 26. I had to pass over heavy hills, rocks, and small runs, and through thick clay. We were concluding when in Charleston, and after we set out, by the excessive cold, that there was snow not far distant. When we came into North Carolina, we found that upon PD, and Yadkin, and Deep Rivers, the snow had fallen 15 and 18 inches deep, and continued nearly a month upon the ground, and had swelled the rivers, and spoiled the public roads. We lodged at Mr. Bell's, having ridden only 50 miles in 2 days. We left 2 appointments on the west side of Euany. So much for that siege. My horse had hard work. My carriage was very loose in the joints by constant and long play, and myself much tired. But I revived when I saw the lawyers going to the western courts. I thought, if they toiled and suffered for justice and silver, how ought I to labor for truth, and gold that perisheth not, and thousands of people, and hundreds of preachers. Thursday, 27. I gained a day by the overflowing of Euany, and came to Daniel Sherwood's, in Guilford County, within 20 miles of the track I went down last fall. Friday, 28. It rained and snowed. I gave an exhortation and ordained 2 deacons. We got our horses shod and then rode to aged William Fields. Sunday, March 2. We set out early and hasted through deep roads to the Hickory Mountain Chapel, not less than 28 or 30 miles. N. Snethan went along and preached to the people, and brought a few to meet me at friend Reeves', where we dined about 6 o'clock. Monday, 3. We had no small race through Chatham County to Snipes. We were lost 3 times before we came to Clark's Ferry, on Haw River, and had to send a boy a mile for the ferryman, and wait nearly a half hour. Tuesday, 4. A clear but very cold day. We were treated with great respect at the university, by the president, Caldwell, and the students, citizens, and many of the country people. Brother Snethan preached on God forbid that I should glory, save in the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ. When the university is finished, I shall take notice of it. I stopped to baptize some children, and then rode on to Massey's. Wednesday, 5. We rode to Sihon Smith's, and I gave a lecture in the evening. Thursday, 6. We came to Raleigh, the seat of government. I preached in the State House. Notwithstanding, this day was very cold and snowy. We had many people to hear. I baptized a child, and came that evening to Thomas Proctor's. Friday 7. We came to the Union Church. Many attended, but the excessive cold penetrated my whole system. We lodged at John Whitefield's. Saturday 8. I rode 12 miles through the snow to Edmund Taylor's, Sr. This week, from Monday to Saturday at noon, I have ridden 110 miles. My mind is kept in great serenity. I have spoken every day but this. Sunday 9. We have a great sleet. The healthy and the young went to Banks Church. At 4 o'clock we had a sermon at Father Taylor's on Ephesians 4:3, endeavoring to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. 1. The end, the unity of the Spirit. 2. The means. There might be a union in interest, in opposition, in sentiment, in ordinances, but not in the Spirit. That this union is a union in experiences by the Spirit, and in the spirits or minds of Christians. The means are set forth in the first and second verses of the same chapter. To walk worthy of their Christian character and calling. Disorderly walking breaketh union. With all lowliness, or every mark of humility. Pride is sure to break union. It hath done it in heaven and paradise. Meekness, unlawful passion will break union. Long-suffering. If men will not suffer long from saints and sinners, they will break union with the Church of God. Monday 10. I rubbed along somehow to Smith's Church. The distress I suffered in my bowels was great, and had been so for 3 days. My misery was so exceedingly great that I set off to leave the place. But my way from the dwelling-house lay by the church. The people were collected. I felt better, stepped in, and gave an exhortation. I took Stoughton's bitters, and got relief, and then rode on to friend Harris's. Tuesday 11. I preached a short discourse on Joshua's resolution, and rode 12 miles to E. Taylor's, Jr. I felt unwell. Wednesday 12. I attended the funeral of Sister Brodie. She professed religion 3 years, lived happy, and died in the Lord. N. Snethan preached the funeral sermon from A good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death better than the day of one's birth. I gave some sentiments on God forbid that I should glory, save in the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thursday 13. We crossed Roanoke at Taylor's Ferry. The river was very full. Hail, ancient Virginia, once more. In little more than 4 weeks we have ridden nearly 200 miles in South and 300 in North Carolina. We came to Howell Taylor's. N. Snethan preached Father Young's funeral on Isaiah 57:1. I could only exhort. We rode home with S. Holmes 15 miles, and it was well we did. Virginia, Saturday 15, was a stormy day. One of my friends wanted to borrow or beg 50 pounds of me. He might as well have asked me for Peru. I showed him all the money I had in the world, about $12, and gave him 5. Strange that neither my friends nor my enemies will believe that I neither have nor seek bags of money. Well, they shall believe by demonstration what I have ever been striving to prove, that I will live and die a poor man. At Salem we had a good Sabbath. My subject was Romans 12:19-21. Our meeting held nearly 3 hours. Tuesday 18. I preached at William Owens's on Psalm 37, 39, 40. We had an open, living time. Wednesday 19 at Myrick Chapel. Thursday 20 at Dromgoold's Chapel. Jesse Lee and N. Snethan did the preaching, and I rode home with Peter Pelham. This day's work was riding 25 miles. We crossed a bridge like a castle at the Westford Ford. Friday 21. We escaped another dreadful rainy day. A prodigious quantity of water fell. We were housed. Not a single person came to meeting. But we had a sermon at noon, and one in the family at night. Saturday 22. We set out for Sussex, but missed our way. We soon came to an impassable stream. I asked a poor, unintelligible Negro who lived near. He said, Louis Gig. I recollected Grigg, and we went straight to his house and dined. We then pushed on, and finding the 3-run creek too deep to cross, took up our lodging at J. Fisher's. Sunday 23. We rode 15 miles to Jones's Chapel. I was very unwell, but gave a sermon on Hebrews 12, 28-29. We had 3 sermons, N. Snethan and Jesse Lee having followed me. Monday 24. At Pennington's, I spoke on Hebrews 13, 20-21. As we had reason to believe the river Nottoway was impassable at Allen's Bridge, we rode back 7 miles to Smith's. Tuesday morning we had to ride nearly 1 mile through the water, which was sometimes knee-deep, and sometimes up to our horses' sides. After riding 17 miles, we came to Mr. Briggs's about 12 o'clock. The day was extremely cold, and indicative of snow. We gave 2 sermons. My subject was 1 Corinthians 7, 29-30. Wednesday 26. We gave an exhortation at Lane's Chapel, lodged at Philip Davies's, and on Thursday 27 we rode to J. Moody's, 24 miles. We crossed Blackwater at Broadwater Bridge. It was very deep wading. Brother Snethan preached in the evening. Friday 28. At Blunt's Chapel. Here I was unable to add many words. The probability is, we shall hold conference in this neighborhood, as the smallpox prevails in Norfolk and Portsmouth, and the people in this settlement have made most generous offers to the preachers, provided they choose to sit in conference here. Saturday 29 was a day of settled rain, and we were kept in the house, myself being very unwell. Sunday 30. We rode 16 miles through damp, cold, and cloudy weather, to a meeting house near Everett's Bridge, not fit for a horse to stay in. I could not refrain from speaking on Psalm 12:1. Help, Lord, for the godly man ceaseth, for the faithful fail from among the children of men. See Isaiah 57:1, Micah 7:2. It was observed, first, what the remaining remnant had to do when the truly pious were taken from the earth, to be godly, truly gracious souls, faithful, faithfulness the test, and continued proof of such souls. The loss the world and the church sustained. Moral men were valuable, temperate men a loss, friends to liberty and religion a loss, much more men of sterling piety. Monday 31. We passed through Suffolk and called upon Mr. Cowlings, whose pious father is gone to rest since I was here last. After 20 years, I called at Mr. Yearbury's, and then came on to Isaac Lunsford's. I was very unwell. For some days I have had chills, headache, and bilious symptoms. To this succeeded violent vomiting, and a desperate night. Tuesday, April 1. We came to William Wright's, on Pig Point, where I preached a little on Hebrews 10:29. Wednesday 2. At Craney Island Chapel. Here dreadful havoc hath been made by James O'Kelly. A peaceable society of nearly 50 souls are divided, and I fear in the end some may be destroyed. How he hath done this work we may know by reading his apology. And Snethan gave a great discourse on 2 Corinthians 13, 5-7. It is astonishing to hear the falsehoods published against me. I lodged at James Carney's. Thursday 3. At Jolliffe's I read a most gracious account of the work of God on the eastern shore, in Cecil County, Duck Creek, and Dover, in the state of Delaware. I published it in the congregation, reading the letter. My subjects on which I preached were Hebrews 12:15 and Luke 17:5. Friday 4. We rode to James Taylor's. I was deeply afflicted, probably occasioned by my eating of fish. I exhorted a little, administered the Lord's Supper, and then rode 20 miles to Portsmouth, and gave a brief exhortation in the neat new house. Saturday I visited the brethren in Norfolk. They presented me with a plan of a new house, 50 by 70, and, wonder of wonders, it is to be built on the lot adjoining that on which the old Episcopal Church stands. Sunday 6. My subject was 1 Corinthians 11, 1-5. We administered the sacrament. In the afternoon I exhorted in Portsmouth, but it was an offense to some that I did not preach, weak as I was, and we had to administer the sacrament here also. Monday 7. We rode 40 miles to William Powell's in the Isle of Wight County. It caused tears and some disappointment, because I did not stop at Suffolk. Tuesday 8. We went on to William Blunt's. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday we passed in close, comfortable conference. We had great accounts of the work of God in the state of Delaware, and also Franklin Circuit in Virginia. We had grace, but no gold, and we wanted $143 of silver to pay the just demands of the preachers to their $64 per year. Friday afternoon, we rode 15 miles to Moorings. Saturday 12. We rode 12 miles to Old Jamestown Ferry. We crossed and had a very good passage, notwithstanding it was a very stormy day at times, with heavy showers. We then rode 12 miles to James City, and lodged at Edmund Taylor's. My company felt the effects of being exposed to the rain. I was safe under a cover, but had as much as I could well bear. Sabbath 13. I preached at James City Chapel, on Colossians 3, 1-2. We concluded our meeting at 2 o'clock, dined, and rode 16 miles to the Widow Kirby's. A great hailstorm came on a few minutes after we got in. Monday 14. After the rain was over, we stood our course to Hampton. We came in about 2 o'clock. Brother M. Kendry preached the funeral sermon of a little child at 3 o'clock. Myself spoke at 5. Brother Snethan at 7 o'clock. My subject was Philippians 3, 8-10. Tuesday 15. We rode back to York. I saw the grave where was buried the effigy of General Washington, at the probable place where Lord Cornwallis delivered up his sword to him. We lodged at Brother John Stubbs in Gloucester. Wednesday 16. At Mount Zion, Jesse Lee came in before us, and had begun to preach. I had a headache and fever, so said but little. I had the pleasure of beholding with my eyes the excellent plantation of Mr. Tabb, and of receiving every favor the heart of love and the hand of liberality could bestow. I am a stranger that tarried. Thursday 17. At Cheesecake I said a little upon James 2:5. Here is a new house and society. Since I was here 10 years ago, my old friend Douglas is gone to his long home. Friday, 18. We came in haste to Urbana, 15 miles. There had been some notice given that there would be preaching here. The courthouse doors were opened, but not one soul appeared. We paraded upon the green a while, and then went to the ferry. Wind and tide both ahead. A leaky boat. Weak hands and oars. Heavily loaded in the bow with 4 horses, and one of them ready to leap out. They cried out to me to put back. After some hesitation, I thought we must go back or to the bottom. After cruising 2 miles, Brother M'Kendry and Brother Snethan waited. Brother Andrews and myself covered our retreat by riding 20 miles into Essex, and about sunset stopped at the widow Hundley's. Saturday, 19. We rode 14 miles to S. Coles's. I judge I have traveled little short of 500 miles this route, over Virginia, having been in 19 counties. Monday, 21. We rode 25 miles through a storm of rain to the widow Bosey's. Tuesday, 22. We crossed at Port Royal and came to the widow Bombrey's. Here we joined brothers M'Kendry and Snethan. Wednesday, 23, we rode 40 miles to Ward's, near Dumfries, and Thursday, 24, to Alexandria, and gave a short discourse on James 1:12. I knew not which was best, to attend the quarterly meeting in Fairfax or go to Baltimore. I at length concluded upon the latter. We came through the federal city, and were afterward lost an hour in the woods, and were benighted. We called on the widow of Senior John Worthington, and saw the old mansion. We were kindly entertained, and had a comfortable night's rest. Maryland, Saturday, 26. We came to the city of Baltimore, where I found cause of joy and sorrow. Sabbath day, 27. I attempted a discourse on James 5:8-9. Bishop Coke is on his way to this city. Monday, 28. I visited and prepared for the arrangement of the preachers at the annual conference for another year. The great accounts of the work of God in various parts are as cordials to my soul. I am persuaded that upon an exact measurement, I have traveled 1,100 miles from the 10th of February to the 27th of April. My horse is poor, and my carriage is greatly racked. Thursday, May 1. We opened our conference, and in 3 days we concluded our work in peace. Monday, 5. We came to Baltimore, and Tuesday, 6 we opened our general conference, which held until Tuesday, 20. We had much talk but little work. 2 days were spent in considering about Dr. Coke's return to Europe, part of 2 days on Richard Watcote for a bishop, and 1 day in raising the salary of the itinerant preachers from $64 to $80 per year. We had 116 members present. It was still desired that I should continue in my station. On the 18th of May, 1800, Elder Watcote was ordained to the office of a bishop, after being elected by a majority of 4 votes more than Jesse Lee. The unction that attended the word was great. More than 100 souls, at different times and places, professed conversion during the sitting of conference. I was weary, but sat very close in conference. My health is better than when we began. Tuesday, 20. I came to Greenwood, Philip Rogers's, and Wednesday, 21, I preached at Patapsco Neck Chapel, on Psalm 80, 17-19. We called at Tobias Stansbury's, and dined, talked, and prayed with his afflicted wife, who felt her confidence in God. We then came on to Perry Hall, and were received with great openness of heart. Mrs. Goff is, I hope, dying to the world, and living to Jesus. Mr. Goff is most affectionately kind. Thursday, 22. We came to Gunpowder Neck. Bishop Watcoat preached and I exhorted. I trust the Lord will return to this house. I believe some felt the word this day. We went home with Stephen Waters, once more, after an absence of 16 years. Friday, 23. We came to Abingdon. The bricks are fallen down. The probability is we shall not rebuild with hewn stones. My text was Isaiah 40:10. Behold, the Lord God will come with strong hand, and his arm shall rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. This text was given me by opening my Bible at the sitting of the General Conference, when I trembled a little for the ark. The people have improved the chapel here. It was not burnt with the college, although it was within 20 yards. We lodged at William Smith's. It is above 20 years since I lodged at his father's house. Saturday, 24. We were at Bush Forest Chapel, the most ancient in this circuit. My subject was Isaiah 35, 3-6. Sabbath day. We were crowded as it was quarterly meeting. I went home with J.W. Dallin. I walked to the grave of my once dear Sally, his former wife. Delaware, Monday, 26. I crossed Susquehanna and came to northeast. We stopped a night at Howell's. Brother Watcoat preached. Tuesday, 27. We rode up to Back Creek, a Bethel indeed. At 4 o'clock I gave a brief discourse on 1 Corinthians 7, 29-31. The people sang and leaped for joy of heart. They have beaten down strong drink, and the power of God is come. We lodged at John Cayman's. Wednesday, 28. At the Manor Chapel we had a great time. My soul was divinely refreshed. We lodged at Governor Bassett's. Thursday, 29. We came down to Bridgetown, at the head of Chester River. In the evening I lectured upon Luke 19:44. Because thou knewest not the time of thy visitation. I gave the people one caution. I observed, first, what always marked a time of visitation to a people collectively and individually. Secondly, what our Lord must mean by knowing or not knowing this time of visitation, that it was the improving the time for all the valuable purposes designed. Thirdly, the dreadful consequences which will undoubtedly follow the not knowing, not improving a time of visitation, that we might fear that every calamity which might come on us in time was judicial, and eternal torment. I have been led to meditate upon what are the happy consequences of a revival of religion: pure doctrine, strict discipline, great harmony, love, and life. End of section 45. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 46 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday, 30. We were at Blackstone's Chapel. Brother Watcoat preached. I gave a short exhortation, and several of the preachers joined in prayer. I rode in the afternoon into Dover Forest, and lodged at Cox's, formerly Lockwood's, but he is gone hence. The people could remember that I had not been in this neighborhood for 15 years. Saturday, 31. I preached at the Forest Chapel on Habakkuk 3:2, and rode to Dover that evening. Sunday, June 1. This was a day to be remembered. We began our love feast at 8:30. Meeting was continued, except 1 hour's intermission, until 4 o'clock, and some people never left the house until nearly midnight. Many souls professed to find the Lord. In the evening, I rode up to Duck Creek to meet the conference. Monday, 2. We had 66 preachers, all connected with the business of conference. We sat closely 6 hours each day, until Friday 6, when about 9 o'clock the conference rose. 1 hour was spent in public each day, but the people would not leave the house day nor night. In short, such a time hath been seldom known. The probability is that above 100 souls were converted to God. The stationing of the preachers was a subject that took my attention. It was with the greatest difficulty I could unbend my mind from this 1 hour, yea, many minutes, by day or night, until I read the plan. I felt myself bound in spirit, and perhaps conscience also, to push on to hold the next Sabbath in Philadelphia. Bishop Watcoat and myself hasted to Wilmington on Friday, and on Saturday we dined with Mary Withy, now raised above her doubts, and rejoicing in God. Through her instrumentality a small society is raised in Chester, and she hath fed the Lord's prophets 28 or 29 years. We came on to Schuylkill, and thence to Philadelphia. Pennsylvania, Sunday, 8. I preached morning and evening at 4th Street, now making what it ought to be, and seated properly. I preached at the African Church on 2 Peter 3, 17, 18, and at St. George's on 1 Peter 1, 5-7. I spoke only once at the conference. My subject was Psalm 29, 9. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory, truly fulfilled at that time and place. Surely we may say our Pentecost is fully come this year, when we recollect what God hath wrought in Edisto in South, and Guilford in North Carolina, in Franklin, Amelia, and Gloucester in Virginia, in Baltimore, and Cecil in Maryland, in Dover, Duck Creek, and Milford in Delaware. My health is restored, to the astonishment of myself and friends. Monday and Tuesday in Philadelphia. New Jersey. We rode to Burlington through excessive heat and dust, in company with Richard Watcoat and Jesse Lee. The latter wished to preach in the evening and go on in the morning. The Baptist minister had appointed a lecture and invited Brother Lee to take his place. He accepted and preached an appropriate sermon on Acts 10:25. Thursday, 12. I gave a lecture in Burlington on 1 Corinthians 7:29-31. This is an awful place. Friday, 13. We came through heat and dust to New Mills. We were comforted in God. Brother Watcoat preached. I made a short discourse on Hebrews 10:32. I wished some to look back to former feelings, duties, experiences, and days. We have ridden above 100 miles since our departure from Duck Creek. Saturday, 14. We had to stretch along through Julia, Job's, and Reckla's towns to Cross Creek. We stopped and fed at Mr. Lovell's, where we refreshed ourselves for an hour. We then came on to M. Moore's, where I preached on Romans 12, 1-2. We then took the road through Allentown to Joseph Hutchinson's, and came in, weak and wearied, about 5 o'clock. Sunday, 15. At Milford I gave a brief discourse on Romans 13:11. We attended at Mr. Ely's in the evening. A few souls there appeared to be deeply impressed with religious truth. Monday, 16. My horse drove heavily, and I did not get into Brunswick until 1 o'clock. We had a meeting, and under exhortation many felt the word. We then hasted on to Mr. Drake's, near Amboy, where many were waiting. At 5 o'clock I gave an exhortation, and I believe it was felt. New York, Tuesday, 17. We were at Staten Island, where there is a neat meeting house, and as genteel, well-dressed a people as in New York. My subject was Habakkuk 3:2. Appearances were rather unfavorable. I was very unwell, and came back to Mr. Drake's the same evening. Wednesday, 18. We rode in haste to New York, and on Thursday, 19, we opened our conference. About 40 preachers present. We had some knotty subjects to talk over, which we did in great peace, plainness, and love. Friday and Saturday we were closely confined to business. Sabbath. My subject at the old church was Romans 12:19-21. In my introduction, I observed that the text was quoted from Leviticus 19:18 and Proverbs 25:21-22, that it might discover to us what veneration the New Testament writers had for the Old, and what was required in a believer under that dispensation. Vengeance is not in our province. We cannot, in civil, much less in sacred causes, be our own judges or jurors. If we must feed an enemy, and not only forgive him an injury, but do him a favor, surely then we ought to love a friend, a Christian, and more abundantly a minister of Christ. This day we made a general collection for the support of the traveling ministry. Monday, 23. Our conference concluded its sitting. The deficiencies amount to $690. The monies collected and the draft on the chartered fund amounted to $405. A motion was made to move the next yearly conference more into the center of the work, but it was lost. Tuesday, 24. I have now a little rest. We have had a mighty stir in the Bowery Church, for 2 nights past, until after midnight. Perhaps 20 souls have found the Lord. Bishop Watcoat preached the ordination sermon in the afternoon at the Bowery Church. I have now a little time to unbend my mind from the stations, but still my work is not done. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday I employed myself in reading, writing, and visiting. Saturday, 28. We left the city, and rode 26 miles through heat, and plagued by the flies, to my old home at the Widow Sherwood's. But my dear Betsy Sherwood, my nurse, is gone, I trust, to glory. Sabbath day, 29. We had a remarkably cool day, after a great storm of rain and hail. I attempted to preach at Sherwood Chapel on 1 Corinthians 15:34. Awake to righteousness and sin not, for some have not the knowledge of God. I speak this to your shame. I observed that the Apostle, in Romans 13:11, Ephesians 5:14, 1 Thessalonians 5:6, and in the text, had indicated a sleep which professional and real Christians might fall into, an awful insensibility and inactivity to spiritual things, so as to bring an amazing stupor on all the powers of the soul, so that it would be insensible to righteousness, which is religion, the justifying and sanctifying and practical righteousness of a gracious, wakeful soul. Some have not the knowledge of God, living in sin, neglecting duty, and without the knowledge of God, ignorant of the fear, favor, nature, and love of God. Brother Watcoat and John Wilson both spoke. Souls were quickened. In the afternoon, at New Rochelle, Brother Watcote preached, and I gave an exhortation. Many attended. I feel as if there would be a revival of religion in this circuit this year. Connecticut, Monday 30. We came to Byram Bridge, and at Banks's we had a crowded house and a feeling time. The aged people were very attentive. Tuesday, July 1. In consequence of our circumlocutory motions, we have ridden about 55 miles since we left the city of New York. We came to Stamford, where Brother Watcote gave a sermon on the faith and choice of Moses. I had only time to speak a few words on Luke 19:44. Wednesday 2. We rode on to Norwalk, stopped an hour at Brother Day's, and thence rode on to Fairfield. It was a cool day. We had an elegant view, the fields in full dress, laden with plenty. A distant view of Long Island and the Sound. The spires of steeples seen from distant hills. This country is one continuity of landscape. My mind is comforted and drawn out in prayer. We had not time to feed nor rest. It was with some exertions we came in time to Joseph Hall's at Poconac. After we got a little refreshment and rest, I gave them a short discourse on Luke 10:2. Strength and time failed me, and I could not finish and apply as I wished. Thursday 3. We came to Stratford and stopped at Brother Wheeler's. Friday 4. The weather is damp and very warm. We came on to New Haven, where they were celebrating the 4th of July. I fear some of them have broken good order and become independent of strict sobriety. Bishop Watcote preached in the Sandemanian meeting house purchased by the Methodists. Saturday 5. We rode through excessive heat, over rocks and hills, to North Bristol, 20 miles. I discoursed with some liberty on Acts 26:18. Sabbath day 6. We rode 6 miles to Punsett's new meeting house. A revival of religion has begun here. A dozen souls have professed to find the Lord, and several young people are under gracious visitations, and the aged are exceedingly cheered at the prospect. Bishop Watcote preached in the morning, and in the evening I made some improvement from 1 Peter 2:11-12, after which we administered the sacrament. We were engaged 5 hours in public exercises. The day was very warm. We have traveled since last Saturday week 140 miles. Monday 7. We rode 16 miles to Hadley. The day was awfully warm until 1 o'clock, when a gust came up of wind and rain. We ran from house to house, and escaped being much wet. We stopped at Mr. Woods's. Tuesday we rode on to New London. 20 miles of the way the roads were exceeding rocky. My soul was kept in peace, but under great temptations of various kinds. We crossed Connecticut River at Chapman's Ferry, near Old Haddam. Where the roads here are improved, they are made for ages, and are much superior to those in the south or west. Tuesday 8. Bishop Watcote held forth in the new house in New London. His subject was, "With him is plenteous redemption." I gave a discourse upon Christ the author of eternal salvation to all them that obey him. Thursday 10. We came on to Norwich Landing. I preached in the neat, elegant Episcopal Church, on Acts 3:26. I felt uncommonly set at liberty. We had a very decent, attentive, well-behaved congregation. From here we hasted on to Norwich Town. Bishop Watcote preached. We had a most agreeable ride on the turnpike road, upon each side beautifully smiling with variety and plenty. The stage passed us like a whirlwind. Friday, 11. We came to Preston, and were kindly entertained at Isaac Herrick's. It was the very height of rye harvest, yet many came together. I was greatly led out on the great salvation. I was refreshed in soul and body, and rode on in the evening to Nathan Herrick's. The simplicity and frugality of New England is desirable. You see the woman a mother, mistress, maid, and wife, and in all these characters a conversable woman. She seeth to her own house, parlor, kitchen, and dairy. Here are no noisy negroes running and lounging. If you wish breakfast at 6 or 7 o'clock, there is no setting the table an hour before the provision can be produced. Saturday, 12. We took our departure for Rhode Island through Plainfield. The weather is still excessively warm. The roads sandy, stony, and rocky, notwithstanding the turnpike. We passed Sterling, the last town in Connecticut. We wandered a mile or two out of our way, and had to pay for it, by going a cross path. We made it 26 miles to General Lippel's. The General hath built a neat chapel for the use of the Methodist Episcopal Church near his house. I was taken with one of my bilious eruptions through the night. Rhode Island, Sunday, 13. Richard Watcoat preached in the morning. In the afternoon my subject was Exodus 20:24. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. It was a feeling time. Although I was very unwell all the day, I could not stand back from duty. Monday, 14. We came on our way to Boston, through Providence. Here we did not stop. The time is not yet come. We stopped to feed at a house that was not very agreeable to me, and I was glad to come off without dining. We came to Deacon Stanley's at Attleboro, where we took some refreshment, and reached Mr. Guild's and took lodging. Massachusetts, Tuesday, 15. We came through Wrentham, Walpole, Dedham, and Roxborough to Boston. It was a damp day, with an easterly wind, unfriendly to my breast. As they were about finishing our church, we could not preach in it. The new State House here is, perhaps, one of the most simply elegant in the United States. We made our home at Edward Haynes's, late from England, where we had most agreeable accommodations after our toil. Thursday, 17. We have dry weather. We came through much dust to Lynn. Friday, 18. We sat in conference. There were 21 members present. We had great peace and union. Saturday, 19. The conference rose, after voting the session of the next yearly conference to be held at Lynn. And now the toil of 6 conferences in 7 months, and the riding of 1,300 miles, is over. I found some difficulty in stationing the married preachers. Sabbath day, 20. We had an elaborate ordination sermon from Matthew 9:36 through 38. But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they fainted, and were scattered abroad, as sheep having no shepherd, etc. There had been a long drought here, and nature seemed as if she were about to droop and die. We addressed the throne of grace most fervently and solemnly, and had showers of blessings. Whilst I was preaching, the wind came up and appeared to whirl round to every point, and most gracious rain came on. This I considered as a most signal instance of divine goodness. Monday, 21. We came to Boston and preached in the Tabernacle, now nearly finished, on Hebrews 3:12-14. We were generously entertained at Edward Haynes's. Tuesday, 22. Bishop Watcoat preached in Boston, from Psalm 116:7. Wednesday, we came 13 miles to Waltham, where we had a meeting. The subject was Revelations 21:6-7. Friday, 25. We rode through Weston, where is a grand steeple, porches, and even stalls for the horses. And it is well if they do not make the Methodists pay to support their pomp. Oh, religion in New England! We came through Needham, Sherburne, and Holliston, and made it 30 miles over Crook's Hills, through excessive heat. We had not time to stop to feed, as we had appointed meeting at Milford, where we arrived a little after 1 o'clock. I was obliged to let Brother Watcoat ride in the carriage, or I fear he would have fainted. This made me low-spirited, and unfit to answer questions. Saturday, 26. We had to ride through excessive warmth, 30 miles to Thompson's, but we took the day for it. We got to Captain Nichols's about 6 o'clock, where we have a house built, and some ground to set our feet upon. I have been of late powerfully tempted, and distressed in mind and body. We had a finely dressed congregation. A good name is a great matter with these people. O Baxter, are these thy apostate children? Will Methodism ever live in such whited walls and painted sepulchres as these people, who delight to dwell insensible to the life of religion, and closed up in their own formality and imaginary security? We have now returned to the first town in Connecticut. Connecticut, Sunday, 27. I preached at the new house in Thompson. My subject was Mark 8:34. 1. I observed the harmony of the evangelists, Matthew and Luke, with Mark. 2. That our Lord had given the clusters of the grapes of the promised land in blessings and promises. 3. He had given such demonstrations of his power upon the bodies of men. The dead were raised, the hungry fed, the lepers cleansed, the lame and the blind were restored, the wind and the sea were at his command. 4. He opened the distinguishing conditions of discipleship, the denial of self in every temper and affection that is evil. They that seek to save their lives by denying Christ shall lose soul and body. If it is through pride and shame, Christ will not dishonor himself by owning such in the day of judgment. Bishop Watcoat preached in the afternoon on Acquaint now thyself with him, and be at peace, etc. Monday, 28. We rode 16 miles to the north end of Eastford. We have traveled nearly 100 miles since our departure from Lynn. My subject at Joseph Works was Matthew 5:11. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil of you falsely for my sake. We lodged at Nathan Palmer's. I stopped a few minutes at Mr. Woodward's in Ashford. We came on to Coventry, 20 miles. We stopped at John Searles's, and were exceedingly well accommodated, both man and horse. Wednesday, 30. We rode to Mr. Spencer's in Hartford. My mind is in peace, but I have uncomfortable feelings in my body. Here I met brothers Bostwick and Borrow. We have a house built in Spencertown for the Lord, and now they are building one for the Lord's servants, for the married preachers to live in who are sent to the circuit. Thursday, 31. Was excessively warm. We made it a little less than 30 miles to Bristol. We stopped to feed our horses, but neglected ourselves. When we came to Samuel Smith's, we were nearly outdone by excessive heat and hunger. This day we crossed Connecticut River, and passed the cities of Hartford and Farmington. Friday, August 1. Freeborn Garretson came up with us. He attended the funeral of the Venerable Mother Livingston, who was suddenly and safely called home, aged 78, removed by a paralytic, and probably it was apoplectic also. Perhaps it was about 34 years ago that this godly woman was awakened under the first sermon the Reverend Dr. Sadley preached in the Reformed Low Dutch Church in New York, as she told me. Nor she alone, but 6 or 8 other respectable women. Madam Livingston was one that gave invitation to the Methodist preachers to come to Rhinebeck, and received them into her house, and would have given them more countenance had she been under no other influence than that of the Spirit of God and her own feelings. I visited her 1 year before her death, and spent a night at her mansion. She was sensible, conversable, and hospitable. Saturday, 2. We attended the quarterly meeting for Litchfield Circuit. My subject was 2 Peter 3, 17, 18. I had liberty in preaching, and some felt tenderness of heart, and evinced it with weeping eyes. Sunday, 3. We had a living love feast. Some from Waterbury were fervent in spirit, serving the Lord. We had a crowded congregation, a close day, and the house was shut up. In consequence of my breast being weak, I declined speaking in public. Bishop Watcoat preached, and F. Garretson exhorted. Our meeting began at 8 o'clock in the morning, and continued with a few minutes' intermission until 2 in the afternoon, after which we came off, over dreadful roads, 12 miles to Torringford. I was pleased to see a house bought and fixed for brothers Jocelyn and Bachelor, the stationed preachers of the circuit, and their wives. These brethren we left behind to improve in the after part of the Sabbath and quarterly meeting. End of section 46. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 47 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. New York, Monday, 4. We came on and stopped at Goshen, at Captain Wright's. The people flocked together at a short warning, and I gave a discourse on Isaiah 35, 3-6. After which we dined, and came on across the hills and over dreadful rocky roads to Cornwall, where Brother Watcoat preached in the meeting house on "We know that we are of God, and the whole world lieth in wickedness." Tuesday, 5. We had another tolerable siege over the Housatonic River and hills to Sharon. Here Brother Watcoat preached on "The Lord knoweth how to deliver the godly out of temptation, and to reserve the unjust to the day of judgment, to be punished." I gave an exhortation, and then we came rapidly, 15 miles, to C. Levy's, in the 9 Partners. Wednesday, 6. We came to Rose. Bishop Watcoat preached on 1 John 4:17. I gave an exhortation. We then came on to Robert Sands's, and lodged all night. We came on to Freeborn Garretson's new design, upon the Rhinebeck Flats. He hath a beautiful land and water prospect, and a good, simply elegant, useful house for God, his people, and the family. We have ridden between 80 and 90 miles since last Sabbath, not less than 550 since we departed from New York, and 1/3 of the roads were rocky and very uneven. I read a book of about 500 pages, the author of which is a curious writer. Friday and Saturday, 8, 9. We regaled ourselves and horses upon the pleasant banks of the Hudson, where the passing and repassing of boats and small craft, perhaps 50 in a day, is a pleasant sight. Sunday 10. We had a sermon and administered the sacrament at Brother Garretson's, and notwithstanding public worship was held at the Dutch church at the same hour, we had a large congregation. Bishop Watcoat and myself filled up the service of the day. Monday 11. I rested and visited Dr. Tillotson at his very elegant country seat, beautifully situated. The house is finely set round with trees, and there is a charming view of the North River. I was unwell internally. I must always take great heed to what I eat. Tuesday 12. We came through Poughkeepsie. No place for Methodism. We stopped at Elijah Morgan's. Brother Thatcher was preaching when we came in. We have ridden 25 miles this day, and dined in the road upon a watermelon that Mrs. Tillotson was kind enough to give us as we came by her house. I was so unwell that I had but little appetite for anything else. Wednesday 13. We came on 25 miles to Cortlandt town, where we saw the aged, venerable pair, the lieutenant governor and his lady. He is in his 80th, and she in her 78th year. I had a very rocky ride over the mountains of Peekskill. I have great and sore temptations at times, but God is with me. I trust through grace to overcome them all. We stopped at Warren's, fed, talked, prayed, and refreshed ourselves a little. Thursday 14. This day is very warm. I preached at Peekskill town upon the great salvation. Brother Watcoat preached at Croton. We lodged at General Van Cortlandt's. Friday 15. At the Plains, Richard Watcoat preached. I gave an exhortation. We then rode on in haste to the widow Sherwood's. Saturday 16. We pushed on with great courage towards New York, but when within 6 miles of the city, my horse blundered twice, and then came down with great force and broke the shaft. I got out, and my horse recovered from his fall. A smith's shop being at hand, the shaft was mended in an hour, and we came into New York and found our service was wanting in the city, there being here only 2 preachers, and one of them disabled. Sunday 17. We had much rain, the streets flowing with water like streams. I gave them a sermon at the Bowery Church on "Who gave himself for us that he might redeem us from all iniquity, and purify unto himself a peculiar people, zealous of good works." And at the Old Church, John Street, I spoke on, "But we are not of them who draw back unto perdition, but of them that believe to the saving of the soul." It appeared most advisable to stay a while on Monday, to have a new shaft put to the carriage. We landed at Powell's Hook about 5:30, and pushed on to Newark. New Jersey, Tuesday 19. We came off at 5 o'clock, and reached Brunswick by 12 o'clock, where we dined and rested, and then continued on to Joseph Hutchinson's at Milford, 46 miles. We had a pleasant and cool ride for the season. Wednesday 20, we came on to Hewlett Hancock's, and on Thursday 21, reached Philadelphia. I preached at St. George's, and Bishop Watcoat at the African Church. Pennsylvania, Friday 22. We rode to the valley. It was warm enough. Bishop Watcoat preached at Daniel Meredith's. Saturday 23. We had a proper siege up to Sauterstown, and got in by 4 o'clock. I gave a discourse on Hebrews 10:38-39. Sabbath Day 24. Bishop Watcoat preached at Martin Boehm's church on Psalm 72, 16 through 20. We have now ridden from Monday 170 miles. We lodged at Abraham Keegay's. Our Dutch Methodists are as kind and more lively than many of the American ones. Monday 25. We crossed Susquehanna at McCall's Ferry. It is narrow, but very deep and rocky. After feeding man and horse, we came on to Sittler's Mill, on Muddy Creek. As we were 10 miles from the place we intended to reach, well wearied, and having bad roads before us, we brought to an anchor here for a night. What time I have had to read, write, or journalize, those who know the distance and difficulties that must have attended me through the last week may judge. It would be impossible for me to relate all the workings of my heart, but I trust my soul has been kept in patience and devotion. Maryland, Tuesday, 26. We came into Maryland. Sometimes we had no roads, and at other times old ones that the wagons had left. Thus we bolted and blundered along the rocky rivulets until we came within sight of James Fisher's. The meeting had been appointed at the Widow Jolly's. The house was large, and we had no small congregation. They came, some to see and some to hear. I had walked where I feared to ride, and it was exceedingly warm. But I took courage when I saw the people. The portion which I gave them was 1 John 2, 24-25. We had hardly time to eat and breathe before we had to beat a march over the rocks, 8 miles to Henry Waters's, upon Deer Creek. Brother Watcoat went ahead and preached, and I came on time enough to exhort a little. Wednesday 27. I preached at the Forks Meeting House, 15 miles on a carriage road, warm as it was. Brother Watcoat gave us a good sermon upon Psalm 116:7. Return unto thy rest, O my soul. I exhorted very little. The heat continued. That evening we came with equal difficulties to Perry Hall. But the greatest trouble of all was that the elders of the house were not at home. The walls, the rooms no longer vocal, all to me appeared hung in sackcloth. I see not the pleasant countenances, nor hear the cheerful voices of Mr. and Mrs. Goff. She is in ill health, and writes, I have left home, perhaps never to return. This intelligence made me melancholy. Mrs. Goff hath been my faithful daughter. She never offended me at any time. Thursday 28. At Perry Hall I preached on Matthew 11, 28-30. I was visited by Elders Bruce and Snethan. I heard the reply to Mr. O'Kelly's apology, soft and defensive, and as little offensive as the nature of the case would admit. I was invited to town with the assurance that there was no danger of the fever, but it was very bad at the point. Friday evening, 29. I held forth in Light Street on Psalm 115:1. Not unto us, O Lord, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory, for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. My improvement was the application to Christians. First, to contemplate mercy and truth in the dealings of God to them in the gospel. Secondly, that they should disclaim all glory to themselves. Thirdly, how the Jehovah God giveth glory to himself, and how we should glorify him. Brother Roberts wrote that they were 1,000 strong in Baltimore. That there hath been a work in Annapolis is certain. Indeed, it begins to be more and more general in the towns and in the country. Saturday 30. We had a most severe ride, nearly 20 miles, to Daniel Elliott's. At St. James's Chapel, God hath begun to pour out his Spirit, and almost generally through Montgomery and Frederick circuits. Wilson Lee is all upon the wing in the work. Glory, glory, glory. I will not speak of numbers or particular cases without more accurate information, which in my haste I cannot now obtain. But without doubt, some hundreds in 3 months have been under awakenings and conversions, upon the Western Shore, District of Maryland. Sunday 31. At St. James's Chapel, I preached on Psalm 37, 39, 40. We had an attentive, solemn sitting, and powerful prayer closed the whole. We dined and rode on 5 miles to Henry Hobbs's. The people heard of us and ran together in the evening. Brother Watcoat gave a lively discourse upon these words: "Thy children shall be all taught of God." We had a very quickening season. Perhaps 600 souls in this district and in Baltimore have been converted since the General Conference. Hartford, Baltimore, Calvert, Federal, Montgomery, and Frederick feel the flame. Monday we hobbled along to Clarksburg. On the way dined at Joshua Pigman's. Here I once more saw his brother Ignatius. "Art thou he?" "Ah, but oh, how fallen, how changed from what I knew thee once! Lord, what is man, if left to himself?" Brother Watcoat attended the meeting, and the people continued in meeting at Clarksburg until the morning. Tuesday, September 2. At the Sugarloaf, my subject was Luke 10, 2-4, compared with Matthew 13, 16, 17, and 1 Peter 1, 10-12. We were crowded. In the exhortations, prayers, and singing, the power came down, and the work went on until evening. I then rode to Mr. Morton's. Virginia, Wednesday, 3. We came to Leesburg. Some said, "Go this," and another, "that way." We made it nearly 20 miles, and were riding 6 hours, and crossed the Potomac at Conrad's Ferry. Brother George was preaching. Bishop Watcoat spoke upon, "He that believeth shall not make haste." But we had to make haste, after I had ordained S. Welsh and Eskridge Hall to the deacon's office. After we had dined, we rode 12, if not 15 miles, to the widow Rosel's. We came in about 7 o'clock, and I gave a discourse on 1 Timothy 4:16. We have traveled about 150 miles through Maryland, and we have had bad roads, but have met with good people. My soul hath been agonizing for a revival upon the western shore of Maryland for many years, and now the Lord hath sent it. Thursday, 4. We came to Rectortown. Most distressing roads for 18 miles. The gentry had made a dinner at a small distance from the town, a kind of green corn feast, with a roasted animal, cooked and eaten out of doors, under a booth. I was greatly wearied with the ride, but was animated while explaining 2 Corinthians 6:1. I then came to Benjamin Hitt's. We have penetrated through Loudoun and Fauquier counties in 2 days. Friday, 5. We stopped at the courthouse, and were richly entertained with a breakfast, at Mr. Johnson's. Then we rode on to Norman's Bridge, and passed another old field feast, with a race tacked to it. We came to Roger Abbott's, upon Mountain Creek, in the forks of the Rappahannock River, and on Saturday 6 to Cobler's, where many attended from different and distant parts. My text was 2 Timothy 2:15. We pursued our way 6 miles to the river, and lodged at a widow's house, whose husband died in the Lord a few years ago. We had an awful Sabbath day's journey, through part of Culpeper and Louisa. We came to Ferguson's about half after 1 o'clock. The people were waiting in the warm sun. The house could not hold them. After a little rest, I cried, "Now is the day of salvation." We had a hungry ride for 30 miles. Monday, 8. We rode to Lassley's meeting house, 18 miles. Many people were gone to court. Consequently, few at meeting. But the Lord was eminently present whilst I enforced Habakkuk 3:2. Tuesday, 9. We rode to Rosanna in Fluvanna County. I have seen the hot, warm, sweet, yellow, red, and now have passed the green springs. When we came within 6 miles of Magruder's, Brother Watcoat being in the carriage, the hindmost brace gave way. I took hold of a sapling by the roadside and put it under the body of the carriage, and Brother Magruder mounted the horse, and we soon came to his house. That evening the breach was repaired. I took William M. Kendry's horse, and went on 14 miles, to Richard Davenport's, in Amherst, where we were kindly and comfortably entertained. Wednesday, 10. We rode 20 miles through heat and over hills, to North Garden, Tandy Kegs, Albemarle County. I was divinely assisted while I opened 2 Timothy 4:2. 1. Preach the word. 2. The application of it, that is, reprove, rebuke, exhort. To time his work. Be instant, in season, out of season, in the morning, noon, and evening of life, when it is the winter, spring, summer, and autumn of the church, in her pleasing and unpleasing prospects. Thursday, 11. We rode to New Glasgow, 30 miles, and were entertained most hospitably at Colonel Meredith's. Friday, 12. We rode to Lynchburg, 20 miles. Samuel Mitchell had dinner provided in town, at Mr. Miller's, for the preachers. I preached in the Masons' Hall, a warm day and place, on Titus 2:12. We then beat along to Samuel Mitchell's, 3 miles of rude roads. Saturday, 13. We rode to New London Academy, 16 miles, now under the direction of Samuel K. Jennings, a local preacher of ours. The institution belongeth to the Presbyterians and Episcopalians. R. Watcoat preached. I was deprived of my rest the last evening, and very unwell. Yet I gave a short discourse in exhortation. We have been going at such an unreasonable rate that I have not had time to put pen to paper for a week together. Good news from the South District of Virginia. Brother Jackson writes, 200 souls have been converted this last quarter. There is a revival in all the circuits but 2, and great union among the preachers and people. I am kept in patience, faith, and love. Sunday, 14. We rode 16 miles to Liberty, and preached in Bedford Courthouse. I was sick in earnest. When I came up into the crowd, the people gathered around my carriage, as if I had had a cake and cider cart. This sight occasioned a kind of shock that made me forget my sickness. After alighting, I went immediately to the throng in the courthouse, and founded a discourse upon Matthew 22:5. What great things the gospel revealeth to mankind! First, the love of God. Secondly, the sufferings and death and merits of Christ. Thirdly, the gifts, extraordinary and ordinary, of the Holy Ghost. Men make light of all the blessings of God, and of all the miseries and consequences of sin. They not only think lightly of, but are opposed exceedingly to them. For the carnal mind is enmity against God, and the things of God. I admired the attention and solemnity of the people, many of the men standing in and out of the house the whole time. We rode 2 miles to Brother Patterson's, and dined, and then came on to Blackwell's to lodge. Monday, 15. We had a heavy march to Fincastle. I rode 9 miles to Mr. Ripley's, and then gave up the carriage to William M. Kendry, and took his horse, and came in about 10 o'clock. My subject here was Isaiah 52:7. First, the Gospel. Good tidings of God, of Christ, of the Spirit of grace, of glory, by comparing temporal with spiritual things, to restore the dead, the blind, the lame, the dumb, the sick, the poor. Publisheth peace with God, with conscience, with all men. Good tidings of good, the spreading of the work of God, salvation, from all our sin, misery, and death. Zion, thy God reigneth, the glory of Christ's kingdom. The feet of the messengers, beautiful, because of their message, their holy walk, their treading the mountains, enduring hardship, their innocence. We made it 40 miles from Liberty to Edward Mitchell's, where we lodged on Monday. Tuesday, 16. We began our route for Holston by English's Ferry through Montgomery County. The first day we came to Mrs. Dially's, upon Roanoke, 28 or 30 miles. The river ridges were very rough. Mrs. Dially received us with great maternal attention and affection. Here I was told of my appointment at Rebou's, 10 miles west, over the mountains. It gave me some grief, but it was too late. I was advised not to go Pepper's Ferry Road. Wednesday, 17. We passed Montgomery Town and Courthouse among the mountain barrens. We pushed on to Christians. They are British people. We had an acceptable rest for a very warm day. We came to the ferry and lodged at Draper's, a very quiet house, that night. Thursday, 18. We came to Wythe Courthouse, a pleasant town of about 20 houses, some neat, and most of them new and painted. We had good accommodations at Mr. Johnson's. Both man and horse needed it. Friday, 19. We began at 6 o'clock to bend for Holston. It was computed to be 40 miles distant. We came in about the going down of the sun at Father Carlock's, a German. For 2 days past we found we could not stop to dine. We rested only to feed our horses. After we cleared the mountains, we came upon the Perpetual Hills. I judge we may charge for 130 miles from Edward Mitchell's in Botetort to Russell's old place upon Holston. We took Saturday to refit and write. Brother Watcote attended the meeting. My mind hath been kept in peace. I had enough to do to drive. I could think but little, only now and then sending up a message to heaven. Sabbath day 21. We attended at Carlock's. A very sultry day, and many people were present. My subject was 2 Timothy 6, 2-12. It was judged best we should ride 10 miles to Scott's, in order to make Edward Cox's the next day, to attend at Acuff's. Tuesday, 23. As we came off, it began to rain, and that rapidly, with little intermission for 2 hours. The horsemen were dripping. The roads were so bad that it was with some exertion that I could so shelter myself as not to get wet to the skin in the drowning rain. Monday we passed Abingdon, which is greatly improved. Breakfasted at Craig's, and then had a pleasant ride to Cox's, but it is excessively warm for the country and season. At Acuff's I talked a little upon coming to the throne of grace. We hasted home with Charles Baker upon Holston. If we have a dry moon and month, we may get through the wilderness. Wednesday, 24. We rested, man and beast. We have ridden 60 miles since Sabbath evening. I am not as patient, dependent, and prayerful as I wish to be. Bluntsville looks very respectable, and they have built a needful and good bridge at the end of the town. We crossed at Charles Baker's by putting the chase to 2 canoes and swimming the horses over Main Holston. The stubble fields were upon the north side, so that we were compelled to work through the woods into the road to Snipes Ferry. We came along 8 or 10 miles where they had made new cuttings. At last we struck into a new road, and strayed 3 miles out of our way. We then returned back 2. Now it was that I felt properly content to leave my felicity, so called, before it came to the wilderness. We made it nearly 30 miles to Ball's Mill. We had no time from 6 in the morning till 7 at night to feed man or beast. Friday, 26. We rode 21 miles to Benjamin Van Pelt's, upon Licking Creek. We fed our horses twice, the riders not once. Here I left the horse and carriage, and borrowed a horse to ride to Kentucky. Saturday rode 20 miles across to Holston Quarterly Meeting at the stubble fields. I now rode upon horseback, and the rain came on powerfully until we were dripping. I had no cloak but the carriage covering. The rain took shoulders, elbows, and feet. For 8 miles it was violent. I had not been so steeped for 4 years. I washed the wet parts with whiskey, and did not take the damage I feared. O thou of little faith, wherefore didst thou doubt? Bishop Watcoat preached. Our local brethren were loving and lively. Brothers Van Pelt, Wells, and Winton. Sabbath day, 28. We had a good sacramental and speaking time. I preached on Titus 2:14, and Brother M. Kendry from Psalm 11, 2-6. I was led to recollect the loss of time and difficulty met with from Bodetorre to Holston, 100 miles. Few friends, rough roads, 1 week lost in riding. End of section 47. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 48 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Monday, 29. We began our grand route to Kentucky at 8 o'clock. We had to climb the steeps of Clinch about the heat of the day. Walk up I could not. I rode and rested my horse by dismounting at times. We came to Hunt's for the first night. Such roads and entertainment I did not ever again expect to see, at least in so short a time. Kentucky, Tuesday, 30. We came to Davis's to breakfast, and at night we slept at Bollinger's, upon Cumberland River. Wednesday, October 1. We came to Logan's and fed. This low and new land is scented. I was almost sickened with the smell. We came to the elder of the Payneses, and lodged. Thursday, 2. We came rapidly to Job Johnson's, and reached it by riding in the night. Now I began to fail. Friday, 3. We came on to our brother Howard's. We crossed Kentucky River at the mouth of Hickman. It was so low that we forded it with ease. We have traveled in 5 days 145 miles. I have slept uncomfortably this week. Saturday 4. I came to Bethel. Bishop Watcoat and William M. Kendry preached. I was so dejected I could say little, but weep. Sabbath day it rained, and I kept at home. Here is Bethel. Cokesbury in miniature, 80 by 30 feet, 3 stories, with a high roof, and finished below. Now we want a fund and an income of $300 per year to carry it on, without which it will be useless. But it is too distant from public places. Its being surrounded by the river Kentucky in part, we now find to be no benefit. Thus all our excellencies are turned into defects. Perhaps Brother Poythress and myself were as much overseen with this place as Dr. Coke was with the seat of Cokesbury. But all is right that works right, and all is wrong that works wrong, and we must be blamed by men of slender sense for consequences impossible to foresee, for other people's misconduct. Sabbath day, Monday and Tuesday, we were shut up in Bethel with the traveling and local ministry, and the trustees that could be called together. We ordained 14 or 15 local and traveling deacons. It was thought expedient to carry the first design of education into execution, and that we should employ a man of sterling qualifications, to be chosen by and under the direction of a select number of trustees and others, who should obligate themselves to see him paid, and take the profits, if any, arising from the establishment. Dr. Jennings was thought of, talked of, and written to. I visited John Lewis, who lately had his leg broken. I left him with good resolutions to take care of his soul. Wednesday 8. We rode 15 miles to Shawnee Run, and crossed Kentucky River at Curd's Ferry. The river was as low as a stream, and the streams are nearly dried up. Thursday 9. I preached on Hebrews 3:12-14 at the new house at Shawnee Run. We had rich entertainment for man and beast at Robert Johnson's. Friday 10. We rode to Pleasant Run to John Springer's. It was a very warm day for the season. I had a running blister at my side, yet I rode and walked 32 miles. We refreshed ourselves at Crawford's Tavern upon the way. We have visited Knox, Madison, Mercer, and Washington counties in this state. It was strongly insisted upon by preachers and people that I should say something before I left Bethel, able or unable, willing or unwilling. Accordingly, on Tuesday, in the Academical Hall, I gave a long temperate talk upon Hebrews 10:38-39. Sabbath day 12. It rained excessively. We were shut up. William M. Kendry met the people. We have had but 2 Sabbaths to spend in Kentucky, and in both I was prevented by rain. Monday 13. We left John Springer's and came to Lewis Thomas's, 15 miles. A deep, damp, narrow path. The underwood very wet. Crossed Cartwright and Hardin's Creeks. I gave a short sermon on Romans 8:9. If any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. 1. How we are to know when we have the Spirit of Christ. By the operations, gifts, consolations, and fruits of the Spirit. 2. We are none of his if we are not interested in the offices, if not partakers of the redemption and privileges of Christ. 3. That none can be interested in Christ who are not partakers of the Spirit of Jesus. My system is greatly affected with the weather, but my soul hath abundant consolation in God. It is plain there are not many mighty among the Methodists in Kentucky. In traveling between 200 and 300 miles, I have visited 6 dwellings besides the academy. At Pleasant Run, October 12, we ordained Joseph Ferguson and Moses Crane to the office of deacons. Tuesday 14. We began our march for Cumberland. We were told by 2 persons that we could not cross the rolling fork of Salt River. I judged we could, and as I thought, so it was. We forded it with ease. We came up a solitary path east of the level woods, and struck into the road to Lee's Ferry. For 10 miles of the latter part of this day's journey, we rode through barrens of hickory, shrub oak, and hazelnut. 30 miles, if not 35, is the amount of this day's work. In the morning there was a very great damp, and in the afternoon it was, I thought, as warm as the west of Georgia. Wednesday 15. We crossed Green River, the main branch of which riseth near the crab orchard. We crossed at the mouth of Little Barren River. We then made a bold push for the Great Barren. Dining at Mr. Morrison's, I could not eat wallet provision, but happily for me, I was provided with a little fresh mutton at the house, made warm in a small space. Now we had unfavorable appearances of rain. We had bleak, barren hills to ride, which, although beautiful to sight, were painful to sense. The rain came in large and rapid drops for 14 miles. We were well soaked on all sides. A little after dark we came to Mr. Hagan's, upon Big Barren River. A good house, an excellent fire to dry our clothing, good meat and milk for supper, and the cleanest beds. All this we had. I have paid for this route. Tennessee, Thursday 16. We came on to Lucas's. This poor woman was excessively displeased because I asked her if she prayed with her children. Next day we made 35 miles to Sharp's old place, where we had good entertainment. They charged 20 shillings for men and horses. We thence hasted to Mr. Dickinson's, on White's Creek. I waked at 4 o'clock, ate but little breakfast, and rode 28 miles. The poor men and horses were tired down. We fed the horses upon the path, but had no food for ourselves until we came in. I have thought, as I rode along, that in traveling nearly 600 measured miles, we have had only 6 appointments, and at these but small congregations. Have we wearied ourselves in vain? Our judgment is with the Lord. I can only say for myself, I have had the Lord's presence, and great support in soul and body. Saturday 18. At Parker's, my subject was Colossians 2:6. Brothers M. Lugg, Jones, and Spear, local preachers, came to meet me. We had a small shout in the camp of Israel. Sunday 19. I rode to Nashville, long heard of, but never seen by me until now. Some thought the congregation would be small, but I believed it would be large. Not less than 1,000 people were in and out of the stone church, which, if floored, sealed, and glazed, would be a grand house. We had 3 hours public exercises. Mr. M. Kendry upon The Wages of Sin is Death. Myself on Romans 10:14-15. Brother Watcoat on When Christ, who is our life, shall appear, then shall ye also appear with him in glory. We returned the same evening, after dining with Mr. M. Kane. I had a feeling sight of my dear old friend Greenhill and his wife. Who would have thought we should ever meet in this distant land? I had not time as formerly to go to their house to eat and sleep. We had a night meeting at Mr. Dickinson's. Monday 20. We came by Manslick to Drake's Creek Meeting House, at the close of a sacramental solemnity that had been held 4 days by Craighead, Hodge, Rankin, M'Gee, and Mr. Adair, Presbyterian officiating ministers. We came in, and Brother M'Kendry preached upon Jeremiah 4:14. After him, Brother Watcote upon We Know That We Are of God. I also spoke. My subject was the work of God. Last Sabbath was my birthday. This will make the 30th year of my labors in America. It is supposed there are 1,000 souls present, and double that number heard the word of life on Sunday. Tuesday, 21. Yesterday, and especially during the night, were witnessed scenes of deep interest. In the intervals between preaching, the people refreshed themselves and horses, and returned upon the ground. The stand was in the open air, embosomed in a wood of lofty beech trees. The ministers of God, Methodists and Presbyterians, united their labors, and mingled with the childlike simplicity of primitive times. Fires blazing here and there dispelled the darkness, and the shouts of the redeemed captives, and the cries of precious souls struggling into life, broke the silence of midnight. The weather was delightful, as if heaven smiled, whilst mercy flowed in abundant streams of salvation to perishing sinners. We suppose there were at least 30 souls converted at this meeting. I rejoice that God is visiting the sons of the Puritans, who are candid enough to acknowledge their obligations to the Methodists. We have passed only 2 counties in the district of Merrill. Quiet Cumberland keeps the noiseless tenor of his way through the midst of the settlement. Nashville crowns its lofty bank. Wednesday, 22. We had a meeting at Richard Strother's, upon a branch of Station Creek, and there were great emotions of tenderness among the people. Thursday, 23. We came to Edwards. Brother Watcote began. I continued upon Matthew 11:28-30. William M'Gee concluded. We lodged with James Douglas. Friday, 24. We came to Thomas Blackmore's. Brother Watcote and Brother M'Kendry sermonized. The people were not greatly moved. I concluded with prayer. Saturday, 25. We crossed Cumberland River at Bishop's Ferry. What a long, solitary river is this! It is probably 700 miles upon a line, and near 1,000 in its meanderings, before it empties its waters into the Ohio, 12 miles above the mouth of the Tennessee. We began our quarterly meeting at Elmore Douglas's. Brother Watcote preached. Brothers M'Kendry and M'Gee exhorted. At the evening meeting there were more shouters than converts. Nevertheless, the Lord was in the midst. We have ridden but about 66 or 70 miles this week. The country is greatly in want of rain. The large streams are much absorbed, and the people grind their grain with horse mills. I could not be content to leave the settlement without circumstantial account of the work of God, and I therefore desired John M'Gee to give it me. And I purpose to select such accounts annually, and to read them in the large congregations, and then to have them published. Sunday, 26. I attempted but little this day in public, except a class on a portion of the Word from 2 Peter 1:16. We forded Cumberland River, and came to John M'Gee's. We now began to think seriously upon our march through the wilderness, and providing food and provisions for man and horse. We took our departure. Monday, 27. We traveled through rich forests of beech, with rank undergrowth of cane or reed, and arrived at Fort Blount. Thence pursuing our way up Lynn Creek, We took the ridge and reached Mrs. Blackburn's, where we lodged, and were well accommodated. This day we have ridden 35 miles. We urged on our way, expecting rain, which overtook us about 2 o'clock at Flat Rock. We pressed on over Drowning Creek and the sleepy, discolored waters of Obay's River. About twilight in the Barrens we met the Presbyterian ministers, Hall, Montgomery, and Bauman, with whom we rejoiced at the work of God in Cumberland, and then parted. We came on to a place where we found the woods were burning, and finding we had made about 45 miles, we encamped, whilst the rain was falling upon us. Wednesday, 29. We came to the new station at the Crab Orchard, where, although the station was not yet put in order, Mr. Sydnor received us politely, and treated us to tea. Here we found a cabin under the direction of the Cherokee Nation, on land they claimed as theirs. We journeyed on to Spencer's Hill, so called because here a man of that name was killed by Indians. Thence we traveled forward to Prospect Hill and the descent to Cumberland Mountain. On our route we experienced a heavy rain. Through damps and mud we pushed forward to Clark's Ferry, upon Clinch, in sight of the fort at Southwest Point, at the junction of Tennessee and Clinch rivers, 100 miles below the mouth of Powell's River. We have traveled nearly 70 miles upon land belonging to the Cherokee Nation. The soil is generally barren and broken, except where we enter on Cumberland Mountain and the neighborhood of the new station. This Indian land cuts the state of Tennessee into 2 parts, passing nearly through the middle, making an indent upon the state of Kentucky on Yellow Creek. We arrived at Mr. Clark's, where we received great entertainment. There was a good fire in the hall, and we were provided with a good dinner, and treated to tea. A fire was also kindled upstairs, at which we dried our clothes, to which may be added excellent lodging in 2 inner rooms. Thus were we within, whilst our horses were feeding to fullness in a grassy valley without. Our kind host rents the land from the Indians at $600 per annum, himself making the improvements. Thursday, 30. We rode slowly on to Stars, 22 miles, and had a heavy shower of rain on our way. From Monday morning to Thursday afternoon, we have made 130 miles. We have experienced no stoppage by watercourses, and have found the roads of the wilderness, their unevenness excepted, pretty good. And here let me record the gracious dealings of God to my soul in this journey. I have had uncommon peace of mind, and spiritual consolations every day, notwithstanding the long rides I have endured, and the frequent privations of good water and proper food to which I have been subjected. To me, the wilderness and the solitary places were made as the garden of God, and as the presence chambers of the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Friday, 31. I gave a long discourse upon the epistle in the office of ordination for deacons, and ordained John Winton in the congregation. Saturday, November 1. Came 20 miles to Knoxville, of which I had often heard, and which mine eyes now saw. We visited my old friend Greer. Sabbath Day 2. I preached in the State House on Isaiah 55, 6, 7. I was very unwell, but was enabled to bear the heavy cross of public speaking. We had about 700 people in and about the house. We came off in haste, intending to make 20 miles that evening. But Francis Alexander Ramsey pursued us to the ferry, franked us over, and took us to his excellent mansion, a stone house. It may not be amiss to mention that our host has built his house, and takes in his harvest without the aid of whiskey. We were kindly and comfortably entertained. Monday 3. We rode up to Cleary's, 14 miles, where we dined, and pursued our journey to William Blackburn's. Tuesday 4. Rode 20 miles up Nolichucky to Benjamin Van Pelt's, where I had left my horse and chaise. In this neighborhood the land, except a few spots, is little better than barren. Nevertheless, good cultivation will make it productive. From the 27th of last month, the day on which we left the pleasant mansion of our friend Van Pelt, to the day of our return, we rode, I presume, quite 660, if not 700 miles. Hitherto the Lord hath helped us. We have had 12 proper appointments, 2 of which, Sabbath days, were near failing because of rain. Wednesday 5. At Vantown I preached in the new chapel on Luke 4:18. Thursday 6. Crossed Nolichucky at Quirton's Ferry, and came to Major Craig's, 18 miles. I next day pursued my journey and arrived at the Warm Springs, not however without an ugly accident. After we had crossed the small and great Paint Mountain, and had passed about 30 yards beyond the Paint Rock, my roan horse, led by Mr. O'Haven, reeled and fell over, taking the chase with him. I was called back, when I beheld the poor beast and the carriage, bottom up, lodged and wedged against a sapling, which alone prevented them both being precipitated into the river. After a pretty heavy lift, all was righted again, and we were pleased to find there was little damage done. Our feelings were excited more for others than ourselves. Not far off we saw clothing spread out, part of the loading of household furniture of a wagon which had overset and was thrown into the stream, and bedclothes, bedding, etc., were so wet that the poor people found it necessary to dry them on the spot. We passed the side fords of French Broad, and came to Mr. Nelson's. Our mountain march of 12 miles calmed us down for this day. My company was not agreeable here. There were too many subjects of the 2 great potentates of this western world, whiskey, brandy. My mind was greatly distressed. North Carolina, Saturday 8. We started away. The cold was severe upon the fingers. We crossed the ferry, curiously contrived with a rope and poles, for half a mile along the banks of the river, to guide the boat by. And oh, the rocks, the rocks! Coming to Laurel River, we followed a wagon ahead of us. The wagon stuck fast. Brother O.H. mounted Old Gray. The horse fell about midway, but recovered, rose, and went safely through with his burden. We pursued our way rapidly to Ivy Creek, suffering much from heat and the roughness of the roads, and stopped at William Hunter's. Sabbath day 9. We came to Thomas Foster's, and held a small meeting at his house. We must bid farewell to the chase. This mode of conveyance by no means suits the roads of this wilderness. We are obliged to keep one behind the carriage with a strap to hold by and prevent accidents almost continually. I have health and hard labor, and a constant sense of the favor of God. Tobias Gibson had given notice to some of my being at Buncombe Courthouse, and the society at Killian's. In consequence of this, made an appointment for me on Tuesday 11. We were strongly importuned to stay, which Brother Watcote felt inclined to do. In the meantime, we had our horses shod by Philip Smith. This man, as is not unfrequently the case in this country, makes wagons and works at carpentry, makes shoes for men and for horses, to which he adds, occasionally, the manufacture of saddles and hats. Monday 10. Visited Squire Swain's agreeable family. On Tuesday we attended our appointment. My foundation for a sermon was Hebrews 2:1. We had about 80 hearers. Among them was Mr. Newton, a Presbyterian minister, who made the concluding prayer. We took up our journey and came to Foster's upon Swansea, company enough, and horses in a drove of 33. Here we met Francis Poythress, sick of Carolina, and in the clouds. I, too, was sick. Next morning we rode to Fletcher's, on Mud Creek. The people being unexpectedly gathered together, we gave them a sermon and an exhortation. We lodged at Fletcher's. Thursday, 13. We crossed French Broad at Kim's Ferry, forded Mills River, and made upwards through the barrens of Broad to Davidson's, whose name names the stream. The aged mother and daughters insisted upon giving notice for a meeting. In consequence thereof, Mr. Davis, the Presbyterian minister, and several others, came together. Brother Watcoat was taken with a bleeding at the nose, so that necessity was laid upon me to lecture. My subject was Luke 11:13. End of section 48. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 49 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday, 14. We took our leave of French Broad. The lands flat and good, but rather cold. I have had an opportunity of making a tolerably correct survey of this river. It rises in the southwest, and winds along in many meanders, 50 miles northeast, receiving a number of tributary streams in its course. It then inclines westward, passing through Buncombe in North Carolina and Greene and Dandridge counties in Tennessee, in which last it is augmented by the waters of Nolichucky. 4 miles above Knoxville, it forms a junction with the Holston, and their united waters flow along under the name of Tennessee, giving a name to the state. We had no small labor in getting down Saluda Mountain, arriving at Father Douthat's on the south branch of Saluda, where, finding myself quite at home, I had leisure to reflect upon our western visitation. On the 16th of September we set out from Botatort in Virginia, and on the 14th of November we were in North Carolina, at the foot of the Grand Mountain Division of South Carolina. In this time I presume we have traveled 1,000 miles, have had about 20 appointments, not many of which were large, have lodged about 20 nights under strange roofs, or at houses of entertainment, and have expended about $50. Monday, 17. Yesterday we rested at Father John Douthat's. He is settled in a cove in the midst of the mountains, upon the south branch of the Saluda. Brother Watcoat made a discourse on Matthew 3:10. The computation is, that from Charleston to the western line of this state it is 275 miles, but from the center house it is nearer 400 miles. My mind is led out for the interest of the Southern and Western conferences. These are quite enough contiguous to enable the preachers to change with each other, but such is the sickly state of the South, in both senses, that we shall probably be under the necessity of locating 5 or 6 of our spiritual laborers. Today I gave a sermon founded upon Psalm 146, 8, 9, and felt engaged, if the people were not. Tuesday, 18. We came 15 miles to Samuel Burden's, Pendleton County. Here were many wandering people. Brother Watcoat preached. We administered the Lord's Supper. I was very much indisposed, and felt dejection of spirits. Our sister Burden professeth to have known the Lord 20 years. In her you see meekness, gentleness, patience, and pure love, and cleanliness. Wednesday 19. We came to John Wilson's. I gave a discourse on Acts 2, 17, 18. My mind was divinely elevated, but the people did not appear to feel. Yesterday and today I am disciplined by keen pain in my breast. Today Benjamin Blanton met me. He is now a married man. Like others of his Southern brethren, after he has faithfully served the connection about 10 years, he talks of locating. Thursday 20. At the Grove. We were lost an hour in the woods at setting out, and terribly bewildered in our way to the meeting house. The day was cold, and a beautiful snow lay on the ground. During the public exercises, the people felt as at the reading and preaching of Ezra. Brother Watcoat improved with light and life upon Colossians 1, 21 through 23. Through 12 miles of cold and snow, we journeyed to Thomas Terry's. Our host was from Guisborough, in Yorkshire. He made us welcome, and gave us dinner about 6 o'clock. Here I hauled up the chaise. The pleasure of riding in it does not compensate for the trouble and difficulty of getting it along. As there were few appointments in this state, and as Brother Blanton agreed to fill them, I thought fit to accompany Brother Watcoat, who was under the necessity of going to fill appointments made for him in Georgia. We have traveled about 40 miles since we left Father Douthat's, near the Table Mountain, which on a clear day is a grand sight. The stool appears like a great house of freestone. Today we only saw it through a mist dimly. At the cove there are but few religious people, and among these few there are disorderly walkers. The northern rivers, I presume, begin to close for the winter, which I judge will be a severe one. On Friday I rested and wrote. Saturday 22. Rode 20 miles to James Powell's, upon Walnut Creek, Lawrence County. Sabbath day 23 was an extraordinary cold day at King's Chapel. I began reading at 11 o'clock, and occupied the pulpit 1 hour and 20 minutes. Brother Watcoat followed for 50 minutes, and Brother Blanton succeeded him. To this followed the sacrament, making the public exercises 4 hours or thereabouts of continuance, in a very open building. It may not be amiss to mention that this house for the worship of God was named after James King, who died a martyr to the yellow fever in Charleston. We lodged for the night at W. Powell's. Next day we crossed Main Saluda at Pension's Ford, and rode 12 miles to George Connor's, upon Silvador's Purchase. I had thought our address would move their majesties and the peers of Charleston. Report says they have pumped poor Doherty until they had almost deprived him of breath, and John Harper committed the addresses to the flames before the intendant of the city. I have seen his apology for receiving them. At George Connor's we had an evening meeting, and considering the coldness of the night and the shortness of the notice, it was well attended. Brother Watcoat preached. Tuesday 25. We rode to Nathaniel Burden's, ancient Methodists, who have a son in the ministry. Wednesday 26. We came to Hugh Porter's, at the New Design. Here we called a meeting in the evening. Brother Watcoat spoke. I spoke after him. Thursday 27. Sick and weary, we arrived at Daniel Bowes, whither we were conducted by Mr. Hennington, having lost our way in the woods. Friday 28. At Butler's meeting house, 15 miles. No notice. We therefore pushed on to Captain Carter's. Here the girls hasted to call the people to meeting. Brother Watcoat preached upon Ezekiel 33:2. In this neighborhood, the sad apostasy of 2 professed preachers, and of 1 or 2 private members, hath brought reproach on the cause of God and Methodism. Georgia, Saturday, 29. Came 12 miles through deep sands to Augusta. We have traveled nearly 100 miles since last Sabbath day. My soul hath been kept in great peace, but I feel the effects of riding a stiff, aged, falling horse, with a sore back, and my saddle is old and worn. We have a foundation and a frame prepared for erecting, in a day or two, a house for public worship, 2 stories high, 60 by 40 feet. For this we are indebted to the favor of heaven and the agency of Stithmead. And what is better, here is a small society. Augusta is decidedly one of the most level and beautiful spots for a town I have yet seen. It is of ample extent in its plan, well begun, and when their intention shall be fulfilled of building a courthouse, a college, Episcopal churches for Methodists and others, it will do credit to its founders and inhabitants. Sabbath Day 30. Brother Watcoat preached a most excellent sermon at Mr. Ferry's dwelling house upon Ephraim's lamentation. In the afternoon I preached in the church. We thought to have joined the congregations together, but others thought differently. We had the honor of the priest's company, and few of his people attended. Monday, December 1. We came to Thomas Haynes upon Uchee Creek, Columbia County. Brother Watcoat preached upon Galatians 2:20. I came off with a close exhortation. On the following Tuesday and Wednesday we held a quarterly meeting at White Oak. Brother Watcoat first officiated. I followed him. We had very cold weather, an open house, and few hearers. We then rode to Joseph Scott's, 8 miles, through damp, rainy weather. Our host, his children, and grandchildren will, we hope, if they continue faithful, receive the crown of life. Thursday 4. I rode, my mind cloudy, and my body cold, to Thomas Grant's, 24 miles. Friday 5. I humbled my soul before God. Today I have been occupied in correcting a transcript of my journal that one had copied for me, who did not well understand my shorthand. The original was written in my great illness, very imperfectly. But when I reflect on my situation at that time, I wonder that it is as well as it is. Sabbath Day 7. Yesterday and today we have quarterly meeting at Coke's Chapel, near Washington. Brother Watcoat preached the first day from Hebrews 6:4-6. I, in my place, gave some account of the work of God, as it had been reported to me during this year. On Sabbath morning we had a quickening season at the sacrament. My subject was Hebrews 12:25. See that ye refuse not him that speaketh. By introduction, the likeness between Christ and Moses in their persons, offices, ministry, and punishment of the disobedient. In doctrine, 1. How Christ, speaking by his gospel, his ministers, spirit, and miracles of grace. 2. That sinners, seekers, saints, and backsliders ought to see to it, that they refuse not him that speaketh. Lastly, the awful consequences of refusing. Brothers Watcoat and H. Hull exhorted. The latter began to feel like his former self. Upon the whole, it was a good meeting, and we humbly hope that good was done. After meeting, we were obliged to ride 6 miles, through the rain, to Thomas Grant's. Monday 8. We crossed Little River, and went forward 12 miles to Thomas Fountain's in Warren County. We have ridden about 90 miles since Monday week. Tuesday 9. We came to Abraham Heath's meeting house upon Long Creek, Warren County. We arrived during the sitting of the court, and had but a small congregation. Brother Watcoat being unwell, I filled his place. My subject was Hebrews 10:31. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. First, the character of those people who expose themselves to the danger of falling into the hands of the living God, such as are described in verses 26 and 29 of the same chapter. Secondly, the character of those, the contrast of the former, who will escape his avenging hand. These do not as the others do. They also attend to the precepts contained in verses 25, 32, 35, 36, and 39. Thirdly, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God, that is, to fear and feel the wrath of God forever, having no interest in Christ, and no advocate with the Father, but exposed to infinite justice, and all the threatened wrath of the Almighty. We crossed Ogeechee at Thwaites Bridge, and came to Powelton, a new establishment, in which there is a Baptist meeting house, formerly occupied by Silas Mercer. He is now gone to eternity, but his son filleth his place. Wednesday 10. We came to Edmund Butler's in Hancock County. The people had thrown down the old, but had not yet finished their new meeting house. I was therefore under the necessity of standing bareheaded in the open woods, on a very cold day. As I traveled so much, this was thought a light thing for a man like me. Moses Black, after this, brought the people to the dwelling house. We rode home with Alexander King, a brother to the preacher who ended a short but honorable life in the ministry of the gospel. Thursday 11. We were at Burke's meeting house, after which we came dripping to A. Gilmore's. Here Brother Watcoat preached, after which I gave a few words of exhortation, and we then pushed on to William Greaves's. We have lately crossed the chief branches of the Ogeechee and Little rivers. Friday 12. Cold as it was, we made as far as Thomas Dunn's, and here I gave a short discourse on 2 Timothy 4, 6, 7. We left Dunn's in haste, and continued on 12 miles farther to the Widow Hills, on Long Creek. These last appointments were in Oglethorpe County. They will be the best judges of the severity of the cold, who have ridden 17 miles before dinner. I met Brother Milligan at Brother Dunn's, and should have been pleased to stay there with him, but the situation of his wife subjected us to the risk of being disturbed and driven from our warm lodging at midnight. We have ridden about 60 miles in 4 days. Saturday 13. We came to Mark's meeting house. Brother Watcoat filled the pulpit. Sunday 14. We had sacrament and sermon. My subject was Matthew 17:5. This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear ye him. Introduction. These words were in part spoken at his baptism. See Matthew 3:17, Mark 1:2, Luke 3:22. That there were 3 witnesses present to hear, and 4 had recorded it, to wit, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and Peter. First, the Divine Father acknowledged the sacred and mysterious union. This is my beloved Son, a relation infinitely above that of angels, of Adam in his primeval standing, and the souls of any regenerated, sanctified, or glorified soul, on earth or in heaven, co-equal, co-eternal, and co-essential with the Father. Well pleased, that is, in the whole of man's redemption by this beloved Son. Well pleased, in his preaching, living, dying, in every part of his official character. Hear ye him. Mark and Luke have omitted ye. Secondly, the particular characters who should hear him in his word, spirit, and operations. His ministers should hear him. This was designed in the text by ye. Hear him, all his sanctified souls. Hear him, all who are justified. Hear him, all ye seekers. Hear him, all ye sinners. Hear his awful warnings. All ye backsliders, hear him as Peter heard him, and repent, and turn to him. Hear him, ye apostates, as Judas, and despair. We must needs go to the house after preaching and dine. Then had we to cross Broad River, and pierce through the woods, scratch and go in the bypaths, wind round the plantations, creep across the newly cleared ground by clambering over trees, boughs, and fence rails. Thus we made our way 15 miles to Charles Tate's, in Elbert County. Monday, 15. We got over Savannah River at Robert Martin's Ferry, a few miles above Petersburg. Here I called upon a family I had often visited in Virginia. I found the parents had grown old, and that they had lost some of their children. South Carolina. We came onward into Abbeville County, and hastened to John Brannan's, near the courthouse, making a ride of 30 miles for the day. Tuesday, 16. We proceeded to Silvador's Purchase, 12 miles, to hold quarterly meeting for Bush River Circuit, at a meeting house near George Connor's. Wednesday, 17. I attended quarterly meeting. My subject was Philippians 1:27. We spent 4 hours in the private and public meeting. A number of white and black children were to be baptized, and probably there were persons who thought it would be better done by a bishop. After meeting, we had a 15 miles ride, part of it in the night, crossing Saluda at Child's Ferry, wishing to get to John Meeks's in Lawrence County. Abbeville is a large county, stretching from river to river, and holds better lands than any other in the state. Although Bush River Circuit extends through it, there are few Methodists, the most populous settlements being composed of Presbyterians. Thursday, 18. At John Weeks's, Brother Watcote sermonized upon Galatians 6:15. Friday, 19. It rained. After it had holden up, we rode 30 miles to Benjamin Herndon's, upon the waters of Enery. Saturday and Sunday, 2021. Held quarterly meeting. Brother Watcote spoke from 1 Thessalonians 3:8, a very profitable improvement. On Sabbath day, my choice was Acts 3:22-23. We continued about 6 hours at Bethel. I saw one of the members of the General Assembly of South Carolina, who informed me that our address from the General Conference had been read and reprobated, and furthermore, that it had been the occasion of producing a law which prohibited a minister's attempting to instruct any number of blacks with the doors shut, and authorizing a peace officer to break open the door in such cases, and disperse or whip the offenders. But more of this law when I see it. Monday, 22. We rode to Thomas Hardy's in the forks of Enery and Tiger Rivers, 9 miles. Tuesday, 23. At Bluford's meeting house, Brother Watcote performed upon Philippians 3:14. We went forward 12 miles to Mr. Glenn's at Broad River. I have had heartfelt sorrow for the Church of God in Philadelphia. No city upon our continent has been more oppressed by divisions in Christian societies. Witness the Episcopalians, Presbyterians, German and English, Quakers, Baptists, Scotch Presbyterians, Roman Catholics, and now the Methodists. I have written on this subject to 3 official characters. Wednesday, 24. I gave a sermon upon 2 Peter 1:4 at Glenn's Chapel, near Broad River. We had an open season and many hearers. At Glenn's Flat, Chester County, Seeley's Meeting House, we kept our Christmas. Brother Watcote preached on, "The Son of God was manifested to destroy the works of the devil." My subject was, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men." We lodged at Robert Walker's, 80 years of age, awakened under Mr. Whitefield in Fogg's Manor, reawakened at Pipe Creek, and a member of the First Methodist Society in Maryland. He is now living upon Sandy River, South Carolina. Friday, 26. We traveled a barren path, and came to Alexander Carter's upon Fishing Creek. A journey of about 30 miles, without food for man or beast, and the weather warm to great excess. After our arrival, we had a night meeting. Saturday, 27. After waiting the leisure of the boatmen, we crossed Catawba at Wade's Ferry, and came 3 miles to a meeting house at Camp Creek, to attend quarterly meeting for Santee and Catawba circuits. We lodged at John Grimast's, a Methodist, and originally from Ireland. Sabbath day, 28. Damp morning. I gave a discourse on Ephesians 6:10. Our lodging was at Johnson's. Monday, 29. We stopped at Georgetown, at Marler's. Brother Watcote preached upon, "Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee." We made 18 miles progress this day, and put up with John Horton upon Hanging Rock River. Tuesday, 30. Came to Camden. I have received several letters from the North. They bring small consolation. While he was yet speaking, there came also another. Murmurs, complaints of partiality, and with this I may console myself in the midst of unremitted and hard traveling and labor. I was presented with a petition from about 80 male members of the Society in the city of brotherly love, entreating me to do what I had no intention of doing, that was, to remove Brother Everett from the city. How, indeed, was this to be done? He and they had acquitted M. Manley of all the charges brought against him, and restored him to membership. The presiding elder had also restored to office 3 or 4 elders who had been put out for murmurings and mischiefs, and had ejected the elder stationed in the city, and had filled his place by another. And they had great congregations, great shoutings, and God was with them, and nearly 100 had joined society. To all this, what can we do but say, "Well done, good and faithful servant, and servants"? Poor bishop, no money for my expenses. I am afflicted. My life threatened on the one hand, my brethren discontented on the other. True, I received from them a petition dipped in oil and honey, and if I approve, all will be well. But if not, drawn swords may be feared. End of section 49. Recording by Brian Keenan. End of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 2.